European Union pushing for next zero emission by mid-century, lithium demand is expected to escalate further. The federal government, indeed, the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, should intensify efforts geared at renewing and resuscitating the viable lithium industry in the country to its full potential. As Nigeria diversifies its economy into other sectors, the lithium industry offers hope and expectation that this sector would earn more revenue for the country. Nigeria should not just watch with folded arms, but must strive with the political will to develop and strengthen the country's vast lithium reserves. Industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olawi. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather, known for its durability and unique texture. Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom have gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, the success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition for imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practiced for some classical concert, so I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes listening to it. It's lovely, it's a really nice church, and it's nice that people can music much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well. The
National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for Souk News.
Two widely used and deeply troubling terms dominate discussions around Nigerian emigration: Japa and brain drain. Japa, a word that has made its way into the Oxford English Dictionary, means to leave Nigeria for another country, often Europe or America, in pursuit of education, job opportunities, or better economic prospects. It also connotes to escape or to flee. The second term, brain drain, refers to the outflow of skilled professionals, doctors, engineers, academics, and more, leaving Nigeria to contribute their talents to other nations. As a patriot, one might argue that both terms evoke concern. Japa is symptomatic of systemic failures that drive citizens away from their homeland, instead of encouraging them to stay and push for reform. As authors Diane Asamoglu and James Robinson emphasized in Why Nations Fail, governance thrives under civic pressure. If the youth and professionals flee, who remains to demand accountability and enforce positive change? Likewise, brain drain depletes the country's human capital. When Nigeria's best-trained professionals are developed in other nations, the country is left with fewer hands to build its own future. However, this narrative is shifting. As Bayo Olaoye explores in this special report, there is a compelling case for viewing the Nigerian diaspora not as a loss, but as an economic powerhouse. From brain drain to brain gain. Recent figures from the Nigerian Medical and Dental Council show that only about 27,000 of Nigeria's 71,740 registered doctors currently practice in the country. Thousands of Nigerian doctors, nurses, and health professionals now work in the UK and the US, contributing significantly to those nations' healthcare systems. It's a trend seen across professions, from teachers to tech experts. Critics argue these individuals should be at home, contributing to Nigeria's development. Yet, the picture is not so black and white. According to World Bank economists Art Cray and David McKenzie, poverty can often be a function of where one lives. For many Nigerians, staying home may mean remaining trapped in poverty. In that context, emigration is a rational choice and often a necessary one. Furthermore, the idea of brain drain has evolved into brain circulation or brain gain. Many Nigerians abroad are returning with skills, capital, and experience to invest in the country. Even those who don't return still give back. As Dr. Segun Aganga noted in Reclaiming the Jewel of Africa, diaspora Nigerians do not have to physically return to make an impact. Diaspora remittances, a lifeline for millions. Diasporans are sustaining the Nigerian economy through billions in remittances. Between 2018 and 2020, Nigerians abroad sent home over $65 billion, accounting for 4% of Nigeria's GDP. These funds uplift millions of households, offering relief from poverty, hunger, and economic despair. Remittances also help stabilize the naira, acting as a buffer against foreign exchange volatility. Yet, Nigeria is missing an opportunity to fully harness this potential. The Central Bank of Nigeria has imposed capital flow restrictions, forcing remitted dollars to be exchanged only at the official rate and in naira. This approach discourages larger inflows and stifles the remittance ecosystem. Diaspora trade and investment, the next frontier. Beyond remittances lies a massive opportunity in export trade. A Commonwealth Secretariat report highlights how countries with large diasporas have a comparative advantage in export markets. With over 20 million Nigerians abroad, this is a goldmine waiting to be tapped. Nigerians abroad crave products from home, be it fashion, food, film, or fine art. But to meet this demand, Nigeria needs a deliberate strategy to engage the diaspora. This means more than just ceremonial congratulations. It demands structured collaboration, policy coordination, and economic diplomacy. NIDCOM and the policy disconnect. The Nigerian Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, under the leadership of Abike Dabiri Erera, has raised visibility on diaspora issues. However, its current focus remains largely reactive, centered around crises like human trafficking and consular support. For real impact, NIDCOM must collaborate with economic ministries, coordinate with trade and industry stakeholders, and act as a bridge between diaspora investors and local entrepreneurs. Beyond economics, political and institutional engagement. Nigeria must not reduce its diaspora to economic figures alone. They are citizens with a stake in the country's political future. That's why remote voting rights must be instituted, allowing diasporans to participate in national elections. Moreover, complaints about Nigerian embassies and high commissions, especially in the US and UK, must be addressed. Diasporans often face challenges with basic services like passport renewal, which leaves them feeling alienated and abandoned. This must change. The Nigerian diaspora is not a burden, it is a blessing. A sleeping economic giant that, if properly engaged, could help rewrite Nigeria's growth story. From remittances and trade to skills transfer and global influence, the diaspora is a strategic asset and not a national loss. What Nigeria needs is bold policy reform and a new mindset, one that sees migration not as failure, but as a force for economic revival. Japa may signal escape, but with the right vision, it can also spark renewal. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Soup News TV.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era, with the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo and into the Adeniji-Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment.
Idumota Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market, located on Lagos Island It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later, under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an armed forces remembrance cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of lock-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos state government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota markets, Souk Enlightenment.
Take pleasure because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by keep confidence. Within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is Souk business landscape.
A very good morning to you and welcome to Souk Business Landscape, where we provide in-depth, intelligent analysis on business, economy, and development stories shaping Nigeria and the wider globe. We go beyond the headlines and take you to another level where we look at the policies and market trends with a focus on how they impact the Nigerian economy and everyday citizens. It's Friday. Welcome once again to the program. I'm Oyin Priye Kurmale. Good morning to you, Doc.
Priye, good to have you back on the stage.
Yes.
Good morning, Nigeria. Pleasure to be here this morning again to look at issues that commonly affect us and see how we can make progress as a nation.
It's Friday, so I almost said good morning, Alaji Doc, until I had to cut myself again and say Doc and remove the Alaji.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't. Well, it's great. Now, let's intimate you about a few of the stories we'll be looking at today. First, Dangote Petroleum Refinery has restated and stood by a statement ran on the 15th of September relating to the Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN, saying that any grievances should be resolved in court rather than threats. Secondly, we'll look at agriculture, where animal nutritionist Habib Tajuddin urged farmers in Nigeria to reduce routine antibiotic use to protect animal health, public health, and the environment, and to guard against antimicrobial resistance. And thirdly, the Appropriations Committee of both the red and the green chambers have asked that all circulars for contract awards under the 2025 fiscal year be withdrawn, and suggested that the 23.9 trillion naira capital slice of the 54.99 trillion naira budget of 2025 will spill into 2026. And then the federal government and the Rural Electrification Agency and Infracore have partnered with Dutch firms Solage, business ventures to form Solarge Nigeria Limited to build 1,000 megawatts PV panel manufacturing facility. The ownership split reportedly Solarge BV will have 49%, Infracore 26%, and the Rural Electrification Agency 25%. We will also look at the mining sector, where the Minister, Dele Alake, has urged the capital market should be leveraged to finance the mining sectors and expansion and sustainability. The list of stories that we have this morning are almost endless, but don't let me bore you with this list of stories. Coming up, we'll dive into what we have to talk about today. But before that, let's go on a break. When we return, we'll jump into the meat of our conversation. Do stay with us.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
It is still Nigeria first, and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda. It's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by educating for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is business landscape.
Welcome back, many thanks for joining us on the program. Now, let's begin with our first story. In oil and gas, Dangote Refinery reaffirms its position amid Dapman dispute. The refinery has reiterated its stance regarding its recent statement on the Depot and Petroleum Products Marketers Association of Nigeria, DAPMAN, which was published on Monday, September the 15th, across major national forums and reputable online platforms. The company emphasized that its publication was intentional and considered that it stands firmly by its content. Addressing the reaction from Dapman, Dangote Refinery stated that any aggrieved party has the right to pursue legal redress through appropriate judicial channels rather than issuing threats such as a 7-day ultimatum. The Dangote Refinery assured that it is fully prepared to defend its position should the matter proceed to legal scrutiny. The latest development underscores ongoing tension within the downstream oil sector and highlights Dangote Refinery's commitment to transparency and due process in its operations and communications. Doctor, Dapman, Dangote Refinery, they are back to the front burner again in this back and forth.
Yeah, we've had this conversation over and over, and I think the overreach of some of this union is a big problem that is even stifling development across the country. I think that we run a free market economy, and in a free market economy, you have free entry, free exit. We had this challenge that Dangote or Nigeria can run refineries, and the man has sunk in so much money to ensure that refinery is working. And we can produce petrol here, and we don't need to be relying on importation of petrol that can be made in Nigeria. And this investment has been done. At the beginning phase, of course, we saw that a lot of people don't want to support him in terms of distribution. And then, of course, he has to take a step to see how he can himself distribute his product if other people don't want to take it. And now we're having back and forth from the unions with all manners of accusations. And I think that is not the way to go. Like he has rightly argued, the federal government has issued licenses to as many people as possible who can play in that sector. So people should be willing to compete rather than blackmail those who are putting their money down to do investment. And I think that is where I stand. And I do believe that if they feel that there's a way that actually the laws of the lands are violated, threats shouldn't be the way out, and I think they can actually seek redress in the court of law, because whoever does business in Nigeria is governed by the grand norm, which is the constitution. And if there are violations, then of course the courts are there to do the interpretation. You see, but the truth has been that, and this is one of the bigger problems that we have suffered as a country, that we cannot really work at developing each sector, because you have unions whose personal interests tend to override national good most of the time. Whether it's in the academies, whether it's in this petroleum downstream sector, or whatever, even the common grinding of pepper in the market. So all these unionization is a clog in the wheel of progress. And so society can't actually get benefit, because at the end of the day, I'm not just actually sure that the union are actually protecting the interests of the majority of the people. That what happens is that you fight so hard to win an election so that you can control the resources of your members. And I think that is what it's all about. And so if it's something that is working for national interest, we could have seen, okay, we are protecting some certain people, we're going to defend some certain people, and therefore, if this is done this way, we will not have instance. So who says that I can have investment in bank and I cannot have investment in insurance, for example?
Okay, Doctor, we can see that there's this bickering, or will I say this fight, that is almost resorting or getting to the court of law now. It's seen as a battle that both the Dangote refinery and the DAPMAN, or the petroleum marketers, seem to be protecting their own territory. Each entity is protecting their own territory. And from comments coming from both scholars, pundits, they've seen that for the marketers, they are dealing with a colossus, and it's too big to be handled. And with the way the Dangote refinery is going after or going around the business, it seemed to want to crush any potential competitor in that industry. And for the ones that cannot match that side of muscle, we have to find a way to fight back. Do you think this is exactly what is playing out, or it's about meeting the common good of Nigerians?
You see, that is it for me. That's what I'm saying. I don't think that these are issues that really has to do with Dangote, but for me, it's the selfishness of its marketers, these logistics people within the sector who feels that they have to continually be relevant, even when the nation bleeds. That's my major concern, because this is not about the good of the people. It's about the survival of some certain few people, probably who are the executives and leaders of these unions, most especially. Because
is Dangote doing it for the good of the people too?
Well, you see, this is where the challenge actually should have been, and I think that is where Dangote challenged them. We have 2-3 major refineries in Nigeria that has been comatose for years, not producing anything. And what were we resorting to? We're resorting to importing fuel from countries that have no single drop of crude in their soil. Why are they not complaining about what is happening elsewhere that we are importing the fuel from? And we have crude here, we cannot process our crude. So if Nigeria has been importing fuel from Malta, importing fuel from Holland and all the manners of places, United States of America, for us to be able to have a PMS here. And now we have somebody who said, okay, I want to do the investment, and I'm investing in this sector. Recently, we just saw that Dangote had a ship or load of PMS to the United States of America. Did you hear any protest from there? So this is a free market. If they can also come together and put resources together, I'm not sure that government is denying anybody license to participate in that sector. But what you're seeing is that you're having an effort of that somebody who has put his money down for a business to prosper, And then, of course, you are doing everything within your power to ensure that that investment does not prosper. So this is for me. And I feel that really that's the enemy of the people. We have in the last 2 years that Dangote refinery has been operating. We don't have a fear of there's going to be scarcity of petrol tomorrow. And people walk into filling station and they can buy their fuel and go out. There are no long queues, which of course they are happy about, because when Nigerians suffer, it makes them really worth a while. And I think that is the challenge that we must have to address. If you're actually interested, what's the problem here? Somebody has invested. If you have a better alternative, then put it on the ground.
Okay. Doc, one of the objectives why the government actually deregulated and opened up that space, part of it, I think, is for us to have surplus local supplies. And if we're looking at surplus local supplies as one of the objectives, we know that the 3 refineries you talked about that are comatose have been unable to do that. Even with the fact that we're having importation into Nigeria, we've not been able to do that. Now, with the 650,000 barrels refinery that is here and that seem to have come in, in respect of its muscle in this industry, it cannot even satisfy the local demands if we're to leave it to him alone. But now, it's given to local suppliers and is also taken abroad. That in itself could be an argument on the part of that man. And if they said, look, there's this concession or this leverage that the government has given to the whole system, you are enjoying from it. We are not enjoying from it because we are importing. We need to go source out dollar, foreign exchange. But you have for those who are operating locally, you already have a deal with the federal government to get some of these materials for the Naira. So you are already at the advantage. And we seem to be at the extreme part of the advantage. So if we're talking about satisfying local supplies here, we are the ones trying to consolidate and supplement the government's effort to doing that, because that's why we are importing. Don't you think the government should, show some form of acceptability or acceptance to the efforts of that man or their cry?
You see, that's why I'm really worried that whose interest that man actually represent, whether it's the interest of the larger majority of Nigerian people or the few people who are the executive that benefit from the annual dues of members that actually whose interests are being served. But what are we looking at here? The biggest challenge that Nigeria has faced is issues of inflation. And both of us understand that this inflation is fueled by the fact that there's excess pressure on the dollar. And the fact that the dollar volatility has to determine the price of goods and services in Nigeria is a big problem for us. And so the craze to go to the market and allow, for example, the alternative market or the parallel market to determine how people get dollar to be able to do business is a bigger problem that we have. Does this sound logical? That, of course, we have a dollar crisis, and there are goods that we can sell in Naira, and then we are valuing them in dollar. It doesn't make any sense. There's no economic sense in it. So rather than put pressure on your economy and allow your macroeconomic indicators to be unstable. So what government has done is that you are not giving him any undue advantage. You sell to him at the current rate of dollar.
In Naira.
In Naira. So it's not that there's a permanently fixed dollar rate at which he buys. So his purchase is following the volatility of the Naira in the market. So if the price of Naira is down, then of course he gains the advantage. If it's up, of course he has to also pay the difference. So this is the reality. And what has this done for us? That other critical sectors that need dollar, they are no longer as pressured as it used to be. And we're also happy that, of course, it's also selling outside, which is also bringing in a lot of FX into the country and making the FX market a little more stable. This is the plus to Nigeria, that over the last how many months we have had stability in the value of Naira that is even coming down. So who is that benefiting? It's the common man on the street. So which means, of course, the money that you have in your pocket, you're having more value for it if you go to the market. Because we are not under pressure, because we still import so many items into the country. So this is the conversation. So if you feel that there's a need for you to go and do business outside, it's not even to say that Dangote is not able to supply what we need. It's the fact that at the early stage, he didn't want to go, like he said, into the distribution chain of this petrol. But this guy said they were not going to take petrol from him most of the time. So he had to deliberately now go to invest over 760 billion, according to him, to import tankers. And these tankers are going to be driven by Nigerians. And in his calculation that day, he said about this first 4,000 you have, one truck has about 6 people attached to it.
6. From
mechanic to driver to motorboy to logistic person, supervisor, and all these people. These are these things. And what are these people doing? They are taking petrol to pump at no extra cost.
Free.
To the filling stations so that they can dispense petrol at the official market price. And this is the argument. And what did he say? He said, in even our local neighboring country here, petrol is more expensive. So it's even more profitable for him to sell to neighboring country than sell in Nigeria. So he's already making concessions and sacrifices to ensure that the economy is fine. And people should appreciate that.
Okay, 2 things, Doc. Concession and sacrifice you just mentioned. Well, other people's perspective could be that concession and sacrifice, no. You've been relieved of the stress to go source for Forex. So the government is also sacrificing for you. So it's a give and take, one. The second thing is this back and forth. Do these people, the marketers and Dangote, with this bickering, is it a way of sanitizing the market or bringing transparency into the market? Is it good for Nigerians, economically and otherwise?
You see, whichever way we look at it, the ultimate beneficiary of whatever business that Dangote is doing in Nigeria is the Nigerian people. 52% of all our tax income is coming from that same business that he's doing. So it's not totally that Nigeria is sacrificing. Yes, both sides are making some concessions. But what we must also have to agree with is that if the US decide to say, we are taking the petrol of Dangote, selling in Nigeria is not a problem. There are already markets for those petrols, just like the fertilizer also. There are markets that are waiting to buy this. Forex will be Dangote's problem, as long as it's accessing international market, because it's not selling in Naira, it's selling in dollars. So we must appreciate the effort that he has made. And why people are saying, oh, monopoly or no monopoly.
Yes.
I even had somebody, a very renowned Nigerian, who said he didn't know what Dangote was thinking for putting money into that volatile sector. I'm wondering, what was this calculation? And he himself has confessed at one point that if he knew that this is how this market was, he would not have even bothered to put his money there. He would have remained where he was playing. So, but we eventually are the ultimate beneficiary. So we should not be using the threat of violence in a nation where we are all crying for justice. And now when we have issues with people, let's resolve it in the appropriate quarter, rather than threaten and then you want to disrupt somebody else's business because you feel that you are the only legitimate Nigerian whose interest is to be protected. Is Dangote not a Nigerian also?
Great. I think Dangote must be listening to you at this moment and be giggling on his seat that, yes, somebody is actually speaking on my behalf. Now, let's move to our second story, where we will be looking at the livestock nutrition. Nigerian farmers urged to cut antibiotics use in livestock. The Nigerian farmers have been called upon to reduce their reliance on antibiotics in livestock production to ensure healthier animals and protect the environment. The appeal came from Habib Tajuddin, a Nigerian animal nutritionist who stressed the need for sustainable animal farming practices. He underscored the importance of aligning livestock nutrition strategies with environmental goals to mitigate the rising threat of antimicrobial resistance. Tajuddin warns that continued dependence on antibiotics poses risks to both public health and food security, urging the agricultural sector to adopt alternative nutrition-focused approaches to livestock management. His comments come amid growing global concerns over the excessive use of antibiotics in agriculture, which contributes to resistant bacterial strains and environmental degradation. The call to action aims to steer Nigerian farmers towards more responsible and sustainable methods in livestock production, supporting long-term agricultural productivity and public health. Doctor, this is an alarm that has been raised times before, and the fact that it's coming out again, don't you think the national or the Nigerian Agency for Food, Drug Administration and Control should now start extending their activities to Nigerian farms, to the abattoirs, maybe not to the abattoirs, but to the cattle markets?
Yeah, I think it's something that's quite very worrisome for me as a person. And growing up as a young child, now I'm like that kind of people who witnessed the rebuilding of the Second Temple in Israel.
Okay.
While the people who didn't see the first temple were very happy about the glory of the new temple. Those who saw the older temple were weeping and mourning because what is gone. And I think that for me is just the reality for some of us who were born when this introduction of this modern agriculture was not the norm. We had the best of honey, for example, the best of goat meat, the best of fowl that were rare in the native locally without any support system. And these, of course, were feeding on the natural things, and they were very quite healthy. But today, you find that is not the case. And those kind of qualities that used to come with these things, they are not there anymore. Because you have found a situation where we have, through research and development by the humans, have actually reduced nutritional values of some of these things that we consume, which of course is also responsible for the complications in the health challenges that people face today. Because some of the diseases that are new now, we didn't find them in those good old days because, of course, the kind of feed that people eat, because we're all product of what we eat. And I think this is quite fundamental. Yes, why it's important that we have to grow and make so much money in terms of the technologies that are available to us today, I think it's also very fundamental that we must also be conscious of the health implications of these things that we are doing. And not just the health implications, we're also looking at the environmental implications. Because some of all these things that we are fed with, of course, come back again, and then, of course, are converted into the manure, and they are going back to the soil. So, again, you find that in terms of even the fertility of the soil is also affected by some of these medications or things that we use on the animals. And it's quite very unhealthy. And I heard some time ago when somebody was saying that humans are quite disruptive, that of every living creature that God created, it's only the man that has destroyed his own natural habitat against his own well-being. You see, I was at the Nairobi game reserve the other day, and so the tour guide was telling us that when we saw a rhino, it was all wrapped with mud, and he said this was the natural way of protecting itself against infections from bacteria. So the mud is there, and so in the morning it gets into the mud, and then of course it's dried up, and therefore bacteria can access it. So it doesn't need injection naturally.
Doctor, but the argument can come from, for those who push the agenda of development. From the eyes of the modernists within the concept of globalization, they will tell you that societies, go from the traditional stage to the transition stage to the takeoff stage, then until it gets to the high productivity or the high volume of production value. And they said, according to the modernists, though they have been the modernists, they are the Western agenda of development, they are pushing to the third world countries, that any country that does not go through this ideology of development might not be able to develop. If we continue sticking to that old pattern, we might not grow. That might be the argument of the modernists. Now, I'm not trying to take you back to history, but the thing is this. It's been a long time I saw a native chicken. It's been a very long time I saw a native chicken. What you see now is they are Greek chickens who are fed all kinds of things, and they grew like this. Within a month or 2 or 3 months, you already have them. But then if we continue to look at the native chicken and what the benefits or the health benefit that comes with it, food scarcity, the absence, we might not have enough.
Yeah,
so are you saying it's a right argument that we're not using the right method in handling it?
You see, I like the postulations of Russell, the 5 stages of development, as he posited in his argument, of course, which are contestable, especially when you put them side by side with the dependency theorists who argue that those 5 stages really were not as if they were linear. People have to move through one stage to the other.
Yes.
But then those are academic debates and arguments. But I think what is fundamental here is the fact that you are looking at a situation where, of course, we want to save ourselves when they're talking about food scarcity, but we are ending up actually harming ourselves. So that is the challenge. Yeah, nobody is talking about the fact that, yes, there are a lot of genetically modified products that are in the market. But when you also go into those Western countries, they are looking for organic products. Yeah, so I think that's the irony. Because most of these GMOs are not actually made for their own society. So for those who are well off in their own society, who can afford it, they go for the organic. I was talking to a friend of mine who was in India, and he told me his attempt to come to Nigeria to actually get some ginger and same seed. So he was actually selling to a particular food chain in Europe. And he said at a point he discovered that what was on the shelf were different in pricing. So he was finding out and said, why is the price difference? So he said, look, this one is organic. This one is not organic.
The organic is more expensive.
So the organic is more expensive. And so because what it costs us to buy the organic is expensive. And the organic is not to the reach of the average common man, even in those societies. So
it's a luxury.
Yes, a luxury, yeah, for the
common man
on the street. So what you see is that they take these things from our place and sell those organic, and they are relying on those organic more than the one that is genetically modified. So these are the issue. I was at home one time like this, and I was saying, I love the bitter leaf, even squeezing in the water to drink. And I got one. The thing was luscious in my mother's backyard. And I said, okay, let me get some leaf. And I squeezed it in the water. There was no single bitter taste in it. And I was asking, what makes this a bitter leaf? It's not bitter leaf, because bitter leaf is bitter. That's why we call it bitter leaf. So these are the things that, of course, we find. Yeah, we are eating them, but they are not actually giving us the absolute nutrients that our body requires. And these are the things that are responsible, that, of course, the costs that is even costing the public, the government, in terms of investing in healthcare infrastructure is becoming so massive. Because those people who grew up at that time, who had the opportunity to see some of these beautiful things, knew that we will not have to rely on some of all these things to survive. You eat egg that time, you know that you have eaten an egg.
True. These days,
so we don't know what we are eating. So these are the real issues. That's why I said, like some of us were in that position of that ancient story in the scriptures. Those who saw the old temple mourned. But of course, those who were not able to have seen the older temple were so rejoicing and saying, what a fantastic and beautiful thing. But of course, I think life was quite better off in terms of what we eat in those days.
But Doctor, in this case, NAFDAC, Mr. Abi, the nutritionist, is not the only one that has cried out. Before now, NAFDAC itself had put up some publications regarding this. What can we do? Because there needs to be policy framework. And if we are going to adopt policy framework, we are going to be increasing the responsibility or the scope of responsibility of the agricultural extension workers who will need to go to visit some of the well-known farms and to see, including the multinational corporations owned farms, because we know Chinese investors own farms in Nigeria. They export the produce back to their country, and some of which we have not verified if they release sell back to distribute within the Nigerian economy. But to look at the methods that is being adopted to facilitate the growth of this produce, if they are healthy or not, and the policy frameworks that we use to challenge them.
Yeah, but that is the reality that we have come to find ourselves. Regulation will be a little difficult because, of course, you can't be in every farm, for example. You don't have such manpower to be in every farm to see how these are done. Whether, of course, the kind of even the antibiotics, for example, that we're talking about that are administered are the right type. So these are issues. And that's why you also find that today, for example, in the United States of America, there's this conversation around whether government should continue to fund the big farmers or just have to teach people what to eat to avoid medication, which of course is the agenda of Kennedy Jr. As the Secretary of Health in America. That, of course, we have spent so much money putting in the hands of the big farmers to create some palliatives for health, which are really not curative. But it will cost government less if we are actually advocating that rather than sponsoring research, we should just teach people to eat right. I think it's just a sensitization or advocacy that NAFDAC can do more to let people understand that there are implications for both the environment and even the health of the person who consumes some of these products, so that we can also retract our steps to see how we can use nature to address some of the challenges that we have, and without necessarily endangering the health of the community or destroy or degrade the environment, of course, which of course we have to live. Because when we talk about sustainability, we're also talking about the fact that if we have a good life today, we must also guarantee a good life for our children's children. That we should not all just reap the beauty of the earth and then allow our children's children to wallow in anguish or misery because of our own enjoyment. So we must also be conscious of what we do to the generation that's coming after us. So anything that will degrade the environment, we have to find a way to avoid it. And I think that is where the sustainability debate comes into the conversation.
Yes, thank you so much, Doc. Now, organic has become, luxury. But before now, organic was like the norm, the common. Now, the genetically modified, that in some societies seem to be the luxury, is little by little, poco a poco, the Italian would say, becoming the norm, becoming the luxury rather, and organic taking over its previous position before now. Let's go on a break. And when we return, we'll jump into our next story. Do stay with us.
Take pleasure because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it's just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market? Why to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is super business nice.
In Africa, if there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena, the name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His official love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one will ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, or his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up were not surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mill, and St. Allah Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service, huge investment, also got him both local and international recognitions. Like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015, he won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New African magazine in 2015, 2017, 2018, and 2019. He was recently conferred with the prestigious award of the National Order of the Lion by the President of Senegal. When it comes to breaking jinx, Dangote has it in full measures. He took his pioneering and jigs-breaking adventure to another dimension, the unveiling of the $20 billion refinery, widely adjudged as the largest single-train petrochemical refinery in the world. The refinery has the total capacity of 650,000 barrels of crude oil per day and is expected to earn as much as $21 billion in annual income. Situated on 2,500 hectares site at the Lekki Free Trade Zone, Lagos, it is supplied with crude oil by the largest subsea pipeline infrastructure in the world. When fully in operation, the refinery will provide 135,000 permanent jobs in the region. When it comes to family life, Dangote seems to, however, prefer maintaining a low profile. He got married to Zainab in 1977 but divorced at an unknown date. He was later married to Maria Mohammed Rufai. Dangote has 3 daughters named Halima, Maria, Fatima, and he also adopted his son. Dangote is one grounded authority that combines real intelligence with self-effacing demeanor, a persona that naturally makes kindness. Like an eagle, Dangote's foresight and unusual business acumen make him a rare to come by. Though he owns chains of business in Nigeria and across Africa, the quest by this uncommon risk taker to conquer more business territories may not wane anytime soon.
Talks about black gold, he isn't referring to oil. He buys it in sacks, not barrels. He sells it from a metal shack to customers in Lagos, Nigeria's commercial capital. Charcoal is big business in Africa. He says there's enough money in the charcoal trade to make the wealthy envious in several African countries. Charcoal has fueled Africa's urbanization. It is energy dense and difficult to regulate, much like the cities it powers. Despite concerns about pollution, deforestation, and illicit money flows, charcoal remains indispensable. In this special report, written by Bayo Olaoye, he explored the value of Africa's charcoal economy, estimated to be worth billions of dollars, and assesses its viability. Nearly 200 million Africans cook primarily with charcoal, including 27% of urban dwellers. That share has grown since 1960, replacing much of its previous reliance on firewood. If there's been an African energy transition, it has been from one type of wood fuel to another. Charcoal's appeal lies in its convenience. By weight, it contains nearly twice as much energy as the wood it's derived from, making it easier to transport and ideal for megacities with fragile infrastructure. In Kinshasa, a Congolese metropolis of 18 million people, almost everyone cooks with it. Never before have cities grown so large while relying so heavily on wood-based fuel. In rural Africa, tens of millions of people make charcoal using earth kilns, outnumbering the world's coal miners. The process involves heating wood under low...
Take like that because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
You think Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this market, why to keep for their staff?
Within this side, let's also learn see something. This is soup business landscape.
Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us. If you just joined us, this is the Souk Business Landscape. We've been having a conversation. We've taken a look at some stories that have to do with agriculture. We've taken a look at Dangote, the bickering between the petroleum marketers. And now we are going to a whole new, different conversation, and that has to do with the fiscal coordination. we will look at the National Assembly, calling for the withdrawal of the 2025 contract award circulars. That's what we'll be looking at now. But we are being joined by Ayanuga Olubenga, or Benga Paul. He's a public affairs analyst who is joining us on the conversation this morning. Good morning to you, Olubenga Paul. Many thanks for joining us on Souk Business Landscape this morning.
Good morning to you. Thank you for having me on the show, and I apologize for coming late. You know how it is with Nigeria roads. Sometimes it's unpredictable.
Oh, well, during the rainy season, most of the times, the roads, the rainy season betray some of the way the Nigerian roads are. But we understand that we know that the government is equally working to rectify most of those issues.
I think we should vote for Benga to help us fix those roads so that we can have a passable road and take away the traffics. Pioneer researches that we produce cars that are flying.
Currently, concerning the road, it will just take time for it to show, but they are really doing well concerning the road across the entire length and breadth of the nation. I've seen a lot of work in my travels in recent times, so I believe that we'll get there.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Now, let's jump into the main conversation. And since you're just joining us, I'm going to start with you. But before then, let's tell ourselves what exactly we're talking about here. The National Assembly has called for the immediate withdrawal of all circulars issued for contract awards under the 2025 fiscal year. This resolution was jointly adopted by the Appropriations Committee of both the Green and the Red Chambers, that's the Senate and the House of Representatives, during a session held on Thursday. Lawmakers strongly indicated that the capital component of the 2025 national budget, amounting to 23.9 trillion naira out of the total 54.99 trillion naira, will likely be extended into the 2026 fiscal year. The move reflects growing concerns about premature contract awards before the full legislative scrutiny and passage of the 2025 budget. The National Assembly emphasized the need for proper fiscal coordination and oversight functions to ensure transparency and efficiency in government spending. This development signals a more assertive legislative role in monitoring the budgeting process and may affect the timeline for capital project implementations in the upcoming fiscal cycle. Now, Mr. Olubenga, it seems the opposition or critics or those who are just airing their dissatisfaction with regards to economic policies of the current administration have been saying that the 2023 budget experienced the same thing. The 2024 budget, as we speak now, is running concurrently with the 2025 budget, most especially the capital component. And we are looking at the same thing happening in 2026. What's your impression about this norm?
Well, it has shown to us that there is more than meets the eye when it comes to the issue of budget implementation. And, majority of the challenge, apart from the political class and political office holder, I think we should hold also responsible the civil servants who are in charge of implementing many of these decisions once they are carried out. So take, for example, when a politician gets into office, either as a minister or a minister of state or whatever it is the civil servant from the level of permanent secretary, directors, deputy directors, and co that usually knows the day-to-day working of their ministry, department, and agencies, even more than the civil servant, and they are the one that would, more than the politician, they are the one showing the politician the rope of what needs to be done, what needs to be pending for that fiscal year. And over time, we've had a civil service that is, a lot of things have gone wrong, and before all of these things could be sorted, it will take a lot of time. And that is why we are seeing these challenges. It is not a matter of whether APC in power or PDP is in power or MMM is in power or TTT is in power. Whoever comes to government today will have to work with members of the civil service corps, and they are the one who really on the long run things. And if they are not as patriotic to get the job done the way the politician will want it done, even if the politician have the brightest of ideas. The president cannot be everywhere, the minister cannot be everywhere. So it takes a lot of work. What we have been having, not just in this administration, not just even in Muhammad Buhari's administration. In fact, it was Muhammad Buhari's administration that made it a point of duty to ensure that budgets are presented before the year ends. In the previous PDP administration, you will see the budget of the new year being presented in February, in March, and then you talk, when do they get to be implemented? So, but I believe that this current stand by the Appropriation Committee of the National Assembly is a good one, so that we don't just keep piling up projects and contracts such that at the end of the day, some are lost in the cycle. So you get people who are paid, or some who are not paid, they are just given mobilization fees. Some are not even given mobilization fee, but you have signed agreement with them that you have been given this contract, and if we don't give you this contract, this is what we'll pay for default, this is what you will pay for default on your own part, and they will use all these excuses in the future to hold Nigerian government to ransom, just like the example of the P&ID case that happened about some few years ago. So now, what the National Assembly is trying to do is to avoid plenty of such cases happening. They are saying, let us put a hold on all announcement for contract, on all signing of new contract in the capital aspect of expenditure. The recurrent, there is nothing you can do about it. That one will run with the year. It is the capital aspect, and for some of these projects to be implemented, it's like saying you want to build a roof and you are awarding contract for the roof, where when the contract for the foundation has not even taken off. So if they are pausing it in the meantime to be able to dot their I's, cross their T's properly, I think it's a good direction, and I hope that they will now do, because what I've been calling for in most cases is, let us do internal purging of the system downward to the civil service, to everybody, such that, because it is easy to quote the example of Singapore and how they were able to come up to be the big nation that they are today. But what we are forgetting is that a lot of purge had to take place in the system. In China today, they are still continually purging the system in China. I mean, recently, in the last few months, we've had stories of a lot of in the hearing, because many of them, their hands were caught in the cookie jar, and you know how it is in China. So a lot of these things the purging has to be constant, because see, no matter how much you want people to be loyal, to be patriotic, every human being wants survival first and foremost. So when we build systems that will help, such that even if you want to be a thief, naturally there will not be any incentive for you to be a thief. I mean, take for example, back in the 80s and 70s, I hear stories of my uncles, my dad, saying that their salary then was maybe 120 naira. But with the 120 naira, they will buy fridge, they will buy freezer, they will buy their beer in carton inside their house, they will buy their cigarettes in rolls, not in single. And they'll be able to entertain visitors and still have savings at the end of the day. But today, minimum wage is 70,000 naira, yet it cannot buy you a bag of rice. So the government needs to look at all of these things to be able to bring that patriotic mass that will help them in the civil service to get the job done. There are lots of patriotic Nigerians in the civil service who wants to work to move Nigeria forward. But somebody who knows that he will retire after 35 years, he will get 3 million naira, he will get 5 million naira, that will not be able to take him back to his village, would want to look out for himself. So those are the challenges, and I must give kudos to the National Assembly for this pause that they are putting on. There is nothing to fear about. It's just for them to be able to clean their books properly, so that once they are now moving, maybe they want to scrap the 2025 component and merge it up with the 2026 component of the capital expenditure, so that it will be robust. Once they want to now move, they will be able to move with full speed, because why? They have decluttered all the clogs that are on the wheel of that implementation that they have been having before now.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Olubenga. Doc, when the administration came up with this merger, so People have seen the administration, the head of the administration as not just only a strategist, but as economic strategists surrounding him as well. And this has reflected in some of the policies, economic policies that he has made. Where do you think he's heading when he merged the 2024 capital component with the 2025 capital component and extended it?
Well, I think, like my scholar says today, we are living in a VUCA world. A whole lot of volatility, uncertainty. We have a lot of complexities and ambiguities. These are the defining factors of our world today that we live in. And I think that it's also important for leadership to also take cognizance of these very important factors that we see. There are some few things, because of also my closeness with especially the civil service, that we must also put into account in terms of the way things are run in Nigeria. And it will take some time and reform to transform some of these practices. Let me give you a very fine example. At some point in Nigeria, we have said that, okay, every budget will start from January, end in December 31st. And all the money that was not spent as at 31st December returned back to the treasury. And now what do you see? People delayed access to budget from January to July, August, no activity. And then all of a sudden from October to December, you will see flurry of activities. That even some civil servants don't want to go on a holiday anymore because they are working overnight. So the work that have been done from January spread to December are not done. And we keep it to the last 3 months of the year. And here you have the opportunity that people are spending money in such a way that are not justifiable because they just want to see how to exhaust what budget that was available. That was a weakness on that kind of budgetary system. And I see what the regime has looked at to see that, yes, what do we want? Is it not road we want to construct? And if the contract is awarded, let the person go and finish the road. So that is what it is. So we don't need to be in a hurry to return money to government and start to rebudget it.
Again.
And I think we must look at our own uniqueness as a people and see how we can separate, like former President Goodluck Jonathan said, gold from plantain and yam. And that is quite very instructive. So that the goat will not eat up the plantain and the yam. So, and I think these are some of the creative ways that people are looking at doing some of all these things. And what have we found? That, of course, as Mr. President has said recently, the 2024 budget has performed 84%. And that is historic.
Because of the extension.
Of course, the extension, that's historic. And we also must not be blind to a number of the reforms that, of course, Mr. President is also putting in place. And some of them, of course, you'll see they are not accounted for in a particular budget year. We are expecting that the 2026 tax reform is going to start in January, for example. The merger, the revenue. Now, we know what the policies are, but what the outcomes are going to be like as we move through 2026, we cannot predict them. So the need for flexibility and agility, which are the very current traits for modern public administration, must be imbibed by our government. And I think that, for me, is what it is. So when we have a budget that is running, let it run out its full cycle. We are not reporting to anybody. We're a sovereign nation. Yeah, but it is good that we have a budget that is tight so that people can plan with it. But as long as the basic macroeconomic indicators are not stable, then, of course, people can forecast, because there's also a provision in our constitution that says that, of course, if the budget for the current year is not ready, the state can spend up to 60% of the previous year's budget. So all these windows or creative windows we can explore, so that, of course, this idea of civil service having to wait till the end of the of the year to start to implement. And at the end of the day, you find that the capital budget is not doing up to 20% or to 40%. And then we come back again and move in that cycle. For me, I think it's, I don't see anything that is so profound in saying, oh, we are running January to December. And of course, there's overseeing even the budget has become a big problem. Okay. So that if contracts are allowed to extend, then of course, we see that these are delivered and we are not coming back for a contract review, we are not coming back for revaluation of contract, and all these things will just save government some money.
Great. Now, Mr. Olugbenga, before we go to our next story, I need you to give me some of the advantages of the policy direction that the current administration has taken with regards to, emergence of these budgets, and also with the recent call by both the Green and the Red Chamber in mitigating this.
So the current administration had seen that the work cut out before them is not something they can rush into. They've tried to rush some policies, and they've seen how the whole rushing of policy and rushing of announcement had backfired, and now they are treading cautiously to ensure that they unclog the wheels first if they really want to move forward. And that is why sometimes it seems that some of their policies are not showing immediately, especially as it touches on cascading down to the masses, to the poor masses out there. But on the long run, we have seen in the course of the last 2 years that they've been in office that, okay, this thing takes time, but it is touching the grassroots little by little. Okay, so let me give you an example. Just this week or last week, I've seen in my own state, for example, local government councillors, supervisors going around villages and communities to see what the people want that they can do as project. And what that signals to me is, even though you might say it is too late, why are they just coming now? Just like doctor has said that they will leave all work from January, then when it gets to October, they will now be rushing. But while you might say that on the one part, which is correct, the fact that my state, where even the local government chairman does not do anything other than pay salary, just like Mr. Mukhtar said yesterday, and no other project, because they don't have control over their money. So if these people are now saying, okay, we want to do this thing, you will see that it's a fallout of some of the policies of this administration that were enacted about a year and a half ago or 2 years ago, immediately when they came into government, and it is manifesting now. And what that does to the local economy is that they are going to employ a lot of youth in the local economy to carry out some of these small projects like drainages, roads, borehole in the different neighborhoods, and so on and so forth. So for me, I think the advantage is we must give this administration time, and in terms of decluttering and unclogging the wheel that has been so clogged such that they don't even know where to start from. If you start from A, you will always see that it is wrong. You start from N, you will see it is wrong. If you start from Z, it is wrong. So why not take time, unclog the wheel, so that when you start from A, you will know that the next will be B. It's not that when you start from A, because the wheel is clogged, it will then jump to W, and then from W, it will jump back to S and jump like that. So that is the advantage of what if they are able to get it right and they do it patriotically, not just for maybe, because we don't like some certain, because sometimes in politics, they might make this law because they don't want to allow some certain businesses or contractors to get certain contracts that have already been awarded to them, so that by the time they come back. But if that is not the case and they are doing this holistically and born out of patriotism, I think that it is going to bring a lot of benefit, because we can now be able to predict movement of the capital expenditure from A to B to C like that, and then see the result as they come out.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Olugbenga. Now, because of time, let's move to our next story. And for our viewers, if you think this story It's quite motivating, I know. Attention got your attention. Wait until you get to hear from this next story. And it's about renewable energy investment, where the federal government has partnered to build 1,000 megawatt solar panel factory in Nigeria. Now, the federal government has signed a landmark agreement to establish a 1,000 megawatt solar photovoltaic panel manufacturing facility, a major boost to Nigeria's renewable energy transition. The project is designed to strengthen local production, reduce import dependence, and accelerate clean energy adoption. The deal was sealed on Wednesday at the Infrastructure Corporation of Nigeria, Infrascore office in the Federal Capital Territory, bringing together 3 partners: the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, Infracore, and the Dutch renewable energy firm, Solage BV. The partners have accelerated a special or created a special purpose vehicle, Solage Nigeria Limited, to build and operate the plant. According to details of the agreement, Solage Business Ventures will hold the largest stake with 49%, Infracore will go with 26%, and the Rural Electrification Agency, REA, 25%. Officials said the ownership structure reflects a public-private partnership model aimed at mobilizing capital, ensuring accountability, and driving technology transfers to support Nigeria's long-term energy security. Now, Doctor, before I get to Mr. Lugbenga, the advantage, or will I say the novelty behind this, is seen by everyone. We don't have to start importing the facilities or solar panels into the country. Now we are going to be domesticating the production aspect of it. That's obvious. But maybe I'll need you to speak a little bit about that advantage. But one thing that critics, we must address their perspective. It's about the ownership and the largest percentage that is going to a multinational.
Well, I think the President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government, in my own personal rating, to a very large extent, is now putting Nigeria on the pedestal of growth and development. We must not run away from the fact that for several years, and I think from independence till today, that there's a fact that we have proven as a country our inability to run corporations. And so we can start to count the number of federal government-dominated corporations that have failed. So which shows that those models aren't working for us. And the one that works is the fact that you have private dominance, where they determine how the business is run for profitability. And what is beautiful in this arrangement is at the end of the day, the Nigerian government is earning at both sides, whether at the Infracore 26% or the
25%.
rare 25%,
Yeah.
which is money coming to government and additional revenue. But so we leave them to drive the entire process and make it profitable. But while we have an eye on what they are doing to ensure that, of course, it creates jobs as usual for government, and then ensure that, of course, the laws of our country are also obeyed in terms of our operation. So this, for me, is a model that works, that private-public partnership can drive. The one success story that Nigeria have in this regard is the LNG project. And that has been the project that bailed out Nigeria during the crisis of COVID, where we have so much money to have to pull out of those places, and during the time that Nigeria was going through depression, because it was so profitably run that Nigeria was making so much money. Even when we didn't have to actually determine or set the pace in terms of ownership. But this venture is giving people who are bringing in capital to invest in your environment. They are bringing in their technology here also, and now we can actually have this thing benefiting mutually both sides. They are making their own resource, and then we're also making our money in here. What this has done is that the effort that previous administrations have made in terms of NASENI, Science and Engineering Technology of Nigeria, that has also been trying to play in this renewables segment. But of course, what were we doing? We're only assembling, doing a lot of importation. So this can also partner, and then of course give a lot of access to electricity for Nigerians in the rural area, and of course those who will also have to participate at the urban center. So all of what is for the good of the nation. And I think this is the way we have to go, that if we cannot run businesses well as a collective, and we have individuals that can drive it, so we support them to drive it. Yesterday on this table, we were talking about all the stride that Nigerian Minister of Aviation has made in terms of repositioning Nigerian aviation sector.
Yes.
But we're not using a local domestic airline to drive this conversation, or a Nigerian-owned airline. But of course, we are partnering with a flagship of a Nigerian-owned flagship to drive this conversation and agreement. And these are, for me, very, very creative solutions to our perennial problems. In this case, of course, we are not going to be hiring people who are not competent to drive this, which is the bane of public sector in Nigeria, because we are not putting emphasis on merit. What we are emphasizing is, of course, the political solution that we call national spread. So you are spreading things, and you are putting incompetent people into very strategic businesses. They will run it down. So when you allow the private to drive this initiative, then of course the emphasis will be on merit. Those who can drive the business will be those who are recruited. It doesn't matter where they come from. And at the end of the day, the nation benefits. And of course, people are taking off poverty.
Great.
And I think for me, it's a very welcome development.
Great. Mr. Olubenga, what got to your mind? Like, what's your impression about this whole development?
Well, I think I was very happy when I heard about the signing, because I've been following for about 8-9 years now the activities of the Rural Electrification Agency, especially during that time when Dr. Ohiare Sanusi was at the helms of affairs. You know, at the beginning of Buhari's tenure, he was the youngest appointee of the then president, and we, like I alluded in the example yesterday, that there was a village along Agoiwoye Elisha Road where these grids, you know, mini grids that are distributed, generated system have been rehearsed, and that town is a beneficiary, and in the last 10 years, that town has been having constant electricity. In fact, you won't believe your eyes when you get to that village. It's a very rural agricultural village, but when you get there, you'll be shocked to see that it will look as if you are living in Europe, because they practically have electricity 24/7. So having done all these test projects, I believe that what Rural Electrification Agency is doing in conjunction with this private company and the federal government is laudable. And let's consider the fact that they are starting a 1,000 megawatts production system. Before now, we only have one company in Nigeria who is producing about 100 megawatt solar assembly, a 100 megawatt solar assembly plant in Lagos. You know, I think that company is Oxano or something like that in Lagos. So they are the only one that you can say they are producing, and maybe a few others who have also been doing their own bit in terms of importing and distribution. And what this does is that if they do it well And we don't have the likes of situation where some Nigerian company will enjoy tax waiver and all the rest, and yet their product will be more expensive in Nigeria than in neighboring country. But if they do it well, it means that the price of solar panels should be able to go down. Let's hope that it will not be like the case of rice, where they ban importation of rice, and instead of the local rice to be affordable, then it became more expensive. So for me, I don't think that importation should be banned for now, because these people are just finding their feet, but it's a good step in the right direction. It's going to provide a lot of job for a lot of people. It's also going to be a means for technology transfer, because a lot of people who are going to be working in those factories, especially the Nigerians among them, they are going to learn the rope, they are going to know how to do many of these things, and in the future many of them are going to stand on their own feet too, and then we are going to have continuous growth in that sector. And there is a lot of area that needs that sector. Even if Nigeria had been generating as much as 60,000 megawatts or maybe 100,000 megawatts currently, and which we are not generating even up to 10,000 megawatts. But if Nigeria has been generating up to that, we will still need places where there are need for solar solution, wind solution, and other off-grid system solution to be able to meet the need of rural farmers and the underserved communities and villages. So it is a right step in the right direction, and if it is done well, maybe it will encourage other investors too to bring their business to Nigeria, knowing fully well that if this company finds its feet properly, and other company also joining, then eventually the importation will reduce, and many of those companies would not want that to meet them unprepared. So they would also be looking forward to starting their own company, which is going to lead to more job generation on the long run. And I believe this should work. I'm even happy that government's percentage in the whole share is not the majority stake, because if government is the majority stakeholder in the place, I will not have any confidence that it would run and be successful. But I know that the private company who owns about 49% of the share will want to make profits, unlike government who will say whether master sell or no sell, the salary of the subordinate will be complete. Let me paraphrase that proverb. But in a private system, they want to make profit, and so they want to make it work. And I give kudos to everyone involved in making this happen.
All right, thank you very much. Now, I still have questions to actually interrogate in this conversation, but we just have 5-6 minutes to round up this conversation. So let me just quickly go to our next story. And that had to do with economic diversification on the Nigerian capital market. We're bringing Dele Alake into the conversation. The Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, has described the capital market as critical to driving investment and sustainability in Nigeria's mining sector. Alake made the remarks on Wednesday during a webinar themed Unlocking Nigeria's Solid Minerals Potential Through the Capital Market, organized by the Solid Minerals Development Fund in collaboration with the Nigerian Association of Securities Dealers, OTC Securities Exchange. The minister noted that leveraging capital market instruments would provide long-term financing needed to unlock the country's vast mineral resources, reduce reliance on public funding, and attract both local and foreign investors. Alake added that the administration's reform aims to position the solid minerals sector as a major contributor to Nigeria's economic diversification agenda. Doctor, solid minerals. Majority of the players in this industry are multinational organizations. The benefit of the MNOs are well noted, but the disadvantage also is not a good story. We just have 5 minutes, and let's have our intakes on both sides. The capital market is our go-to strategy. Is that a good option?
I think so. I think you see, the thing is, the beauty is the fact that when you have a lot of people whose interest was, who are interested in a particular thing, everybody tends to want to see that things are done well in that area. Because what we have seen in time past is the fact that people really don't have interest in what's happening in that sector.
Most especially local investors.
Yes, for local investors. So, but if you see, the people are now putting investment in there. They want to see that the business is run well. They want to ensure that, of course, that the right things are being done so that value can continue to come to them. But I think so far so good. Dele Alake, had to be fair to him. He has done a lot in terms of really repositioning our mining sector such a way that it become attractive for investment. And I remember that I was speaking with one of my friends some time ago and said, the real reason why a lot of people don't want to participate is because the quantum of resource that is required to invest in that sector is massive, and it's not what an out-of-pocket kind of money. So, but if you have the opportunity that we are able to actually get investment from the capital market into that sector, it will go a long way in building the kind of resilience that is required in that industry to start to add to whatever things that we are in. And there's a whole lot that are produced here. And if we are able to harness it eventually, I can actually tell you, inflation will be held down. And of course, we will have good quality of life. Because like people have argued that every single local government in Nigeria have one resource that nature has endowed them with. And imagine that we can profitably explore these resources. It will just be so beautiful. And then, of course, this will, of course, give us a lot of foreign exchange, and Nigerians eventually become better for it. So that's my perspective.
Great. Mr. Yanuga Olugbenga Paul, your perspective, please. Can you talk a little bit about regulation?
Well, for me, I think Mr. Dele Alake has been doing a lot of work, a lot of wonderful work since he assumed office in the solid mineral area. Because before now, what we have is, due to the fact that a lot of the community stakeholders and individuals who want to mine solid minerals in their neighborhoods are poor, because the equipment, even for investigating the existence of such minerals, and then when you are sure that you even have them present to be able to mine them, they are all very capital intensive. And therefore, it is not something that individuals or even communities who are not well bred in terms of finance could be able to undertake. So what he is trying to say is that in order to reduce this incursion of illegal miners, because the reason why many of them will now collaborate illegally with the Chinese and all these foreigners, which is leading to majority of the insecurity we are having in our communities, because the reality is that many of the insecurity that are blamed on Fulani herdsmen, blamed on this, on that, it is actually miners who want to displace the local community so that they can have free hand to mine the solid mineral in those areas that are responsible. But if capital market can come into the fray such that people can say, okay, we want to sell shares on this solid mineral that have been discovered in this neighborhood, and every Nigerian or interested businessman can invest in it, and then they'll be able to raise capital to be able to go the long haul on their own. So they'll be able to share the burden of losses in case losses are incurred, because it is not every time that, sometimes you see a mineral available in a certain area and then you feel that, but is it commercially viable? And sometimes it might take you 2-3 years before you reach the area where it is commercially viable. And those times you are burning through lots of cash to be able to get there. So calling the capital market to come to the rescue so that a lot of people who are currently doing illegal things now can go through legal means to get the same thing done, such that the money that ought to come to government purse, the share of government from this voyage can get to government, then it is a good thing. But then, how will the people who need this facility be able to interface with the capital market properly, knowing fully well that many of them may not be savvy in terms of accounting and all these capital market nuances, such that they will be able to fit in and be able to take full advantage. And that's where the work of a lot of communication, a lot of awareness comes in, such that all the traditional rulers, all the businessmen who are going through corners now because they can't find money to do the project on their own will now be aware that there is opportunity for this in this area, opportunity for that in that area, where they don't need to do the illegal to get the solution that they need. And on the long run, not only because if all these things are done through proper means.
Mr. Luke Benga, so sorry. We need to round up now. We have headline news coming up by 10, and we didn't want to overshoot our time. However, thank you so much for your robust and enlightening contribution to the program this morning on Souk Business Landscape. It's been a fantastic moment having this conversation with you.
Yes, thank you very much. So I think on the long run, it is all good for everybody involved, the government, the community, and Nigerians at large on the long run. And I say thank you too for having me on the show. And I hope that our viewers out there would like, subscribe, and share so that we can get some of this communication more to the people in government so that they can also pick from our ideas to do better.
Thank you so much, and do have yourself a splendid weekend.
It was a pleasure being here this morning again, looking at issues that affect us. And I think that we're all positive this morning, really.
Yes, yes.
It's also shown that we are moving in the right direction. Nigeria, keep hope alive. Better days are ahead. Of course, in our own time, we will see a Nigeria that will be the pride of the nations of the earth.
Thank you so much. And I'm Uyi Priye Krumala. Good morning to you, and have a splendid weekend.
Take Nigeria because it's the mind that links to first of all the rebranding.
Said it's going to be putting Nigerian labor, Nigerian content, and materials first.
If you say Nigeria first and it is just us down here that, you know, are pushing that agenda, it's going to be a big struggle.
Nigerian firms, Nigerian organizations start looking at getting their staff involved in this by educating for their staff.
Within this side, let's also learn something. See something. This is Souk Business Landscape.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight. I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. The point being that Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. That's the difference between Thor and Shango. Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part, okay? And they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard.
Olawonu Folami, an indigenous of Lagos State, Ikorodu, to be specific. I was born in Lagos 86 years ago, and to the glory of God, I'm still alive and well, and trying to be a relative in the cause of women. I attended primary school. I started at Ansarudin Alakuru School. From there to CMS Girls School, and then Queen's College, Lagos. From Queen's College, I went to the Portsmouth College of Technology for my A-levels, and then University of London for my first degree in law. The same university for my master's degree in law. I had, between obtaining my master's and my first degree, I was in Nigeria to do the mandatory law school course. I was one of the last people to do a 3-month course before it was changed to 1 year. And then went back to England for my master's. And from there to lecture at the University of Zambia. Back to Nigeria, I was appointed by Dr. Taslim Elias, the CJ of Nigeria, to the Commission for Advance Notice to Lawyers of Developments in Law. It was a commission funded by the Ford Foundation to keep lawyers abreast of the developments in law. I was a director there. Then from there, I was admitted to the Federal Ministry of Justice. After being legal advisor to many ministries, I ended up as the Director of Public Prosecutions for the Federation. And after that, whilst I was the Director of DPP, I was appointed Attorney General and Commissioner for Justice in Lagos State. After retirement, I've been involved in social work, in religion. I've always had religion, but I spend more time on religion. I read, I watch TV, and I live a good life, to the glory of God. You see, when you begin to think that it was not until 2007 that women started to get equal pay in tennis tournaments. And it was something that was fought for. Little things like that does not add to equality. But when it was done, it may be small, but at work, even at work in employment, women are still discriminated against. And most women do 2 jobs. They look after the home, and they do the normal work that a man does in an office. Why I fail to understand this inequality in the treatment of women is that the work, the responsibilities in the workplace is not reduced for women, even though we do not want to be paid the same salary as men. It's a fight that has continued, and in that area, I think we need to do more to push for more recognition. Women have contributed immensely to the society. The men that are now resisting equal pay were brought up by women. That's what I do not understand, that they can think like that. We continue to push.
But how can we speed this up?
By bringing it to the attention of world powers, recognition by every country of equal opportunities, equal pay. I want to know, I want somebody to explain to me the jobs that women cannot do.
Yeah.
They've contributed immensely. Even in the new thing, IT, we're at par with men. So I do not see the reason for it. Unfortunately, I did not experience it, because when I left university, I practiced law briefly in my uncle's chambers before I went to University of Zambia as a lecturer. There, my position was enhanced in the sense that I was a foreigner and I got all the benefits of being a foreigner, serving in their service. Fortunately, in Nigeria today, the federal government does not discriminate in terms of salaries. Whether you're a man or woman, you get the same salary scale. And you are promoted on equal basis. Kudos to the federal government, to Nigeria for that. But in the private sector, things are different. In some companies, this is the areas that we have to work on, because the job content is the same. Some of these facilities are available in Nigeria. They've learned by being a member of the Society for the Disabled that every government body must admit a certain percentage of women and of disabled people. So most times this opportunity is not taken. They are bound to employ them. We continue to push for that to be implemented in most ministries. It's important because it's there. You have to take a certain percentage of disabled people to work in government positions. It's important that we work to enforce that rule in our society. When it comes to discrimination, Nigeria is way ahead of some developed countries, because maybe because we, through slavery, we faced discrimination right from the beginning. We now know how to resist it. But in my country, Nigeria, in the federal government, in the state government, there is no discrimination. It may happen in private organizations, but we must continue to push to let them understand that the job content is the same. Well, you see, traditionally, under our culture, women are in the other room. Well, the quotation.
Yeah.
That's our society, that's our culture. going to take a long time to evolve. In my time, female education was not so popular. It's only the educated few that strove to send their children to school, their girl child to school. They end up trading with their mothers or going to market and getting married off early. But as education began to rise in our community, its value was seen by my parents and others of their contemporaries to educate the girl child. And I believe the society is benefiting from that. So we must continue to push for the education of women, of girls. I have thought that, when I read that, the certain state government has appointed look at our National Assembly, 4 women in the Senate. Isn't that shameful? And that is the society. We have to continue to push women up. Let these political parties know that we want women. Let us organize ourselves to continue to vote for women massively. I give kudos to our governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu. His cabinet women is well represented in his cabinet. And I enjoy that, I love him for that. And I continue to urge him to do more. He's done a lot. I think Lagos State has the largest representative of women in cabinet. First of all, they have to project themselves in their office space, their workspace. Let everybody know that they are equal to the task. Let us organize. There's a lot of society groups and societies that cater for the interest of women. I believe now violence against women is reducing in the society because there are sanctions for such behavior. I must say that speaking to the organization in charge of violence against women, I was amused to learn that some men come there to complain and that they are also being violated and abused. It's a two-way thing. So that is reducing our society. Education of the girl child is important. We have to let the locals know that education is important. Let them showcase to them the lives of those who have been educated and who are holding high positions. I'm glad that our president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has returned history to the classrooms. It's important. Let them know about people that have contributed to the development of our societies and country. It's important. Yes, it's education. It's education. Once people are educated and they know that there is nothing a man can do that a woman cannot do when it comes to the workplace. We have women engineers, miners, and also all over. Give me a job specific. that a woman cannot do. Then I changed my views. So the moment you begin to upgrade education, let government now continue to vote more for education. I don't believe we are doing enough. There is a UN convention, and I think Nigeria is part of that convention, that a certain amount of a nation's income should be devoted to education. I'm not sure whether Nigeria is complying with that. But some states are better than others. And we must, education, I believe in education of the girl child. Some states now are taking children, girls off the street. Walking is completely prohibited. Things like that will help. Unfortunately, in Nigeria, we are not advanced enough to use our votes to change things. We are still not voting for individuals. We are voting for parties, irrespective of performance. Education will help. And when we join other nations for the same purpose, we get results. Our organizations who are fighting for women in Nigeria should join worldwide organizations to showcase our own situation, and then I believe that when you talk to others, you come back with ideas on how to improve things. So we must improve things by telling women in positions to show, to continue to prove that they are more than up to the task. It will not come to us on a platter of gold. We must show by our actions and behavior that we are up to the task. Of course, some women are wrong in claiming equal rights to their husbands in the house. I completely abhor that behavior. Even though they are husband and wife, the man in my culture remains the head. You should be respected. His views should be respected. It's only now the condition of living is so high that you join the two incomes together to run the house. In the past, it was the men that ran the house to pay for everything. Maybe some of these women are thinking that because they are contributing a quota to the development, that they have equal rights. Yes, they have equal rights on the upbringing of the children in their homes and everything. But respect is important. That will keep the home, and the children will learn and imbibe it into their own children too. Equal right does not, in my view, mean that you can be rude, can not submit to your husband's wishes. Equal right means something differently. Respect comes out of it. It's important. I go out and I'm like appalled at the way women dress. There's a competition to show as much of your body, to do that much as your, to do as much of your body that you can. It's absolutely disgusting. They're not women. They're no longer women. the exposure, things that if you did in my time, a member of the community will cover you with a cloth and send you home. Because community mattered at that time. You dare not misbehave outside your compound because this community is watching you and reprimanding you if you go wrong, if you behave badly outside. That is law. And that is why you see people, even their dressing, show disrespect to womanhood and to themselves and to the community. We must learn, teach our children etiquette of dressing, speech, how to think and speak in a decent manner. We don't have it anymore. We're losing it, and it's shameful because people are appreciating naked women on the streets. Both sides. If people dress badly and you tell them and ignore them, they won't try the next time. For instance, I believe nobody can dress to come to my house or to come to my party like a naked woman. I will turn her back. I will turn her back. So that's the type of thing that we should all do. Let the people doing this know that we do not appreciate things like this. When the society itself corrects it, we must correct it individually. If their parents cannot correct it, we must, by ignoring them and not allowing them to come near us. That have contributed to the society. Yeah. Show them, showcase them. Yeah. We have the first woman senior agriculture manager. We have Okonjo. We have I don't know, in the UN. We have all sorts. We have what's this pharmaceutical woman. She's done so much. The younger ones are there. Little ones like Shadi Okoya is managing her husband's company and doing well. Let's encourage them. They are young. The young ones, they are working to improve the society. There's so many of them out there. We should showcase them. Let them know that we have women who are of top quality, intelligent, and well-behaved, and they dress well. Dressing well is dressing in a manner that is appealing to the eyes, not nakedness. My darling, this new CJN of Nigeria. Okay. Who do that? I did talk about Kikili. We're there. Female CJN. Yeah. And there are so many female chief judges all over the Federation. There are so many in the medical profession, in the engineering profession. We have pilots. So let them know that there is nothing that a woman cannot do. In IT, in everything, women are moving forward. We should showcase them. We should let their pictures be seen in our newspapers, in our news, in everything, to encourage young girls that you too can get there. If they don't see, and if they don't know the history of these women, how they got there, they too will not be inspired. We have to inspire the young people with the achievements of women achievers. Kekere rose from magistrate to right to the top. I admire her. She's well composed, well behaved. Some of these people, when they become something, they lose their heads. They start to no, she's so respectful, well behaved, well dressed. I don't think she would allow herself or her children to come out naked. Never. So people like that, they couldn't do well as they say. We have results.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and should I call myself a pseudo-politician? Not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? Like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was a commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became High Commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was the position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after he stayed in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
And your wife
going
and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. You know, she studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. I mean, my father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics straight immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. But I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Ocean State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to, well, I won't say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit, actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I'll be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law, and there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. In fairness, we ought to be able to look at the constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 constitution, or do they want to draw up a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to draw up a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means that indirectly approved the 1999 constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view, because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there has been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like I said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country, and it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they've made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And those House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, there's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas, chiefs, and people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
one of the most influential and successful businessmen in Nigeria who has made a mark in the financial system. He is the founder and chairman of Zenith Bank, one of Africa's largest and most profitable banks. He has been described by Forbes Africa as the godfather of banking in Nigeria.
My name is Jim Ovia. I'm chairman of Zenith Bank, and I thank you all for listening to me.
This illustrious son of Africa was one of the financial leaders who revolutionized the banking sector in Nigeria. Let's take a close look into the life, background, career, and achievements of this enigma, Jim Ovia. Jim Ovia was born on November 4, 1951 in Agbo, Delta State, Nigeria, to a large family as the second son of Chief Obi Olihe of Agbobi in Delta State. In one from a humble background, Jim attended local schools as he had lost his father at the tender age of 4. His widowed mother, together with his older brother, saw him through school. He had secondary education at Ika Grammar School in Agbo. Due to his interest in business and technology, he proceeded to the United States to study business administration at Southern University, Baton Rouge, Louisiana, USA, where he obtained a bachelor's degree in 1977. He furthered to University of Louisiana, Monroe, Louisiana, and bagged a master's degree in business administration in 1979. Jim Ovia is also an alumnus of the prestigious Harvard Business School. Jim Ovia worked briefly as a clerk in Union Bank in 1973 before proceeding for tertiary studies. Upon acquiring immense business knowledge from international institutions, he returned to Nigeria, his home country, and began a career in banking. He continued at this for years, working for banks such as Lion Bank, Merchant Bank of Africa, and International Merchant Bank. After many years in the banking industry, in 1990, Jim came together with some colleagues to found one of Africa's largest and most profitable bank, Zenith Bank. The bank was established with a vision to provide excellent customer service, innovative and technology-driven banking. Zenith Bank flourished as it drew customers who sought excellence in financial services. What started with an asset of $4 million and about 50 staff has grown into over $24 billion in assets and shareholders' funds of more than $3 billion as of June 2022. Zenith Bank is listed on the Nigerian Stock Exchange and London Stock Exchange. Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes and economic instability.
We will build our own roads to our branches if we're building branches in some cities, towns where the roads are not good enough. We have also bought power plants, generating sets to power electricity into our building. When we do all this, we also even had dug borehole to supply water to the building. When we do all this, what I personally call it is BYOI, bring your own infrastructure or build your own infrastructure.
Jim Ovia served as Zenith Bank's Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director from 1990 to 2010, and then Chairman from 2010 to 2014. After a brief break, he returned as Chairman of the bank in 2016 and remains so till date. Under his leadership, Zenith Bank has grown to become one of the leading banks in Nigeria and Africa, standing tall among some of Nigeria's first-generation banks of repute, a feat rare for second-generation banks established in a time of tension between military and civilian regimes. Bank has diversified its services to include insurance, pensions, stockbroking, and investment banking. The bank has won awards and recognition for its performance, governance, innovation, and social responsibility, inspired by its chairman's belief in giving back to community.
Really, it's my special pleasure, my honor indeed, for this opportunity offered by AAI to be awarded in the category of Business Leadership Award for 2017.
As an entrepreneur, Jim Ovia has made investments in sectors other than banking. They include oil and gas, telecommunication, real estate, power generation, media, and most recently, education. He is the founder and chancellor, James Hope University, Lekki, Lagos State, which has been approved by the National Universities Commission, NUC, to offer postgraduate degrees in business courses. Ovia is a man who believes in giving back to society. He is engaged in philanthropic works through his foundations, Mankind United to support total education, MUSTE, and Youth Empowerment, ICT Foundation. These foundations award scholarships to indigenous students and promote information and communication technology in Nigeria through various initiatives. Ovia has made donations towards courses and institutions. They include Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, NIPC, Nigerian Internet Group, NIG, Lagos State University, and National Information Technology Advisory Council, just to mention a few. Recognition of his contributions, Jim Ovia is a recipient of many honors and awards. In 2012, the University of Benin awarded him an honorary doctorate degree. Former President Muhammadu Buhari in 2022 conferred him with the national honor of the Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR. Also, in 2022, Jim Ovia was conferred with the National Productivity Order of Merit, NPOM Award, by the federal government of Nigeria. Jim Ovia is a proud member of the World Economic Forum, the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, and the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. He is also a member of several boards and councils.
We can't afford to lose depositors' money. We can't afford to lose money that belongs to stakeholders. So you must structure your industry in such a way that the best and nothing but the best are there.
As chairman of Zenith Bank with more than 9% stake, Jim Ovia in 2015 was estimated by Forbes to have a net worth of $550 million. This net worth obviously has been surpassed since then. Ovia, as a business person, founded 5 companies. They are Zenith Bank PLC, the Quantum Group, Phone Communications, Quantum Luxury Properties, Civic Center Towers, Cyberspace Network. Jim is a member, Honorary International Investors Council. Kay Ovia is CEO, Quantum Markets Limited, a firm that offers stock brokerage services. She sits on the board of several organizations and is chairman, board of directors of Cyberspace Limited, a leading software engineering company. Cyberspace Limited is one of the pioneers in provision of internet services in Nigeria, providing network and software services. Kay, being at the head of a tech giant in Nigeria, teamed up with her husband, Jim, to strategically deploy robust IT infrastructure at Zenith Bank, which resulted in the development of digital products and technology-driven banking in Nigeria. Kay is an alumnus of Enugu State University of Technology, ESUT, where she holds an MBA in management. She is much given to philanthropy, with several initiatives to transform lives, particularly those of the underprivileged. One of her projects targeted at children and youths, Star Rising Talent Hunt, aims at discovering and projecting hidden talents. Jim is married to businesswoman and philanthropist Kay Ovia. She's also a hotelier, proudly running Starwood Hotels. Jim and Kay Ovia are blessed with 5 children: Isioma, Zephyr, Tito, Tommy, and Jesse. As a family man, Ovia enjoys spending time with his family. He also likes reading and traveling. In order to pass on his vast wealth of knowledge on business and finance to African entrepreneurs, Jim Ovia authored a book titled Africa, Rise and Shine. The book was published in 2018 by Forbes Books. The book was written after he featured in an issue of Forbes, and it became the magazine's best-selling edition in Africa, that it had to be reprinted 4 times. The book, Africa Rise and Shine, paints the picture of his humble beginning from the small town of Agbo in Delta State, and against all odds, pushed through to become a global business icon, while providing insight on how to conquer challenges in African markets, taking advantage of the opportunities. The man, Jim Ovia, is a firm believer of Africa being a continent abundant with natural and human resources. He has constantly pitched the continent as a land filled with investment opportunities in international business forums such as the Harvard Business School Annual Africa Business Conference, Bloomberg Global Business Forum, Commonwealth Business Forum, and the World Economic Forum, where he has been invited to participate and even deliver keynote address. Jim Ovia remains one of the pride of Africa and a great contributor to Nigeria's economy and the financial landscape in Africa.
Thank you once again for inviting me over. what would I say? Just do a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of, most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in a proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. You see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago, so it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and putting more investment in development of the game itself. In the clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18, where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going in from there and then going into the national sides, so we can start playing the under 10, under 15, as well as under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19 where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They've got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than they tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you're giving them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound. They're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need National Institute of Sports. Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about National Sports Institute, you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic. Is it beyond redemption? There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely, there's nothing about. There's nothing about. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers, I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if we're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity at 11 in the morning. We don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
So who can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. It's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them they're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's all about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they could do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, you being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. They don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand it? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand? So that's why cricket is picking up. You mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes. We knew those that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where did they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a good athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You put in a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. In Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is a style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the 94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We've got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference within for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the senior, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there, when we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems, because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you've got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to the top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things is structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We've got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because are you telling me it's the best league? That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
humanity when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage. Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical roots. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. We have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So these are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashrebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target. Vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. We touch it, you see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's really the difference. And no, it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that determine if you can go for it. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They based on this. That is some that can't afford this. They just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh,
yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not
soft, strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes, you know, it's not something that you rub
on the floor.
It's also some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African one. Even some of our brothers have wear this technique outside to show as an African wear. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how the market is, there are influx of hands going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, other people will all sorts of places. So that is how we spread. So you'll be surprised that walking down here, you will see design to go through and you will see it. There are some trends in Ankara, there are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything, but you see some colors that are too sharp. You see the tech that is outside of Igbos like dark color, yellowish, and you know there are some like this one that is here now, that Igbo uniform, that fragrant stuff. You see,
okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate time. The price is different. It doesn't move like the others. Okay. So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon worn by millions. It graces runways from Lagos to Paris, New York to Tokyo. As a symbol of African pride and identity, Ankara continues to evolve, influencing fashion, art, and culture worldwide. From its Unexpected beginnings in Indonesia to becoming a powerful symbol of African identity, Ankara's journey is a proof to the resilience and creativity of West Africa. However, as we move forward, what challenges and opportunities lie ahead for this iconic fabric? Join us in the next episode as we explore the current state of Ankara production and the hurdles it faces in today's global market. I am Grace Komalafe. See you again. Dr. Zak A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting from the prestigious Obafemi Awolowo University in Ile-Ife, and he currently serves as the chairman of the Federal Inland Revenue Service, FIRS. Born on January 8, 1978 in Ogbomoso, Oyo State, Nigeria, Dr. Adedeji is an accomplished accountant and public officer with extensive expertise in corporate taxation and public finance. His journey in public service began in 2011 when he was appointed as Commissioner for Finance in Oyo State. In that capacity, Adedeji introduced transformative financial reforms, most notably the establishment of the Treasury Single Account (TSA) to streamline government revenues and expenditures. In March 2021, President Muhammadu Buhari appointed Adedeji as Executive Secretary of the National Sugar Development Council (NSCDC). In this capacity, he founded the Nigeria Sugar Institute and spearheaded the Sugar Backward Integration Program, which sought to enhance local sugar production and reduce reliance on foreign imports. In June 2023, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu appointed Adedeji as Special Advisor on Revenue, and by September of that same year, he had ascended to the position of Executive Chairman of FIRS, Nigeria's leading tax authority responsible for the assessment, collection, and management of federal taxes.
The focus will be on these indirect taxes, so that as long as you consume, you have to pay. As long as you have interest on your investment, you have to pay. And this is echoing Mr. President's message that we are not going to tax the seed, but we are going to tax the fruit. The fruit is what we focus on. So all those things, when we have this holistic process, it will be captured, and that the vision is to have a progressive tax, that if you earn more, you pay more, and if you earn less, you will not pay.
Under his leadership, FIRS exceeded its 2023 revenue target of 11.55 trillion naira. As chairman of FIRS, Dr. Adedeji implemented a performance-based system aligning with the service's new slogan, simplifying tax, maximizing revenue.
Dr. Zak Adedeji has done incredibly well in transforming and reforming the tax processes and procedures in Nigeria. In a little over a year being at the helm of the affairs of the tax body in Nigeria, we have seen a significant improvement in revenue generation. His policy of not crumbling business with taxation is something that also needs to be applauded. Zak Adedeji philosophy is taxing fruits and not the seed, and taxing prosperity, not poverty. Because if you look at the fiscal landscape of Nigeria in the past 10 years, you find that businesses have struggled to live, and that has led to the exit of so many businesses from Nigeria. But with this new reform, we're saying that the businesses will profit from the reforms processes, and that will mean more business for Nigeria. We will have a lot of foreign inflow in terms of foreign direct investment that will actually drive the process of economic growth for the country. And I think he has done so well, and he deserves a kudos, especially for taking the giant stride to restructure FRS for efficiency, for accountability, and for value for money.
He has also made the welfare of the staff a top priority, fostering a positive working environment that has brought smiles to the faces of FRS employees nationwide. Supporters of the tax reform bills highlight several key benefits, harping on the need for streamlined tax processes that could reduce bureaucratic hurdles and foster an environment where businesses can thrive.
He has initiated a lot of reform which dovetail into the tax reform bills that is before the National Assembly. This initiative is to improve on the tax administration system in Nigeria with a view to improving on the collection systems that will be beneficial to every member of the Nigerian state. ZAC, as is well known, has improved on a simplifying tax reform even within the federal landowner revenue, which in no means has improved on tax administration, and he celebrated essentially for the core initiative of the tax reform.
Under Dr. Adedeji's leadership, Nigeria's tax system has gone beyond mere policy adjustments. Its focus is on fostering sustainable growth and ensuring that the benefits of tax reforms reach both businesses and citizens.
For those that are attacking the bill, one, they are doing that in lieu of the formula they discovered, which may not be, which will not work well for them when they bad allocation, and then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay, it says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT, and then they have other suspicion. So and that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. What do some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by this if corrective measures are not taken. Graduation will not be defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the graduation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, oh, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% graduation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or service. You should have defined that in the law.
Contributing to long-term national development, Dr. Zach A. Adedeji's career is a testament of his unwavering commitment to improving Nigeria's financial systems and enhancing revenue generation, showcasing his exceptional expertise in corporate and public finance.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowls, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seiki, SLG Lagos Island East. Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria. You're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshi. I'm the CEO Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch Souk News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching Souk News, okay? Stay updated with Souk News.
My name is Aton Kame. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching Souk News and stay glued to Souk News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch Souk News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching Souk News.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the Midday News on Souk News TV. I am Oyin Priya Krumale. Now let's begin. The Murtala Mohammed International Airport Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has announced a major breakthrough in interception and intercepting illicit worth of drugs, $5.1 billion worth from India and Canada. According to the Customs Command Area Comptroller Michael Awe, the duty paid value of the seized drugs stood at 3.778 billion naira, marking one of the largest seizures in recent times. He explained that the interception was the result of coordinated intelligence and sustained surveillance carried out by the officers of the command in partnership with the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency, NDLEA, will investigate further. It confirmed that the seized substances include 121 packs of Canadian cannabis with a duty-paid value estimated at 1.188 billion naira, which were smuggled under the guise of household items. Also intercepted were 294,000 tablets of tramadol hydrochloride, 225 milligrams worth 1.38 billion naira, a drug often abused for its dangerous stimulant and addictive properties. Others include the pregabalin tablets of 300 milligrams valued at 1.188 billion naira were also seized. Officials described the drug as a controlled medication often used to treat nerve pain and epilepsy. The custom officers further uncovered Notflex tablets of 50 milligrams worth 800 million naira, as well as Sadolop tablets valued at 494 million naira. Now, Nigeria has recorded a 14.3 trillion naira manufacturing trade deficit in the first half of 2025, but the experts said that the gap also highlighted opportunities for growth. Recent export rebound shows potential that it can be expanded with the right policies and private sector action. Industry leaders stressed that reforms in power supply, improved access to raw materials, and stronger export intelligence will help boost competitiveness. Ongoing energy decentralization and local sourcing initiatives are already creating pathways for manufacturers to scale production. Stakeholders urge the government to fast-track the Nigerian First policy while encouraging businesses to invest in partnerships, innovations, and supply chain solutions. With coordinated efforts, Nigeria's manufacturing sector can strengthen capacity, reduce import dependence, and support economic growth, according to reports. Now, moving on, cybersecurity experts said the Nigerian banks are now better positioned to boost their defenses as the sector steps up investment in digital protection. A Nigerian interbank settlement system report noted that while losses from fraud hit 52.26 billion naira in 2024, the sharp rise has increased fresh urgency for innovation and stronger safeguards. At the Beatscape Cybersecurity Forum in Lagos, industry leaders highlighted that the sector is moving in the right direction with the growing budgets, tighter regulations, and increased awareness among smaller firms. They stressed that effective security goes beyond firewalls, requiring a holistic approach that blends people, technology, and processes, with AI emerging as both a challenge and an opportunity. Experts encouraged banks to harness IT for smarter detection, faster prevention, and long-term resilience. The bigger goal, they said, is building a system that can stand the test of time and support Nigeria's financial growth in the digital scape. Now, Canada and Mexico have vowed to deepen their bilateral relationship and strengthen the free trade agreement they share with the United States of America ahead of a scheduled review of the U.S.-Mexico-Canada agreement in 2026. Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Claudia Sheinbaum emphasized expanding economic and security ties while reaffirming their commitment to regional cooperation. Prime Minister Carney's two-day visit to Mexico marked the first by a Canadian Prime Minister in 8 years and comes amid efforts to rebuild solidarity after past tariff tensions and speculations about Canada seeking a solo trade deal with Washington. Officials stressed that a high-level engagement will ensure closer collaboration and stronger trust. Both leaders highlighted plans to boost trade, share security expertise, and position their countries as united partners alongside the U.S. in shaping the future of North America commerce. Carney noted that Canada and Mexico's aligned values and ambition could drive significant greater trade and investment growth in decades ahead. Now, Italy's Deputy Prime Minister Matteo Salvini has highlighted fresh opportunities for collaboration with China in the auto and transport industries, pointing to advancement in high-speed rail, automotives, driving, and smart roads. He said that Italy can leverage China's rapid innovation to strengthen its own competitiveness and boost industrial capacity, while the EU continues to debate tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles. Italy has maintained a cooperative stance, encouraging investments and building partnerships that support technology transfer. Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's recent engagement with Beijing reaffirmed Italy's commitment to balancing trade policy with the practical growth opportunities. Salvini stressed that expanding infrastructure and the industrial ties with China could unlock jobs, modernize Italy's transport sector, and support sustainable development. Analysts believe that these partnerships can help position Italy as a stronger player in Europe's evolving automotive and mobility landscape. Now, that's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News TV. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Do stay with us.
Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also a home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. with the British claimed the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Atombo and into the Adeniji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of Nigerian economy. Broad Street. Souk Enlightenment.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. Tafawa Balewa Square. Souk Enlightenment.
Muhammad Yunus was born on the 28th of June 1940 in the village of Batwa, Chittagong, a British Indian colony which is currently known as Bangladesh. He attended Lama Bazar Primary and Secondary School in his village and passed the matriculation examination into Chittagong Collegiate School, where he ranked 16th out of 39,000 students. After his graduation in 1961, Yunus joined the Bureau of Economics as a research assistant and was later appointed lecturer of economics at the Chittagong College. During that time, he also set up a profitable packaging factory on the side. In 1965, he received a Fulbright scholarship to study in the United States, where he obtained his PhD in economics from the Vanderbilt University Graduate Program in Economic Development. Between 1969 and 1972, after his keen education excellence of apex heights and proportions in the United States, he returned home and was appointed professor of economics at the University of Chittagong. He was eventually appointed onto the board of directors to the United Nations Foundation, where he served for 33 years. When Bangladesh suffered a famine in 1974, Yunus felt he had to do something for the very poor. In his country, he founded the Grameen Bank. His motivation was to create economic and social development for the very poor, giving long-term loans to those who wanted to start small enterprises to pay back when they can. The aim to help was to get many of them out of poverty. For this, he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006. Muhammad Yunus is a recipient of numerous international awards for his ideas and endeavors, including the Humanitarian Award in 1993, World Food Prize in 1994, Independence Day Award in 1987, Bangladesh's highest award, the King Hussein Humanitarian Leadership Award in 2000. He was also awarded the Volvo Environment Prize in 2003, Nikkei Asia Prize for Regional Growth in 2004, Franklin D. Roosevelt Freedom Award in 2006, as well as the Seoul Peace Prize in the same year. All humans are born entrepreneurs, he would always fondly say. His heart showed through his everyday life.
Wale Soyinka, born Akiwande Oluwole Babatunde Soyinka on July 13, 1934, in Abeokuta, Ogun State, southwest Nigeria, stands as one of Africa's most celebrated literary figures and a global icon of resistance against oppression. His life and works reflect an unwavering commitment to justice, culture, and the transformative power of arts. Soyinka was born into a Yoruba family in colonial Nigeria, an environment that exposed him to both traditional African culture and Western education. His father, Samuel Ayodele Soyinka, was a school headmaster, while his mother, Grace Eniola Soyinka, was a devoted Anglican. This blend of indigenous and colonial influences deeply shaped Soyinka's world. Soyinka attended Government College Ibadan and later proceeded to the University College Ibadan, where he studied English and literature. Soyinka completed his education at the University of Leeds in England, earning a degree in English and later a doctorate degree. In the late 1950s, Soyinka began working as a dramaturgist at the Royal Court Theatre in London. However, his passion for storytelling and cultural preservation drew him back to Nigeria, where he founded two theatre groups known as the 1960 Masks and the Orisun Theatre Company. Soyinka's works, often a fusion of Western dramatic techniques and African themes, address universal issues of justice, freedom, and human dignity. His early play, titled A Dance of the Forest, which was introduced in 1960, written to celebrate Nigeria's independence, critically examined the nation's socio-political trajectory, setting the tone for his career as both artist and activist. Soyinka's activism became more visible during Nigeria's post-independence years. In 1967, during the Nigerian Civil War, he called for a ceasefire between federal forces and Biafran separatists. This led to his arrest by the military government, and he spent 22 months in prison, where he wrote a short drama titled The Man Died. Prison Notes, a harrowing account of his imprisonment and a profound critique of authoritarianism. Soyinka has authored more than 20 works, including plays, novels, poetry, and essays. In 1986, Soyinka became the first African to win the Nobel Prize of Literature, an achievement that brought global recognition to African literature. Soyinka remained an outspoken critic of oppressive regimes, often at great personal risk. His activism extended beyond Nigeria, addressing global issues of injustice and human rights. During periods of military rule in Nigeria, he went into exile, continuing to write and speak against tyranny. Today, Soyinka is celebrated not only as a literary giant, but also as a symbol of resilience and moral courage.
Known as the father of African literature, Chinua Achebe was born on the 16th of November 1930 in Ogidi, now Anambra State, eastern Nigeria. He was born to Isaiah Okafor Achebe, a teacher and an evangelist, and Janet Anenichi Ilogunam, a vegetable farmer. Achebe has reshaped the global understanding of African identity through the power of storytelling. Raised during the twilight of colonial rule, Achebe's education was steeped in both Igbo tradition and the Western values of post-colonial Christianity. As a student at the University of Ibadan, he became fiercely critical of how Africa was portrayed in Western literature. Achebe believed that Western literature often painted Africa as a dark and primitive continent, but he sought to tell the African people's lens. In 1958, Achebe's groundbreaking novel Things Fall Apart shattered colonial narratives through the tragic story of Okonkwo, an Igbo warrior. Achebe illuminated the complexities of African culture and the devastating effects of European colonization. Things Fall Apart became more than just a novel. It became a symbol of African resistance against the oppressive narratives of colonialism. Achebe was not just a writer. He was a passionate advocate for African self-determination, and his political activism made him a critical voice in the post-colonial era. Even after a life marked by personal and political struggles, including a car accident that left him partially paralyzed, Achebe continued to inspire. He taught at Bard College and later Brown University, where his influence reached new generations of writers and thinkers. He was married to Christiana Chinwe Okoli, and they had 4 children. Sadly, he died in March 2013 at the age of 82. Chinua Achebe's legacy endures in his novels, his essays, and in the countless voices of African writers who follow in his footsteps. He gave us a voice, a story, and a vision of Africa that is ours to share.
Traffic regulations are practices put in place in both developed and underdeveloped countries. They are designed to ensure the safety of all road users, reduce accidents, and promote orderly movement. Either you are a driver or a passenger, every road user is required to understand and follow these laws. Under obligations, drivers must possess a valid driver's license issued by the authorized body. In Nigeria, this is the Federal Road Safety Corps, FRSC.
Individual, like I just said, most Nigerians, as we know, celebrate their date of birth. And as such, when you obtain a driver's license, says for 3 years or 5 years, you already know. If you do it today, in the next 5 years, when you'll be celebrating your birthday, you're already aware that your license is due for renewal. You don't have to even wait until that date. By law, a month to that date, you should start processing the renewal of the driver's license.
While other countries have their respective designated authorities, Vehicles must also be properly registered and insured, with up-to-date documentation readily available when requested by law enforcement officers. Mandatory rules include observing speed limits, which vary depending on the road type. In cities, the limit is 50 km per hour, increasing to 80 km per hour on highways and 100 km per hour on expressways. Before hitting the road, seat belts are mandatory for both drivers and front seat passengers. Also, all traffic signs, signals, and road markings must be obeyed. Drivers must remember that using a mobile phone while driving is a punishable offense unless assisted by a hands-free device. Drunk driving is illegal, with penalties ranging from fines and license suspension to imprisonment. For passengers, wearing seatbelt is essential, and distracting the driver should be avoided at all costs. In public transport, any reckless driving should be reported to the authorities, and pedestrians, on the other hand, must also cross at designated pedestrian crossings, zebra crossings, or pedestrian bridges where available. They should follow pedestrian traffic lights and only cross when the signal indicates it is safe. Looking left, right, and left again before stepping onto the road is crucial and should avoid running while crossing. Making eye contact with approaching vehicles ensures they see you before you proceed. By following traffic regulations, road users can prevent accidents, protect lives, and contribute to smoother transportation for everyone. Grace Komolafe, Soup News Television.
Hello, 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 and welcome. Very good welcome to Just Africa on Soup News Television. It is, thank God, the Friday edition, and we're super excited that you have joined us throughout the week. So once again, I say welcome to the show. Just Africa is the program that shows you the window into the continent's business, economy, and development stories. Here, we'll break down trends, we spotlight opportunities, and track the forces shaping Africa's future. I am Omevi Idolor, and I don't have to do this alone. I have Emmanuel Amolu with me in the studio. Hello, Amolu.
Hello, Maybe. Hello, all our viewers out there. We're back again to come and give you another exciting edition of the show. And of course, I'm super excited because of the guests that I'm bringing in today first.
Yeah. Hey, don't let the cat out of the bag.
But anyway, let me just spice it up a bit. Now, just create a bit of enthusiasm and expectations. But of course, if you love music, please do not miss out on today's edition of the show, because we're going to bring in somebody very, very unique and exceptional. Yeah, today we explore breaking barriers, the power of music for Africa's transformation. You know, they say music is food for the soul, but I think in Africa, it's also food for the mind, the spirit, and sometimes even for change. A single song can unite a crowd, inspire a movement, or even teach lessons no textbook could. You know, Amolo, do you agree with me? Yeah, of course. I mean, I used to write music, right? And I grew up having a crew where we used to sing and then play instruments. But, you know, the talent, we just decided to leave it so go for some other things. But I wish I could do music, because it's a way to actually help change certain moods, you understand?
Yeah.
So they used to tell us then that when you're down, you tend to understand the lyrics of the song.
Yes.
But when you are happy, you just
dance to the beat.
Right? Yeah. So because we know our emotions always bounce around, it depends on the mood you're in. A song that you were just dancing to a few minutes ago, a second emotion might just come in, and then you begin to understand the lyrics of the song. one of the songs that really come to mind is this song that we saw. It's called Makosa. Was Premier Gau.
Okay.
It was later we understand we all danced to that song. Listen, that song was about somebody who's lost his love for her. I don't know. Anyway,
goodness.
Music has a way to always send different messages, and the fact that African culture has always used it to pass on message from generations onto generations. I feel like it's something that we need to mirror down and see how we can explore, not exploit, explore and use to pass on better messages for us to see changes in the continent.
And one beautiful thing about music is that it does not have a language.
Oh no! Of
so
course,
long it is good, so long it is something, it does not.
I like the fact that even Nigerians, Africans have been able to reach the ends of the earth, different parts of it. Irrespective of the language barrier, somebody likes your song.
Yeah.
And our artists have become very, very good ambassadors to that. And we see many of them still coming out to do the same thing.
And I'm super proud of what our music and entertainment industry is doing, our culture is doing. In fact, today is just all about music. It's all about culture. It's all about tradition. It's all about Africa. So right now, go on this quick break, and when we come back, you will be meeting an amazing guest, a superwoman for, in fact, let me not let the cat out of the bag. Stay with us, we'll be right back. Yeah, welcome back. This is Just Africa on Souk News Television. You can follow us on all social media platforms at Souk News TV. Like, share, comment, and follow. Yes, on today's show, we'll be exploring the topic, breaking barriers, the power of music for Africa's transformation. And we ask some both questions. How can a song inspire a change? How can an instrument speak louder than an injustice? And how are African musicians shaping culture, unity, and even development? To help us answer these questions, Ebele, the flutist, Nigeria's foremost female flutist, is joining us as a guest on the show. She is also a personal development coach and a talk show host. As a musician, she demonstrates how music can be used to inspire, teach, discipline, and foster resilience. Ebele the flutist, hello, are you there? Hello, Ebele. Okay, she will be joining us in few seconds. So,
I'm very interested in the fact that, being the foremost, it means like even if there were any other person after her, she was the first to start, right, this movement, as it were, to be able to use the flute to send a message, right? It's not something that is so popular, right? You just know lots of singers, perhaps drummers, but the flute, many people are not even so familiar with the flute itself.
Yes.
Right? Many of us who grew up maybe from the village, right? We know the flute as the traditional Oja one that you're talking about, and maybe perhaps the trumpet, and then of course the saxophone that Fela was very, very famous for. But the flute, many of us will just do the recorder in secondary.
Yes, you understand that. I was just waiting for you to say that. Recorder. Many people think the recorder is flute. It's actually different.
And somebody to have mastered it, the craft, and then use it to tell stories. I would have even loved to watch her perform.
Of course.
Because I've not seen a couple of videos of her on the internet, but I would have loved her to come perform live for us.
Yeah.
Sometime I will drag her to come and see if we can have her do one live performance for us. Yeah.
I love it when I see women doing differently in any industry, not just the music industry.
Yeah.
Hello. Before someone will say,
we already know that you are editing female.
No.
I mean, you are one of their
the truth
champions.
Is, I love it when a woman is not just relaxing and saying, it is a male-dominated field.
Okay.
So coming up, playing the flute, She is unique in that area. And you know, one thing, there is a question I have for her. You know, the flute does not make a very loud noise.
No.
Unlike the drums,
Yeah.
unlike the trumpet that are very loud. The flute is so calm, simple, you know, there is very quiet.
Yeah.
And you know, there is a way that you can actually use, excuse me, quiet instruments to pass messages.
It's got this, it's serenades, right? Maybe women who have men who like to sweet talk them, right? So there's a way you talk and then it serenades you, you're calm.
Yeah.
You want to sleep, there's this sound you want to hear. Essentially, these are the kind of things that come out from a flute. It's always like this very silent whistle, and then it's got different kind of volumes to it.
Yes.
And in your mind, it's like somebody massaging your brain. And it just does that. So, I don't know. And T-Mac is the one that made me know about this, the flute.
Okay.
So T-Mac has this unique way of also playing his flute. But when I came across Ebele, I was like, no, I need to understand. How did you get fascinated by this? Because it's not something we commonly see, right?
Yes.
I just told you now, other than T-Mac, I never even knew there was someone else doing this. And I like the fact that this has taken her so far. She's going to tell her story.
Yes,
right?
she will.
Because I know I'd read some of it and I'm like, wait a minute, how come this person is not in our faces? Like, you will probably see maybe a DJ or an MC or a producer who is always, this. I don't even know if they have awards for them.
Yeah, you know, that is another aspect of music, of creativity, or the creative industry that really that we have to explore. I was in a summit and one of the hosts said something that the creative industry is so big, so wide, that we have not even gone half of it. You know, some of those people are not recognized. We just recognize only the ones that sing. We recognize the ones that are acting, the actors and the actresses. Sometimes we recognize the fashion. So, okay, we understand that, okay, like I was saying, you know, the creative industry has a lot to do. Have so many areas to explore, to bring out talent. So she is one of those in that in such areas that have not really been recognized. And I think it's high time we recognize such people, not just in Nigeria, but in Africa. But right now, talking about music generally, music has a lot to do in our community, individually, and you know, food for the soul, we understand, but it goes beyond that.
I remember the silent revolutions that used to happen with Jamaican kind of music, right? The reggae. And then the likes of Lucky Dube brought out that to South Africa when they were fighting apartheid, right? They were always using their songs to talk about it, oppression. But Mali and the likes, Peter Touch, Mandators, they were using reggae, which was a genre of music to push political messages. Right?
Yes.
They were using it to fight for human rights. They were using it to enlighten people. And I wouldn't say their era has gone completely, because we probably still have people who do that.
Yes, we still do.
The kind of songs we need to move Africa forward, I mean, in terms of development, are becoming rare by the day. So we dance to in the club, in your house, you just move your bodies. But when we are now using making conscious efforts to see that music can go beyond just entertaining you.
Yes.
Because I just, like the examples I just gave, they used it to do silent revolutions. They were using it to enlighten people, get people to wake up, get people to unionize, get people to form, you know, make conscious decisions. Like when it's been what, over 10 years, Fela died. Interestingly, next month is going to be celebration. Many of Fela's songs have outlived him. He's got 2 sons now that do something similar, Femi and of course Shehu. But Fela's song is still popular than their songs. And this is not a shade to them. But
it's not.
I was in BRT I think 2-3 weeks ago, and then the driver was playing one of Fela's songs. because I was standing, I was concentrating in what I was doing. I was able to listen to the lyrics of the song. And then he was talking about the kind of arrangement. He calls it army arrangement. Army, arrangement. And then they were talking about some of the deals that he was talking about the deals. And then he was saying, even if they call him out, that he has evidences that he could go. And this was something that we were just vibing to and dancing.
Yeah.
But if you sit down and then maybe you just listen to the lyrics of the song, you see he's passing a message.
Yes. For me, any song that is actually not passing a message, you're just entertaining. You just want to sing. And sometimes, what we do, Africans, we attach so much religion to almost everything, and that includes song. So for the fact that your belief, the name of the gods that you believe in is not mentioned in a song, you tag the song to be bad. That is another challenge we're having in the music industry. One can actually do a nice song without calling, as a Christian that I am, without mentioning the name Jesus. It doesn't make the song bad. I had an experience in my service here. Orisha Femi, Mercies of the Lord.
I know, yes.
If you do not take your time to listen to that song, you will think he's just singing. So the song was being played, and I was singing along, and someone said, maybe, be like say you don't high. And I'm like,
he
said, you understand? He said, I thought you are a Christian. And I said, have you taken your time to listen to this song?
Yeah.
That it was, the room where people stay, the hall and all that. That was when everyone just kept quiet at that moment, and every one of us listened to the song.
So I can't agree, because how I wish the guests were going to hear at the very moment. We'll go for a break. We'll try and fix that.
Yes, okay.
But I did wish that more African societies open their eyes to see the opportunities that music can use to promote a lot.
Yes, we use music to promote the African culture and make sure a lot is done about our traditions as well. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, the show continues. Stay with us. Rise of Ankara fabric in West Africa has transformed it from merely an industry into a vital part of culture, identity, and art, woven into everyday life. This evolution has encouraged many to enter into the business side of Ankara. Today, the fabric is not only worn, but also used in interior decorations and artworks, making it a significant item in our changing world. Despite this, the industry stands at a crossroad, balancing tradition, modern challenges, and global market demands. My name is Grace Komolafe, and I invite you to join me on this second episode of Ankara as we explore the current state of production, the hurdles it faces, particularly in Nigeria, and the abundant opportunities that exist within this vibrant sector. Ankara's journey from West African markets to the global stage highlights its enduring appeal and the resilience of its producers. However, to fully harness its export potential, addressing quality, policy, and logistical challenges is essential. Ankara has become a global fashion statement with its bold patterns and rich colors now staples on international runways, reflecting a growing appreciation for African aesthetics. Nigeria and Ghana have long anchored Ankara production, keeping alive an industry with deep cultural significance. In Nigeria, there is a specialized market where you can find all kinds of Ankara fabric to suit your needs, whether for business parties or home use.
Are you aware that Oshodi Market in Lagos is the major Ankara market in the country? People travel from every part of Nigeria to this market to make purchases for different reasons, either for Ashwebi, different occasions, or for business. In this market, you would find importers, you would find wholesalers, and again you would find retailers. Are you thinking of going into Ankara business? In this report, we have more information to share with you.
Oh, this one is a different one.
Despite Nigeria's rich resources, skilled workforce, and a large domestic market eager for Ankara fabric, the country has struggled to capitalize on this potential. In the face of rising imports and global competition, the Ankara industry is looking inward towards alternatives that preserve cultural heritage while empowering local economies. Innovative approaches and traditional methods are revitalizing Ankara production across West Africa, particularly in Nigeria. While the future is bright, it is not without challenges. The high reliance on cheaper imports has led to an overwhelming dependence on foreign textiles, which now dominates over 80% of Nigeria's fabric market. How have Ankara sellers and business owners been able to sustain growth in the industry?
What kind of Ankara do you sell? Big or small? We sell big, small, and medium range.
I think this is the first person I'm meeting that sells three categories of Ankara. And people that does medium and small, someone that does just the small. So good to know that you are doing three categories, big, medium, and small. So why did you decide to go into a full-blown Ankara business?
Because any customer can walk in here and request for small one. I will attend to the person. If you want medium, I have. If you want big one, I have.
You don't want to lose anybody.
I don't want to lose anybody.
Like money.
I do go man now. I always like money very well.
When someone is alive, you know it's going to be. So for now, things are so hard. When I'm still in this business to my master, that time it was 700 or 600 about. So things started increasing every day. So that is the problem we have. The customers are complaining. This are complaining. Those people that are coming for 5 jobs saying that after this, there's no much benefit in that. So that's the challenge.
Long before Ankara became a global phenomenon, West African textiles were celebrated for their craftsmanship and cultural significance, with Nigeria being a key player. Today, Nigeria's textile industry has faced significant challenges over the past few decades, despite the country's rich potential in cotton production and a historical legacy of vibrant textile manufacturing. Once a leader in the sector with over 180 textile mills in the 1970s employing more than 1 million Nigerians, the industry has been in decline since the 1990s, grappling with issues such as smuggling, high production costs, outdated machinery, and inconsistent government policies. Instead of boosting the Nigerian textile industry, interest in importation continues to rise. With a renewed interest in textiles, including Ankara fabric, local production remains low. An influx of cheap imports surged over 100% to 365.5 billion naira in 2022, undermining the demand for locally produced textiles. As Nigeria strives to engage in the business, the high cost of importation negatively impacts their efforts. This situation is compounded by rising energy costs and a depreciation in currency, leading Nigerians to depend largely on imported Ankara to meet the demands of customers.
Importation business now is a help. It's very, very expensive. Just last month, the clearing of the goods was about 6 million naira. Overnight, it turned to 14 million. Should we stop selling Ankara? No, we have to go on. move, the price that we give customer, in 1 hour it changed automatically. But because we are into the system, we know how to manage the price.
As customers become more conscious of their environmental and social impact, the demand for sustainable and ethically produced textiles is on the rise. Ankara, with its deep cultural roots, is uniquely positioned to lead the way in this movement. The global market for Ankara is expanding, with new opportunities emerging beyond West Africa. However, tapping into these markets requires strategic planning, quality assurance, and effective marketing.
Actually, like, person want to do the business, it depends if you have the money, because this business now it's all about money.
Capital intensive.
Capital. No amount of money that is enough. No amount of money. If you have 10 million, 20 million, 100 million, you can start up something, because when you check this one now, this level now, for 100 now is almost 40,000 or 37,000. So when you now calculate 1 line, 2 line, 3 lines, so you can see that it's millions of money. So if you want to go into the business, if you have the cash or you have the power, it's a nice business, but you must have money to rotate the business.
Business is not a chance play, I want to say, with what I've heard today. You want to go into Ankara business, of course you can start a very small scale. Do not say no to small beginning, do not despise little beginning, but I must say if you want to do a big time Ankara business, it's not a child's play, you must be ready for it, I tell you. So for instance, you have this line, like I mentioned earlier, you'll be having this pack goes for about 40-something thousand, and you're having a couple of them. So you see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now then, the number you keep counting. Did you see? Same colors, and we're having different designs. It's not a child's play. Millions of naira goes into this business, and you can see this is Oshodi, where Ankara business takes place, the real business. This is where it happens. Yes, from all over the states in Nigeria, they come all the way to Oshodi to do their biddings in Ankara business.
The Ankara industry, a cornerstone of West African culture and economy, is deeply influenced by government policies. Yet, the implementation of these policies is not without its challenge.
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa, the show where we unpack the stories that are not told to your understanding. This is Souk News Television. Yes, to help us answer some of the questions regarding the flutes, Ebele, the flutist, is in the studio via Zoom with us. She is the foremost female flutist, and she's joining us as a guest on the show. She is also a personal development coach and talk show host. As a musician, like we said before, she demonstrates how music can be used to inspire, teach discipline, and foster resilience. Hello, Ebele. How are you this afternoon? Ebele, if you can hear me, maybe you should turn on your mic. Emmanuel, I think maybe due to the weather, the network, we are still experiencing some
technical difficulties. That's how they say it. Yeah.
Yeah,
but anyway, perhaps when times are favorable and everything works, we would have a conversation with her. But what we were saying before we went on the break was how much we can use music to teach and then transcend you know, the culture of the continent. Now, we know Africa is in many countries still seen as a third world country, right? And then we're looking at how we could explore the talents that the continent rather have to, you know, make it grow, develop in some other ways other than just politics.
Yes.
Now, we know everybody always want to ascribe one or two to, oh, you have to have good leaders and everything. But we know the continent is bustling with a lot of talent, right?
Yes.
And some of them transcend music, arts, you know, many of us are even doing technology now and agriculture. How can we explore all these varieties of talents that we have and then see how we can use that to develop the continent? It doesn't necessarily have to start big. It can start small. Yes. And that's why we're narrowing down to just music today. And then, like I said, we've seen many Nigerians so far get nominated for Grammys, right? And then we've even seen some of them win it. Yes. And that also means that since we can take what we have and share with the rest of the world, how about we see how we can use this to also bring investors in? How can we bring people who would help us go at a pace where sooner or later nobody's going to be looking at the continent as primitive.
Yes, yes.
Also we're thinking, oh, we're still jumping from trees to trees like monkeys. Some of us, because the colors of our skin, we can measure up with other people from other climes and other continents, as it were, who are more developed than Africa. But as I said, we need to sit down and have that conversation, like how we can use all the talents that we have to the optimum.
Yes, and I think it's high time people accepted the fact that we Africans, our musicians, those in the creative industry generally, we are no longer where we are anymore.
No.
We have moved. Now, the African songs, the African musics, performances are being accepted all over the globe. We are everywhere. The likes of Angelique Kidjo that has been there, the likes of Shatawale, Davido, Burna, Wizkid, Yemi Alade, and the likes. And one thing I love about some of our musicians, some of our artists, they display the African culture. I cannot remember the last one that happened, but when I saw Yemi Alade in our Edo attire, not in Nigeria, not in Africa, but across in another continent entirely, and she wore that with all elegance, with so much confidence. She is already selling our culture to the people, letting people know that we are not just doing our songs, but our songs also is our thing, it's our culture, and I am proud of it. And so when I see our musicians are doing all this, it speaks a whole lot. We understand that, yes, times are changing. Everybody wants to do what's trending and all that. I still want our musicians, our artists to understand that we cannot throw away our own. No matter the fame, you can't throw
it's essentially your identity.
You understand? It is our identity. It is something that we are known for. So I think we should be proud of it. Instead of just going with the trend, okay, this is what is trendy, this is what... I like it when I hear Olamide or Fino Fino rapping in our dialect, in the Yoruba dialect, in the Igbo dialect. I love it. So these people, they want to, whether they understand it, like I said at the beginning, music does not have a language. These people try to say what these artists are saying. So it is a way of selling our culture out there. Another thing one beautiful thing music does, which is it brings peace. As in the way it unites people. There's a recent video that trended, and it was in a football pitch. I don't know the particular country, but the moment they won the match, we saw a guy just came up with a loudspeaker, and all he was doing, bam, 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 baby, calm down, calm down.
I can remember that video.
You understand?
It was in England that thing happened.
You understand? It was recent, and that was what he did.
They played in the entire stadium. Everybody could relate.
You understand? You understand? So you can see that we our music has gone very far. Although we have a very short time left, but Ebele is standing by if she can hear us now and if the network permits. Hello, Ebele, are you there now? Ebele, good afternoon. Okay, so I think we will just move on with the show. We'll bring in Ebele maybe some other time because time has.
But anyway, I do feel like what we should champion now is to see how we can use more of our music and perhaps creative art generally to help to promote the continent, right? We're not saying we're not doing what we can because we've already put Africa on the map.
Yes.
But we want to see it like a conscious effort. Like we all have to agree that this is what we want to do. Like I said, when reggae used to be reggae that we knew growing up with, we're seeing those cautious messages. It looks like it's entertaining you, but it's gradually infusing your minds with a particular kind of mindset. We want to develop our people. We want to get our people to get out of slavery, use it to kick against racism. We had to use cautious effort. Back in the days when it was we using music to chase away the military government in Nigeria, it worked. Now it looks like there was no common enemy anymore. That's what the kind of songs we play. Because it used to happen in Nollywood. There was a time all the movies they were giving us was only love, love, love they were talking about. Or at some point, the transcendent now started saying, TikTok, showing movies about the occult, the cultism and stuff. It had to take a bit of conversation to say, okay, you know what? There's more to us than just these things you're showing. So back now, we need to begin to do music that is conscious music. We know love is important, right? Love unites. Love has a way to get people to do things together in music.
Yeah, but do you know, Emmanuel, sorry, I have to cut you there, but do you know that when we're talking about love, when you don't do songs for women, sometimes,
I'm not saying relegate that, but have a balance, right? I want to see, let me put the scenario now. We know the kind of pull or push a song from a Davido, a Wizkid, a Rema have, right? Now, imagine if I'm just using this as another, a Rema sings a song that talks about a particular area that is underdeveloped in his community.
Well, he will feel that the song will not sell.
It is no.
Because sometimes they feel that is not what's trending.
For example, in an album, right?
Okay.
The minimum you will get is maybe 7 songs at minimum. Some of them will tell you they have 16-track albums, 17. One of your tracks should be able to direct attention to something that is problematic in the society.
But that is not how I see the music industry work these days.
That's what I'm saying.
How it works these days, they push a particular song they feel that is interesting, that is trendy, that is selling, that the people want to listen to, and they keep pushing and pushing and pushing and pushing it.
I remember at a time when
of the masses.
There's this artist Idris Abdul Karim.
Okay.
Right? We've known even his most recent song had been banned. Now, we know he was using his songs to do advocacy. Now, your lyrics can be better done to still pass the same message. There was a time he was highlighting Mr. Lecturer. He was talking about lecturers, having to use their position. That was corruption on its own. He was highlighting corruption. He was talking about the bad administration and, of course, the relationship between lecturers and students. He emphasized it in the song. And nobody had a problem with that one, right? But when he came and they started talking about the president and he was calling him names and all that, you can do your advocacy. But at the same time, you don't have to be derogatory.
Yes,
you don't have to be uncouth. You can make your points without having to sound like you are from the gutter, even if you are from the gutter, right? And as I said, look at Fela's songs. Although there are some
but even when
there are some that we have to censor. Of course, I know. Let's not.
Fela also has
I agree.
You
I'm saying we have to find the balance. We want Africa to develop, right? We want Africa to get to the point where they're not only seeing you as an entertainer. They want to see you that you have sense.
As an advocate, yes.
Right? They want to see that you're fighting for human rights.
True.
We have IDP camps everywhere. for example, up north, we have when I say every, I'm not talking about the entire Nigeria, but we have them in other countries in Africa, especially places where there are crises, when there are wars. You have these IDP camps. Use your songs to tell the stories.
Use your songs to tell the story. Use your song to pass message. That is what Amulo is preaching. And I'm in support. I'm joining him in ringing that bell.
Yeah.
It's high time we promoted our songs. Well, let's say songs that add value, songs that bring peace. You know, sometimes where policies do not work, music can actually do the talking. Where policies' voices are low, music can actually be loud. That is our little message from this part of Lagos, from our Souk studios. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll enter the second segment of Just Africa. The Touch the Dial, we'll be right back.
Jack Fashek's 1991 album, Spirit of Love, was a groundbreaking success in Nigeria. Earning critical acclaim and resonating deeply with audiences. Produced by Little Steven Van Zandt, the album masterfully blended African spiritualism, percussive rhythms, and protest songs infused with black consciousness. Fashek's distinctive sound, marked by rhythmic pauses, assertive choruses, and the inclusion of talking drums, added to the album's energetic and impactful delivery. Spiritual struggle, reflecting the political and social climate of the time. The success of Spirit of Love, coupled with Fashek's tour alongside Tracy Chapman, cemented his place in the annals of the Nigerian music industry. In this music review and special report, prepared by Bayo Olawe, we examined the profile, power, and legacy of Spirit of Love, a 10-track masterpiece that helped solidify reggae music's mainstream status in Nigeria in the early 1990s. The album opens with Beware, a wake-up call that urges Nigerians to remain vigilant against deceptive leaders and the manipulation of political power. The second track, So Long, Too Long, is a rallying cry for Africans and African Americans to awaken their potential and fulfill the dreams of revolutionary icons like Marcus Garvey and Martin Luther King Jr. In Majek Fashek Inner New York, Fashek reflects on his idealized vision of New York and the harsh reality of urban poverty and homelessness, revealing a sobering contrast. The title track, Spirit of Love, conveys a powerful message about the endurance of love over material wealth and worldly desires. On Jah People, the fifth track, Fashek criticizes oppressive political systems, likening those in power to Babylon people who exploit and subjugate the masses. He calls for resistance, lamenting humanity's obsession with control. In Religion is Politics, Fashek delivers a bold message about the misuse of religion to spread hate and fuel conflict. He urges people of different faiths to see beyond dogma and work together to build a better world. Holy Spirit presents a prophetic vision where 7 angels are sent to destroy the earth due to human transgressions. Yet, Fashek envisions a new heaven and earth, one filled with love, unity, and divine justice.
I can see brothers and sisters, we're sharing love together now. I can see new women and new world. Oh Lord. Yes, I can see, yes, I can see, yes, I can see it. Brothers and sisters.
With Send Down the Rain, Majek draws The track reflects his spiritual longing and anticipation for success based on the principle of reaping what one sows. I'm Not Tired reaffirms his unwavering commitment to spreading God's message. Here, Fashek expresses spiritual resilience and praises the goodness of God, refusing to grow weary. The album closes with I Come From the Ghetto, a powerful reflection on the struggles of ghetto life, child abuse, government neglect, and hardship. Yet, Fashek celebrates the strength of these communities, invoking figures like Nelson Mandela, Jesus Christ, and Marcus Garvey as examples of greatness emerging from humble beginnings. He reminds us of the universality of these struggles across Nigeria, the US, and the UK. With Spirit of Love, Majek Fashek delivered a masterclass in artistry and advocacy. The album remains one of the finest reggae albums to emerge from Nigeria, exploring themes of love, peace, unity, corruption, self-awareness, revolution, spirituality, and racial equality. The perfect blend of traditional percussion, particularly the gong-gong and electric guitar, gives the album a timeless edge, merging the soul of Africa with global reggae rhythms. Spirit of Love is more than just an album. It is a cultural artifact, a sonic protest, and a spiritual message. It elevated Majek Fashek as a voice of the people and established reggae not just as entertainment in Nigeria, but as a force for awareness, resistance, and healing. Its enduring legacy is a reminder that music, like literature, can move a nation, challenge its leaders, and inspire its people. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Sook News TV.
At the Africa Development Study Center, ADSC, we are committed to driving sustainable growth and development across Africa through innovative training and research. Our mission, empowering leaders, policymakers, and professionals with the tools they need to create lasting change. With customized training, dynamic research programs, and study exchanges on leadership, management, and other critical development topics, ADSC offers a platform for exchanging cutting-edge ideas and global best practices. We provide comprehensive services in research and consultancy, capacity building and training, education programs, publishing and knowledge sharing. Our esteemed faculty, composed of seasoned experts and researchers, ensures a learning experience that is insightful and practical. We specialize in policy development, implementation strategies, and monitoring and evaluation. At ADSC, learning is engaging and enjoyable. Our unique methodology includes talks, interactive exercises, games, video screenings, and lively seminar discussions, all in a comfortable and friendly environment. For more information, email us at info@adstudiescenter.com or call +234 912 039 2362. Visit our website www.adstudiescenter.com to explore our programs and upcoming events. Africa Development Studies Center, rethinking development for Africa.
We've got just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Afrobeats is a classic overnight success story, except it didn't happen overnight.
I'm happy to be here. One of the key things about the Omniverse is that it's designed to go beyond an event and designed to be fully something that people can engage beyond the summit. Nigeria has so much to bring to the world in terms of these things, but we will be bringing fresh energy, fresh ideas, a fresh engagement, and we're obviously open to collaboration. But hip-hop, it's never dies. That's the difference between Thor and Shango. Thor is approaching $50 billion in revenue. Shango's broke somewhere outside Lagos. And that's a lack of imagination on our part for them, and they're all Nigerian. So to be seen and to be noticed is very hard if you're not in the place where all the noise is being made.
Welcome back to Just Africa on Souk News Television. If you are just joining us, you will agree with me that in Africa, we grew up with folk tales told under the moonlight, stories of the tortoise, the lion, and the wise elders. Those stories were more than entertainment. They carried lessons about community, responsibility, and respect for the land. On World Cleanup Day, we return to that tradition using art and storytelling to remind us that the earth is our shared home. Our topic in the second segment of Just Africa is art and storytelling, Africa's voice for environmental development. And today we have Ikmat Gbemisola Babarinde, who is a storyteller, visual artist, and historian, and she is our guest on the show. Ikmat's work fuses art, spoken word, and history to reimagine Africa's identity and responsibility. Through her creative community, Adituede, she uses Yoruba oral traditions and visual narratives to sustain culture while also spotlighting contemporary challenges. Hello, Gbemisola, are you there?
I am. Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Yeah, good afternoon. How are you? How are you doing this beautiful afternoon?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you doing too?
Okay, and it's nice to have you on the show.
Thank you for having
me. To clarify us, if not, I will be calling you Gbemisola, and Emmanuel will be calling you Ikmat, and maybe another person will be calling you Babarinde. So which would you want us to go with?
Just call me Ikmat.
Hey, all right, Ikmat. Now let's answer some very bold questions. Can a story save a forest? Can a song clean a street? Can our creative voices lead Africa into a greener future?
Yes, I believe it can. I believe so.
I just wanted to first know, don't mind me. I'm trying to start like this. Your name, Ikmatulai, what does it mean? It sounds very, very unique and very, very interesting. I've never come across it before. What does your name mean? Because I know there's a story behind it.
Oh, okay. So it actually is Arabic, as obviously I am Muslim. So Ikmatullah is actually, it means wisdom of Allah. So when you call me Ikmat, you're simply calling me wisdom. So it's really just as simple as that.
Oh, okay. So what inspired you to go into the arts of storytelling and, folk and like what inspired it? You grew up with an older person.
I have to thank my parents for that. So, like growing up, for some reason, the only exposure I ever had to TV was actually watching WWE with my dad maybe on Saturday mornings. But aside from that, I got like a whole lot of books that my parents brought home. So if I was bored, they'd get me, they get me something new. So I read a whole lot of books. And at one point, I sat down one day and told my mom I wanted to write a story. And then I brought out a book and then brought out another notebook and a pen and I started copying the story. And then mom said to me, you can't copy other people's stories. You have to be able to write your own. And I was like, but I don't know how to write. And then she was like, in the meantime, you can just read instead. And then sometime when I was in SS3, I like to tell people that I was a tortured teenager and I was very hungry too. So I used to write about my anger and how I wished that things could be different. And then somewhere along the line, I think that switch just happened. Then I just became a better storyteller and would also like to thank Wattpad for that. I know people probably don't like Wattpad so much now, but the stories that raised me in the early 2010s were the most amazing stories. So I guess I'd say that's how I got into storytelling.
Has any of your stories changed people? Have you used your story to maybe change behavior or your society where you are?
Well, it would depend on what you mean by my stories. So, like, I write actual fiction where I mean the stories can be published in a book, and I also do spoken word performances. So, I have had an experience where I wrote about the death of somebody who was my friend, and my first reader, then, she cried when she was reading it. She said, she really felt it. And I want to believe that to a certain extent, it taught some other people the importance of appreciation. I know when things happen, and people are like, my God, you don't know what happened to you. Lose it, or you should give people their flowers when they're here right now. I think I want to believe that in a way, some of the stories I write betray the importance of connections and keeping family involved. So I would say that in a way, I believe that it has changed some things. And for my spoken word performances, depending on what I'm performing on, I believe that that does have some kind of impact on people.
Thank you very much, Ikmat. We'll go on this quick break, just a minute break, and when we come back, the conversation will continue.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Ali University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Heirs Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
you visit Lagos for the first time and Google fun or recreational places in the city, at the top of that list will be Freedom Park. Located in Lagos Island on Broad Street, Freedom Park over the years has become home.
Welcome back. This is still Just Africa on Sook News Television. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Sook News TV. We still have Ikmat, which means wisdom of God, in the studio. Hello, Ikmat. Are you there?
Yes, I am.
Now I can hear you crystal clear. So we were having a conversation before the little glitch came up. So I want to ask, how can a story save a forest? How can a story clean the street we live in? How can our creative voices lead Africa into a greener future? Because we are talking about using storytelling and the art on the World Clean World Day. How do you think we can use stories to do all that?
Okay, so one of the reasons why I find art fascinating, is the fact that you can use different mediums to tell your story. So you can use music, you can use storytelling, you can use spoken words, and you can use your paintings, your murals. So I genuinely believe that, depending on what kind of artist that you are, you can determine how you want to shape the story. For me personally, I'm going to a few times in the past when I first delved into art advocacy, I was quite confused because I was more familiar with crying on stage and talking about love. And then at some point I delved into advocacy, rather advocacy, and I realized that at the end of the day, you just need to make people want to listen to you. You need to bring in something that they can actually relate with, something that they can connect with. You need that emotional connection to really make people listen to you. So for example, when you want to tell a story that you know that you need for advocacy. So for example, in this case, for the environment, right? And maybe you say, for example, let's just use me as the example here now. Maybe I have to do a performance at somewhere in Ojo or say maybe Ojo Lagos. And then I go there and I'm speaking very posh English and trying to use rhythm and all of that. The chances of me getting booed off that stage is very high, and nobody's going to connect with me. But when you tap into trendy, when you tap into trendy conversations, something from the street, yes, and then you add it into your performance. So you're mixing between English and Yoruba. You're doing your thing. I think that the chances of people actually listening to you is higher. And then afterwards, you can also have conversations. I think the very basic of it is you need to be a down to earth person. If they see you putting on earth, nobody wants to talk to you or even ask you. They can even, if you present yourself as easygoing, they can possibly even come to meet you and be like, sister, what was that thing you were doing there? What happened? Feeling shell. And then you can just be like, okay, so bye, bye, bye. This happened, that happened. And then you bring in local examples. Oh, do you remember the flooding that happened that day in Lekki? Or do you remember this? Sure, you know that it started from so and so. So it really just depends on how you bring it together. So the very basic of it is, as an artist, you need to be able to connect with the people, your audience. You need to bring in that story to them so that they know what exactly it is that you're on about. Make it relatable, make it local. You can't be in Nigeria trying to bring about change and you're talking about something in Paris or in London. It's not really going to work, except maybe in a very official setting. Now, those people might speak your language. So I believe genuinely that to bring about change for the environment now, you need to talk about those things that scare people. You need to make sure that they know what you're talking about and then you make it emotional. When you put that emotional spin to it, people always want to listen. Thank you.
Ikmat, I love the way you are going on explaining this to the understanding of everyone, citing very relating examples. Now, stories once taught children morals. You will agree with me. You are a storyteller, so the morals not to steal, to share, to respect elders. Do you think we can revive that system, but this time teaching respect for the environment?
Yes, I believe so. So again, I beg that you allow me to speak from like a personal perspective when I answer your question. Okay. So this is what I think. Growing up, right? Whenever we went for holiday at my grandma's place, we didn't have a tree, but we did have evening tales. We'd sit outside after dinner, and my grandma would share stories with us. And I mean, nowadays, I believe that children in the village probably still have that. But it's a little pretty different now. If you ask any somebody within really even say from like 15 upwards, even the younger generation, I'm talking about the alpha generation now, I still think that they'll probably be able to tell you stories about tortoise or Ijapati, Roko, or Koyonibo, and then they'll tell you about all of the ways in which tortoise was very mysterious and he learns your key lessons. So I genuinely think that at the end of the day, it depends on how you craft it and how you start because the grassroots are quite important for communicating change. Again, you probably might have to use a little bit of incentive. Maybe you say with something like, okay, we're going to tell a story today. You get somebody to speak their language, tell them the story, and then maybe you have like this thing where you get to ask them questions and there's like a prize afterwards so that the motivation to actually learn is there and then they're like, okay, I want to know what's happening so that when they ask the question I can actually answer. So I think the key point here is making education entertaining. So when you make it entertaining, there's an incentive and you make your stories fun, people want to listen, and people also would be able to pick up key lessons. So, when you now finish talking, you can be like, all right, between this week and next week, I want you to work on so and so and so. Let's see how much debt you can collect on your way, maybe on your way from school, or maybe or when you eat your snacks during break time, if you don't have somewhere to throw it in school or maybe on your way, I just wanted to, okay, this is a bag here for you. Okay, keep it there. And then maybe come next week or we'll collect everything. Or okay, we have like maybe like a societal uh bin, yes. And we want you all to throw it there. Or let's see how many bottles you can collect by next week. And whoever collects the highest amount of bottles can possibly, can possibly get something. So now they are helping the environment. They are having fun. It's not feeling like pressure, and then they're also keeping. They are subconsciously keeping things in their mind, such that even one day when there's no reason for them to actually. Okay, let me put it. Okay, there's no reason for them to be expecting anything. Oh, I probably shouldn't do this. Or let me find a bin. Or let me keep it in my bag until the next time I find a bin. So I think in that way, there's the very, very high possibility of switching from just telling stories about the mythology, yes, for lessons, but also like telling stories that would help them to save the environment. You can still use the characters that they're familiar with, but you have a goal, so you go for it.
Okay, so Ikman, I was going to come from this side because look, I want to get first off, I want to get a commitment from you that you're going to share a spoken word with us before you go.
Definitely.
I want to get that first, right? Before I go to my next question. Ikman, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
I want to get a commitment first from you that you're going to give us a spoken word before you go.
The spoken word has to be something relating to the environment.
Towards the end of the show, not right now, though.
It's your skill, right? Now, but I wanted to ask, in your experience so far, especially with the Aditwede, did I pronounce that right? Seen behavioral change amongst young people? Because I know you deal with a lot of them.
I didn't get that. Could you please repeat that?
I said, I know you've dealt with a lot of young people, right? Especially with the Aditwede that you run, right? have you seen some form of behavioral change or changes amongst the young people, how they think, how they relate, especially from your own experiences and mingling with them?
Okay. I wouldn't be sure if what you're referring to is what I want to answer, but I do know of people who, when they came for our first hangout, were very quiet and withdrawn. They were barely talking, even introducing themselves and saying what they were doing was such an asshole. And then we give them just a few weeks, and then suddenly these people speak without being spoken to. Their confidence has increased a little, such that maybe when we are doing.
Yes, go on. That's what I meant. Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you. So such that even when we are doing, there's this thing we do where, aside from when we have our normal open mic on the last Wednesdays of the month, we also how do I want to put it? We also just like put it out. We put it open to the house, like okay, who has something to perform to, and then these people don't even allow anyone to pressure them. And then you just see their hands up, like, oh yes, um, I want to read something. I wrote something. I'll achieve constructive criticism, and it just really warms my heart when it happens. Also for people who were shy readers and didn't have so much confidence in their craft, and then just met the community, and then kept engaging, kept showing up, and then one day they perform, and it would be so obvious that they've really grown beyond what they used to be, and then beyond me noticing it, this is people then mention it by themselves, like, oh, before I joined Aditya, it wasn't so easy for me to do this, but Aditya has made me better with this, or I've met more people, or I go out more often, even when I don't want to go out during the week. I just know that this Wednesday I must show up. And it just means the world to me because I know that at the end of the day, as a person, community is so important and to need to grow it.
So, I mean, you just confirmed where I was going to because I wanted to ask, like, is it possible to use this art that you are familiar with to change society, to change mindsets? That's why I asked you from your experience. Have you seen it around you with the Aditwede? But now that you've confirmed it, so it gives validation to the point that Africa as a society can change and become better if we have more of this. But are you seeing more of this kind of arrangements around?
Oh, okay. So they are communities and they are like a youth eccentric community, but each of them have something that makes them different from us. But I also want to believe that these communities are also driving change in their own way. Because within Ibadan, I know of a thing, I know the Thursday Free series, I know of the Pop Quiz Thursday, I know of a Blitz. So, it's like, it's mutual interest that bring these people together. For some people, it's books. For some people, it's quizzes. For some people, it's just, films. So I believe also, and when these things happen, in one way or the other, you are learning something. And when bad things happen and they are shunned, it just betrays the fact that there are just some things that are still not supposed to be normal. So these communities are that they are disencouraging it and encouraging the positives. So I believe that with more of these things popping up, these communities popping up, I think we could be on to something really good for the environment, basically.
Thank you, Ikmat. I love what you just said now. But parents no longer speak their dialects to their children for whatever reason there is. People are now focused on science fiction and all that. I want my child and this to do that, to do that. Do you think that Africa will not go into cultural extinction if we don't protect our land? Are you sure we are not to that? Because no one is talking about folk tales anymore. No more stories by moonlight anymore. Nobody wants to do history. Are you sure that our culture is not going to extinction, the African culture?
You see, this question that you asked me is very heavy, and I'm going to do my best to respond to respond to it with the care that you need. Okay, so how do I start? Let me start. All right, let's take it from here. So yes, I agree with you that their parents who don't speak. their dialect anymore. It's all about, oh, do not speak vernacular. And I'm like, hello, it's actually a foreign language that should be considered vernacular here, not your mother tongue. But I mean, if you probably talk about this, they tell you something like, okay, when you have your own family, raise your kids that way, right? So this is what I think. I think that the problem here is simply the fact that information circulates differently. So, for example, um, let me see. Okay, earlier this year at Aditya during our Black History Month in February, we talked about the rising trend of international marriages, and Nigerian men marrying people from outside Africa, outside Nigeria. And then I had to present a paper on it, and then we realized that it's not actually that these things were not existing before. It is that what is being documented, they are being documented more now. So what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say that in as much as there are parents and families who do not want their children to speak the local dialect and speak English to them at home and encourage them to speak English, there are also families out there that are not being documented that are very, very, very particular about making sure that when their children are at home, they speak the local dialect, and then when they go to school, they speak English.
Well, are you there? Oh.
Network decided to do us injustice again.
I was enjoying this. Okay, Gbemisola, you back.
Yes, I am.
Please continue with your line of thoughts.
But you can hear me clearly, right?
Sure, yes, we can.
Okay. All right. So I was saying that. So okay, yes, I know of a parent who actually speaks Yoruba to a child when they are at home, and when the child goes to school, she tells the teacher that, oh, they speak English as much as you can, because at home he doesn't speak English. So I know that it might seem like there's like a small percentage of families out there that are doing that. But I put it to you that if we are probably to conduct a research, you'll also find that there are more families that actually have the awareness of that fact now. And so because they are particular about language not becoming extinct, they actually go out of their way to speak it. And I noticed that this trend is even higher in Nigerian families in the diaspora. It's like, oh, the culture is this, the culture is that, the culture is so foreign. So we need to make sure that while we still can, we have to raise our children with our language since they cannot even be exposed to it enough. And this children,
Yes, we can hear you.
so that they can be exposed to it enough. So what that means is that in as much as there are still parents who think that being able to speak British English, American English is very nice and cute and posh, there are still families out there who genuinely do not want their children to lose the connection to the source, right? And so then now bring it down to even little things. Personally for me, right? If anybody told me 10 years ago that I was going to become crazy about African art, about Yoruba history, I'd be like, no way. Because I I was I became an art student in SS3. I was a science student until SS2 taught and I detested history. I didn't want to do anything. I didn't have anything to do with it. As a matter of fact, even in SS3, I didn't even take it at all in like any of my classes. I didn't take it. I didn't write it or write for it. And then boom, life happened, and I landed in the history department in school. And then realized along the line that I found African history more fascinating than American history. And then I began to do my own research. And then I realized that, oh, okay, this actually happened, or that happened. Okay, there is the westernization of things. And I have to actually go out of my way to seek knowledge and learn more about it. So I think what I'm trying to say here is simply the fact that at the end of the day, things are going on. When I look at things are also going wrong, there are also things that are being set into place. And that actually links to why Aditya started. Anybody, can you still hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Anybody who like talks about Aditya or asks me about Aditya, I always like to tell them that It's actually a brainchild of Prince Tunde Odunlade. He's an amazing artist, and he just told me he started in 2021, and then in 2022, was like, no, I want you to manage this. I want you to grow this community. Okay, so we want to talk about language, we want to talk about history, we want to talk about culture. We're going to be expressing it through art and storytelling and other methods that you get to learn about along the way. And I think I should probably like mention now that adulterated literally means the unraveling of language. That's like the literal meaning, the unraveling of language. So I want to believe that in different ways that even I don't know about, there are people in different parts of the world that are working towards making sure that their children do not forget their African dialects, whether that be Yoruba or Tiwi or Igbo or Swahili. There's a consciousness of the fact that the language is constantly dwindling. The people who speak it are reducing. The stories are not being told so often anymore. So I think in a way there's a sort of renaissance where it's slowly coming back. The awareness is increasing. And so you should probably ask me again in a year from now what I think about the growth between now and
I was even coming from the African society generally. I know cultural exchange is also another way for us to, make these movements go farther and faster, right? And I see that even in your own campaign, one of the things you use as a skill is history, your knowledge of history, right? How can you see us merging all these myriads of talents, plenty talents, to get the results that we want? Because ultimately, we want Africa to be less seen as one prehistoric continent, right? We want to be able to tell that this continent has so many things that we can use to be proud of. How do you think we can marry all this together?
well, okay. I think that generally our community or the children have like different people from different walks of creativity. We have storytellers, we have the data analysts, we have the spoken word artists, and we have the visual artists. We also have champions. So I think that hmm, I think that it would have to like come with sort of consciousness that we want to work on a project together, and this is our ultimate goal. This is what we want to achieve, and this is how we plan to do it. Okay, you the artist, you are going to handle this part. Okay, you the storyteller, you are going to handle this part. Okay, you the visual artist, you are going to be okay. Maybe you're going to be doing two murals or three murals in very very strategic places in this community that we are in, and then we are going to maybe leave some phone numbers for people to have an awareness. Okay, we're going to have a rally. Okay, we're going to have a sort of mini festival where we have people where aside from us really doing our thing, we're also going to do like a call for creatives to do um um come and do presentations, yes, that address this specific thing because our goal is to show that we can do this, we can do that, and we are not what we used to be. So I think it's just like literally linked to civic responsibilities as well. A society, a system functions better when everybody knows their role in the system. So if we were to merge all of these stuff together, then the historian, the storyteller, the poet, I think it would work and I think it would be really beautiful as long as there's like an established goal. Of course, now I'm not saying it would be easy because sometimes the people you want to even communicate with might not even want to hear you. But I genuinely believe that at the end of the day, they have to be persistent and you need to be able to say that, okay, today, this is what we achieved. This is who we were able to actually convince. Okay, even though we didn't convince them, we think if we go too much times, they understand what we are trying to do. I don't know if I am inside the question for me.
All right, Ikma, thank you very much. So you do us a favor by speaking a little bit louder so that we can hear you clearly and so that our viewers can as well hear you clearly. At a point, you were so engulfed in the explanation that the voice was becoming, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Okay, so I want to ask, Ikmat, do you think that today's artists, musicians, filmmakers, writers, do you think they have the same responsibility as the old village storytellers who taught morals through their tales?
Hmm. Okay. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Okay. I think that um, there are some things that change with generation. With the generation, there are some things that actually change. So I think that the storytellers, the heralders, the town criers who probably had messages to pass in the past did their job well. But I wouldn't say that it is necessarily the duty of today's artists to teach morals. Now, I'm not saying that they cannot teach morals. I'm only saying that because at the end of the day, there are certain people who are going to act for their personalities. They're not looking to they're not looking to achieve some, civil responsibilities. They're not looking to actually communicate in the angle that we are talking about here. Some people just probably, got into music or got into storytelling because they wanted to express themselves better. Maybe grief happened, maybe life happened, maybe heartbreak happened. And then there are the artists who genuinely are there because they see their art has a means to an end. So basically they decide to use it for a cause. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So they decide to use it for a cause. So in that kind of case, these people are very, very, very conscious about how they handle their art, their image, everything is handled very delicately because they know that they are trying to impact some kind of change, some kind of knowledge, and some kind of morale. And they want to be able to defend themselves when they get to have to do this, but not everybody is necessarily like that. So I think that at the very basis of it is if you are going to be naming an artist as a prime example of a particular kind of thing, maybe like for example now, if you were talking about olden day storytellers, you say, oh, this particular person, he tells stories about this, he tells stories about that, so that you can know the ills that lie in doing maybe in cheating people or maybe in basically wasting in destroying the environment in different ways. But today's artist or this one is very, very concerned about expressing emotion. So if you don't know how to feel or if you are feeling down, you can listen to this person's music or you can read this person's books or their poems. But if you want to be energized, you need that action and zeal to go after a cause or an advocacy, then you should definitely listen to these artists. You should, watch these artists. You should read the books that this person has written. So I think currently, in my opinion, I stand to be corrected. I think that not everybody is going to be like a prime example of what storytellers used to be in the past.
Okay. All right. Ikma, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate you for your beautiful insight. But before we let you go, we need you to use 1 minute, just a minute, to deliver a spoken word line to mark World Cleanup Day. You promised at the beginning of the show. It's time.
But you did say that I could decide on whatever team I wanted, and I don't have I literally I so I basically if I'm going to perform something, it would not be exactly related to this team. Is that okay?
Just give us a parting message, okay? Just give us any parting message.
All right, and then I'll just tell you that at the end of the day, the earth always remembers, and I think that it is what we feed into her, it is what we give her that she's going to give back to us. So if we give her a whole lot of love, then that is what we get back. And if we don't, well, we are seeing the results already.
All right, thank you very much, Ikmat, for your time. We appreciate you for coming on the show today. And I hope next time when we reach out to you, you'll be available to join us again.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, Gbemisola is a storyteller and a historian. And of course, I love her because she is good at what she does.
She's a natural, and I like the fact that she does not let any cultural or ethnic, whatever it is, to be a limitation for her. I like the fact that she's exploring a lot.
Yes.
And the focus on, I mean, as she was, because of time, we couldn't just ask her. She says she did sciences till she got to SS2 and then transitioned to art. I was doing history. Where people go from the other way around, maybe because science. Although, I mean, I see a lot of people do that and they struggle.
Yes.
But the fact that she saw and says, yes, she'll be able to do it, that's a skill that, you know, we need to highlight as a high point. But then again, it's a way to encourage people out there, young people out there as well, who haven't yet found where they are. Right? Life can still take you anywhere.
Yes.
There are possibilities as open as the sky as it is. And while we're talking about more of the arts today, because of the first guest, we're talking about music, and then we're talking about arts and storytelling right now. The essence is we're looking at different spheres of life that we can use to, you know, push the narrative of Africa and how we can develop the continent. There's politics, there's business, there's economy, there's whatever it is, so long as it helps us to promote the African culture and the Africanness in us, and then show or highlight how bigger and better we can be. I mean, we would like to explore all that.
Yes, we have to explore all that. But right now, Amolo, it's time to say our goodbyes.
Okay. I mean, I really enjoyed today's conversation, and we'll definitely go back to do our own part. I mean, beyond just being in the office here, and then see how we can promote Africa. The show is Just Africa, and we're going to be highlighting all the positives of the continent, and then see how we can make it grow.
Yes, in the Igbo culture in Nigeria, there is a proverb that says, when the last tree dies, the last man dies. The proverb warns us that human life is tied to nature. If we destroy our trees, forests, and environment, we are also destroying our future. Many thanks to our guest, Ebele, the flutist, and Ikmatulahi Gbemisola Babarinde for their insights. And many thanks to you, our dear viewers, for joining on the show. Follow us on all social media platforms at Sook News TV. Until we come your way next week, I am Umevi Idolor.
Just what you need right here at Venue Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Anthony Onyemachi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Suzanne Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Amboseli University, where he laid the foundation for his future career and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Honor of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Eros Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he is also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching Souk News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch Souk News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogabowls, and please keep watching Souk News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, Souk News, keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching Souk News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
On the 16th day of October, 63 years ago. I'm from Opobo, yeah, and went to school. I'm from River State, from Opobo in River State. Went to school in Port Harcourt, lived in Port Harcourt all my life, from primary to secondary school to A-levels. Then after A-levels, I got admission to Unilag. Immediately after Unilag, I got married, and I've lived in Lagos ever since. Well, it was fun for us because me and my husband were very young. My husband was 25, I was 21 and all that. But we learned on the job. We were friends. We were friends for 3 years when I was in Unilag, university. And we came out, we got married. So we were like children that just got married. But I had my parents. My parents were his very good friends. So when I get naughty, he would report me to my parents. When I didn't know these kind of duties were demands of somebody's wife, they would tell me this is my responsibility. I'm like, nope. I will agree to some, I will not agree to some. But I mean, it was fun. We had our ups and downs, but kind of pushed through it. And then the children started coming, and it was a different ballgame. You know, when you you come from that kind of family, it's like part of your system. You don't really regard it as anything anymore. But sometimes I get a shock of my life because there was a time my in-laws came to Pobu for one ceremony, and I saw the king, and he gave me a hug and he gave me a pic, and they were like, whoa, the other Benin won't even shake your hand, you know, as a woman. I'm like, okay. I mean, it's the same family, you understand? So we're used to that. I think we take it for granted. But maybe some other people say, you must call me a princess, you must call me that. I'm not into all those kind of things. I'm not at all, I've never been. So I can't start tomorrow. But yeah, the King Jaja of Opobo, my great-great-grandfather. And my children, when they studied it in school, they went to Corona school. Oh, so they came, Mom, we're telling our teacher and our classmates that this King Jaja of Opobo, they taught them about King Jaja of Opobo in school. And they said, that's my mommy's great-grandfather. Like, wow, no, it was like a big deal to them, for us. Absolutely, upbringing. Upbringing, my personal choice too, because you could be brought up one way and choose to go another way. You understand? One of my philosophies in life is like this: you're not the tallest in the world, you're not the shortest, you're not the prettiest, you're not the ugliest, you're not the richest, you're not the poorest. Oh, of course, get with it. Do you understand? If you're looking for beauty, there are more beautiful women than you say. If you're looking for ugly, there are uglier women. If you're looking for tall, you're looking for it. So what is it? You understand? You didn't come into this world with anything. You're not going to go with anything. So just be grateful to God for whatever you have or whatever you are. Work towards improving on it, improving your relationship with God Almighty and improving your relationship with your fellow human beings. That's my philosophy in life. So what's the point of carrying all the air and chips on your shoulder? It makes life heavier for you. Seven is my favorite number. It's a number for perfection, and I was born on the 16th of October. My star sign is Libra. We're always looking for perfect balance in everything. It's just an influence from the horoscopes, I'm told. But J is my husband's name, D is my name, and 7 is my favorite number. Lazy Love family name of a company, isn't it? So I did, and it stuck. And I knew I was going to go into couture, so that was it. Easy. I was a victim of circumstance. So I keep saying it. I didn't really come into business to be a fashion designer, to go into fashion, and creativity has always been something that's innate. Okay? Even before I started making clothes or doing this, I used to always give designers the styles that I wanted them to make for me. I didn't have tailors. But when I finished my NYSC at Nigerian Television Authority in Victoria Island, I decided I wasn't going to work there. I wanted to work in a more organized setup. Because of management traineeship, because I never worked all my life. You know, my parents were very protective. I'm the last girl in the family. They were always very protective. You know. So I said I wanted to work somewhere, and I prayed about it. And I got into Unilever. Then it was called Lever Brothers. And for 5 years, but you know, the intensity of work there became a bit much for me because I was a young mother. I had 2 kids then. Was going on having the 3rd one, so it became a bit time. Sometimes Unilever was one of the biggest. When the international directors come in, we used to be the ones to host them with all the Unilever affiliates. Linters, the advertising agency used to be here, all the Nigerian breweries, USC, you understand, AJC words, all the Unilever group. Sometimes I won't get home until 3 a.m. when we are hosting, and with kids in the house, it can be a bit much. So I'm like, I prayed about it and I decided something has to give. It's either your family, your children will not give them the attention they need then, and they were growing fast, or your job will suffer, and then you will not be happy whichever way. So I decided, you know what, let my priority be my family. And I decided to go back and I put in my resignation. That was not what I'm fine. When I did, my chairman refused to accept the resignation, so I had to use another way to encourage him to accept it. So I left Unilever. I said, okay, I wasn't the type of person that was suited for being a housewife. I want to do the kind of business I would do, but still have 100% time for the kids. So when the kids say they're having something in school, I'm there, okay? I decided I was going to just market corporate gifts. When I was in Unilever, I was the assistant corporate affairs manager in charge of press. So, and being in Unilever at the corporate affairs level, I already knew a lot of companies. So I used that opportunity to get back to those companies and introduce my new business. And in the first year, I actually made more money than my 5-year stint in Unilever. So that was enough encouragement. You make more money doing your own business. You have more time for your kids, for your family, and for yourself. And you travel quite a bit because you have to go and buy the corporate gifts. So it was a win-win. Then, a few years down the line, the president, Olusegun Obasanjo, came in and said they were doing backward integration and they were going to stop the importation of all this corporate gift and a lot of other things. So we were actually forced to look inwards. And when we started looking inwards, that's when it hit me that apart from Big, that was being produced by Eleganza, we're not really manufacturing anything in Nigeria apart from textiles and maybe I think Eleganza was doing food flask or something. And which corporate body do you want to give as end of year gifts? So what we had to do now, because a lot of my clientele were like Shell, Chevron, I started looking at what. I said, okay, if I have to do something, I can do beddings, pillowcase trimmings, table covers, table placemat, napkins with fabrics like I showed and I can do jute bags, you know. It came to me. So I had to go and buy one machine and employed one tailor. So sometimes they would call me, I did some samples. So when, even in Abuja, when they were going to have, like I remember the West African Women's Affairs, they had a conference. So they wanted jute bags, and we had about 1,000 or 2,000 jute bags, and that was quite nice. Apart from the end of year activities. So that's it. But you know, after those periods, you have periods of lull, like you're not using the machine and the tailor. You have to be paying tailor for doing it. I'm like, why am I going to these people to make my clothes? Tailor, oh yeah. This is the style I want. I started first by giving some of my clothes, repeat it. You did well. So I started designing. I could sketch very well. I was a science student in school, but I could sketch really well. So I was sketching, do well. And sometimes when I wear the clothes and I go to supermarket, some women will just call me, hey, I really like this thing you're wearing. Please, where did you make it? I'm like, okay, I'll give you the address. I give them the address. They started coming. Before I could say that within 1 month, I had over 50 women I had to make clothes for. And the one tailor was no longer enough. I had to employ 2 others. That was how we started. From 2 to 4, then I had a whole factory before you could see that. I started making school uniforms, started doing all kinds of things. And then some of the magazines, like Genevieve magazine, look at me, I'm like, are you sure you make this outfit? I thought you were a broadcaster. I thought you sell. I said, yes, I did. So I did some photo shoot session for her, and I modeled the clothes actually. And well, I started getting calls from Paris, from the UK. I did DC Fashion Week, you know. I was just, and they will pay your ticket, pay your hotel, please come and showcase for us. Some will even say, please come and open the show for us. Some say, we want you to close the show. I'm like, okay. There are places that I would never have thought of going to, like Burkina Faso. They will invite me, the top fashion designers there, when they are Fadi does this thing once every 4 years. Al-Fadi in Niger. The Niger government sponsors it. He calls all, including Elisab, every international designer, they will go, especially the Moroccan ones, those North African ones, Indians. So they invite one designer from each country. So they used to call me to come because of what I used to work a lot with Ankara and Ashok, and I do international acclaimed, how would I put it, couture outfits with Ankara, big hats, funny looking, structured clothes and all that. So that was how it went, you know. And I did all the magazines, I've won all the awards. So after a while, you know, I started thinking of concentrating on exports. In the process of doing that, my husband took ill. After 2 years, we lost him. So when I came back home, I gave a lot of things a lot of thought. My kids were still in school. My daughter got married. She was in Australia already. And then my kids, my two boys were still in school. So I said, look, this fashion design thing is not going to pay school fees in pounds, sterling, and dollars. So I said to myself, you know what? Why don't you give the man hours to the industry, the family business that were yielding the most income? That was how I started kind of just saying, you know what, let me just minimize it a bit. My core clients were still coming. So I kept the tailors, my experienced tailors that worked with for years. I kept few of them. And I kind of cut down on that business. I said, you know what, let me just go and face the family business and do this for the people who really know what I'm doing. And what of man goes. So I'm still doing that, but my priority is really not that, you know. When you look at me the first time you see me, you see a fragile woman that don't like to sweat, that's spoiled, that like to be kept. I'm like, what? Absolutely not. My husband didn't want me to do anything. He just felt he wanted to spoil me. I said, that's not how to love me at all. Please. It's either you kind of understand the person I am. I'm a very creative mind. This mind has to keep working or I'll make life miserable for you, you know. What I will advise, even women who are willing to work, you don't even do one job. You must get at least more than 2 streams of income. Otherwise, you will not make ends meet. That is the truth of today's world. You understand? Then those ones that want to be kept, no matter how wealthy your husband is, wealth is not static. Some people start today. When they retire, everything goes downhill. Some people mean well. They love you. They want to take care of you. But nature calls. They part ways. Some marry other women, some leave, some die, you understand? So anything can happen. I will advise them, everybody, try to be as independent as you can, financially independent. I think you actually earn more respect when you do that. And then also, when things don't work out too well for the husband, no matter how rich you are, you don't have to put him through too much stress. You can take care of yourself, you can take care of yourself, you take care of him, you encourage him. But let him not feel that the world has come to an end. You know, a man feels happy when he knows that his back is covered, even when he's not making it. You understand? It doesn't make him lazy, it makes him very grateful. Yeah. So I will advise everybody, get something doing. Do something that will enable you earn good income if you can. Do something that you also enjoy doing. I've always believed in garbage in, garbage out. Yeah? Garbage in is the stress abound. You cannot control that. But you can control your attitude towards stress. Stress is the #1 killer and ages of everything in this world. It's your attitude to stress that you have to manage, and that depends on you. What you put in your mouth also depends on you. Your mind, your heart, your spirit, your soul, You have to be loving. You have to be forgiving. You understand? All that depends on you. So it's actually you that decides whether you're going to age gracefully or you're not. Forget about the genes first. It's true. You understand? Some people are so malicious. When you offend them once, oh my goodness. They will carry it in their chest and the chest will be expanding and they won't sleep well and they begin to have problems. Meanwhile, the person you're angry with does not even know you exist. It's crazy. So for me, it's just be free and take life easy. Take it as it comes. And we always be grateful to God. I'm too honest and straightforward. It's either I will be killed immediately or because I will tell you the truth no matter who's asked is God. I don't think I can play politics. I'm not a politician at all. I am a very straight shooter. I will tell you to your face when you're doing stupid things. That was my relationship with my mom, my dad, my husband. So most times, I'm the last girl in the house, so maybe when they were disciplining the first ones, by the time they got to my turn, they were a bit tired. We could talk to my parents anyhow. But I don't do it to create whatever. I just feel that if anybody worth talking to, is worth talking to with honesty and integrity. And when you want to play politics, they will see something that is black. They will say it's yellow. I can't do that. For the love of me, I can't. So politics is not my call. And because of that, they will not allow you, your creativity to come out, your sincerity. What's the point? Yes. I'm actually planning some kind of, I met some of my old models that are doing very well. And you know, when you deal with a lot of these girls, some of them have traveled with me to Niger. Sometimes they'll tell you, bring 2 of your models. You know, some of them, we have very good relationship. We're going to do a reunion one of these days. It will be fun. And they are all calling, we're going to do it. I say, don't worry, we'll get a reunion done. Because we need to revisit the fashion industry, see how things are going. They're doing well. The new ones are doing well. And I just pray that the environment will not discourage them, you know. It's not just Nigeria, it's the world. Whatever is happening in Nigeria is what the truth is. A crate of egg in Nigeria is still cheaper than a crate of egg in the US and in the UK, even with the exchange rate. So it's not just Nigeria, the world is experiencing some kind of. The way I see it is like the pangs of birth before the child finally comes. You know, that intense labor. And then when the child is born, everything is calm and beautiful, everybody's happy. I think we are just towards the end of the labor pain. It's going to get better, but we're going to pass through a lot of that before it gets better. And when it finally gets better, we'll all be smiling. But right now, the whole world, not just Nigeria, is crazy. If you look at international, listen to international news, it's actually crazier than here. I just pray. Yes, I live opposite, I won't even say it, on the street. One of the big men that live on that street, his birthday was yesterday, and the whole street was filled with beggars, hungry people. It was really crazy. I felt so bad. We were pushing each other, killing each other, fighting just to get a plate of jollof rice. It was very sad. It didn't used to be that bad. There were a few people who come hang around, but the whole street, I couldn't move anywhere yesterday because of it. But I hope it gets better soon, so that the best in all of us can come. Because hunger and poverty can actually bring out the worst in people. Naturally, yes. I have an NGO that I do. What I do, I take girls, young girls that are not able to complete school because of poverty, and I educate them. You understand? I try to pay school fees, help people, and I believe in education a lot. Yeah, because I don't believe in giving you the fish. I believe in teaching you how to fish. I have few of them from my place come stay with me. Some of them are able to stand the discipline. Some of them are not able. So the ones that are able to say they stay and they do very well. Some of them I train from a distance and they do well. So I've had university graduates, I have A-levels, I have all kinds of things. That's what I do. And most people come to me naturally, not because I'm a trained mentor or anything. When you do anything out of love and out of sincerity of purpose and because they see you as genuine, they listen to you. You understand? When you mean well, you tell people the honest truth and they, you know, it's not easy sometimes, but yes, a kind of mentor.
Has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olawi. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom have gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways, from sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories. The Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather product is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, The success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition for imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods, both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
Thank you very much indeed. My name is Stephen Kola Balogun. I happen to be a lawyer and I call myself a pseudo-politician, not quite a politician, but I've served in government before. And I'm delighted to be here. Well, thank you very much. Well, yes, is it my family or the wider family? Like I said, I'm the son of Chief Dr. Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Like I said, he was a former politician, a frontline politician. He was the General Secretary of the National Council of Nigeria and the Cameroons, later National Council of Nigerian Citizens. He was the General Secretary of that party for about 8 years. From there, he was appointed by Zik to become a federal minister. He was initially a federal minister without portfolio. Consequently, after that, he became acting minister for labor, social services, and then he became Nigeria's first federal minister for information in 1956. He held that portfolio to 1958. Thereafter, he resigned from government. He had disagreement with the party. And Tafawa Balewa felt that he was a useful politician that could be sent to Ghana. And he went to Ghana to find out what was Ghana was a bit ahead of us in terms of politics at the time. And I think it's fair to say they got independence slightly just before us. And Tafawa Balewa wanted someone to understudy to find out what we're doing. So he sent Kola Balogun there. Initially, he was commissioner, and later, when we gained independence in 1960, he became high commissioner. Shortly after that, when we became independent, he yearned to come home. He wanted to take part in the new political atmosphere at the time. He asked the Prime Minister to relieve him, to let him come back, and he did come back home. And immediately he took up the position of being chairman of the National Shipping Line. That was a position he held on to until the military struck in 1966. But even then, when the military did strike in 1966, he still continued. I think General Debayo of blessed memory invited him to join his cabinet, and he served as a commissioner for about 3 years or more. I think he was commissioner for health and was commissioner for education. Later, he also became chairman of the sketch group of companies as well. And that was about it. I think after his stint in government, he decided to go and do a PhD at the University of Ibadan. And then he went back into private legal practice. And then he started this agitation for the creation of Osun State. He and a few others set up the movement. He was the chairman of the movement. And then to the glory of God in 1991, Osun State was created. And that's it.
Tell us about mommy.
Well, yes, my mother. Well, in those days, the women weren't not so much in the forefront, But my mother has been my bedrock. She stood by me, and she has backed me in most of the things I've set out to do. And she's still alive. She's 89 this year, and she's still doing well, and she's still
and your wife and
strong.
the kids?
Yes, my children. Yes, I have 3 girls, 3 daughters. My oldest is 31. She studied at King's College London. She did reasonably well. She got a 7th class offer. Proud of her. She's an art curator today. And I have twin girls as well who are also in university now, that they haven't graduated yet. One of them is in Oxford University. She's studying history and politics. And the other is in Cambridge University. She's studying human, social, and political sciences. So, yeah. I did. My father, Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. Yes, he was in the first cabinet in the First Republic, the first ever cabinet Nigeria had, and he served as the Federal Minister of Information and Research. As a matter of fact, he happened to be Nigeria's first information minister. Later, T.S. Benson, of course, became the independent Nigeria's first information minister, but independent Nigeria. But Nigeria's first ever information minister happened to be Chief Kolawole Balogun of blessed memory. No, I didn't. I took an opposite route from my father. My father went into politics immediately after he finished his education, and then he now ventured into law a little bit later. I decided to look at things differently. I thought that after academics I should practice law a bit, and that's what I've been doing. But at some point, I think that was in about 2011, I was called upon to serve in the Osun State government as a commissioner, and I took up that opportunity, and I enjoyed myself. Well, I am in the sense that I'm 65 years old now, and I think it's fair to say that we belong to well, I would say the first set, but one of those who benefited from Nigerian education. I schooled here. I went to secondary school in the West. I went to the University of Ife, went to the Nigerian Law School. And I think it's fair to say that all the schools at that time were of high quality, produced top quality students who went on to make names for themselves, not just here in Nigeria, but also abroad. I think we still do that now, even though the standard of education has dropped. The sad thing about it is that Nigeria could have been a lot better in terms of the potential, because Nigeria does have a lot of potential. We do have very brilliant young men and women, you know, and I just think that if we had invested more in education, that we could have, the sky would have been the limit actually. Well, my take on this is that it's the system of law itself. As a young lawyer, I experienced a few challenges myself, and I think one of the obvious challenges is the appeal structure. It's too easy to appeal against judgments. At the same time, when you file actions in court, there are no penalties for costs. In other words, I can file a frivolous action. I could insult you, as an example, and then you could sue me, and I say to myself, well, I'm going to eke it out. I'm going to take it. You're going to have to take me all the way to the Supreme Court. That doesn't make sense. That's not fair. On the other hand, I could also file a frivolous application against you. And then if I file a frivolous application, I could call you something you are not. I could defame you. And in so doing, you expect at least that once you prove your case, that I'll be made to pay the penalties for filing frivolous applications. But that doesn't happen. And then, of course, the conditions of the judges. I mean, judges are still writing longhand. They do trials, they sit there, they listen to witnesses, give evidence, and they have to write all these things down longhand. So there's so many challenges that has hampered the progress of law. And there hasn't been enough investment, I must say. Well, I agree with that, and I'm going to give an example as to how that I think we could possibly do that. Now, the Supreme Court hears everything. It's the final court in Nigeria, so they're going to hear issues related to criminal law, civil matters, constitutional matters, as you know, all these matters that's got to do with elections, and so on and so forth. As a matter of fact, when we have an election cycle, the legal system slows down because the judges are hampered. They're too busy listening to the various appeals from the various states and the federal government to do with the elections. So as a consequence, the other matters to do with shipping, banking, criminal law are put on the back burner. I think we need what you call a constitutional court, whereby which the judges in the Supreme Court are divided. So you have those judges whose responsibility it is entirely to deal with constitutional matters, and then you have another set whose duty will be to deal with shipping, banking, civil matters, criminal matters, and so on and so forth. So I believe it's high time Nigeria has a constitutional court to try and aid the Supreme Court with the workload they have, which is, quite frankly, quite a bit. Well, Nigerians, with respect, are very brilliant, very intelligent, and they are very aware. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're a tailor, you're a driver, you're a lawyer, engineer, they're quite well informed. And the truth of the matter really is that this is the longest republic we've had. This republic started in 1999, and this is 2025, so 26 years. Nigeria's never had a republic this long. But the main flaw is the one you just mentioned. The fact that that constitution that was bequeathed to us by the military in 1999 was never really approved by the people. But that doesn't make sense, and that's unfair. in fairness. We ought to be able to look at the Constitution, improve upon it, and put our own input into it. Now, there's a way around that, and I've always believed, many people oppose this, but I'm of the view that what Nigerians need to have is a referendum. Have a referendum to ask the Nigerian people whether they want to persist with the 1999 Constitution or do they want to drop a new one. If the answer to that question is yes, we want to drop a new constitution, then that puts paid to the 1999 constitution, and then you can now have a system, a constituent assembly, whatever the case may be, where people will sit around the table and fashion out a new constitution. If the people say no, that means that indirectly approved the 1999 Constitution, and then we continue with it. But what we can't do is continue having this debate, these arguments as to whether the 1999 Constitution has been approved by Nigerians or not, because it has not been. So I think the way around that is to ask the Nigerian people through a referendum, asking them whether they want to persist with this Constitution. If they say no, then we have a new one. If they say yes, we continue with the old one. And that ends the debate. Every system has its merits. Every system has its advantages and disadvantages. To some extent, the presidential system of government has an advantage. It has the advantage in the sense that it has brought government nearer to the people. So the people of Osun, from where I'm from, for instance, now, have their own state. Same thing can be said, it's been replicated across the country. However, the drawbacks, the disadvantage is the fact that it's extremely expensive. Now, look at Nigeria, for instance, now. We have 36 state governments. So that means we have 36 governments in Nigeria. If you add the government of Abuja, if you add the federal government, that's 38. Now, each one of these governments have some form of legislature, judiciary, an executive as well, local government, civil service. It's too expensive. Look, in America, where we borrowed this system from, the states came together to form a union. This is totally different. We're doing it the opposite way. So we've had a structure that we're now going back. So at the end of the day, many of the state governments are still dependent on the federal government. And as a consequence, the kind of progress we ought to be making, we're not quite making it. So I personally, and this is a personal view, because others would disagree, I would prefer that we reduce the size of government by having some kind of regional structure. And I believe that that will reduce the burden of governments. And if we can reduce the burdens of government, we can use this money to do many other things. And I also think it will also improve standards as well. Not just standards of government or parliamentary standards or whatever the case may be, but there'll be less people involved in the political system. And that would help us a great deal. I think it's fair to say that since 1999, we haven't had any new state creation. I know there has been agitation for the creation of states, but there hasn't been any. The process for creating a state is quite cumbersome. It's not easy. I think it's in Section 8 and 9 of the Constitution. I don't think it's something we should be looking at. I think, like I said to you earlier, I think we should be trying to reduce the number of states, and I think some kind of regional structure whereby which we can monitor better what's going on rather than having more states. So I personally would not encourage the creation of more states, no. In the 1950s, we had 3 regions, if I'm correct. Those regions were the West, the East, and the North. We had the colony of Lagos, but if I'm right, I think it was the MacPherson Constitution, I think it is, I'm not too sure, that now put Lagos under the Western region. Now, when Lagos was placed under the Western region, lots of people were not happy about that. I I remember my father was in the NCNC. The NCNC people were not particularly pleased, neither were the NPC. So they felt that Lagos belonged to everybody. Like you said, lots of people from different walks of life, different tribes, different backgrounds, and all schooled. I mean, Zik schooled in Lagos. He went to MBHS. So it was the issue was sent to London to arbitrate. I think it was Oliver Littleton that arbitrated over the matter. And it was decided that Lagos should stand on its own, that Lagos should not be merged with any of the regions. And that was how Lagos was able to free itself from the shackles of the Western region. It's fair to say that the position of the NCNC was actually argued in London by my father. That's why I'm quite familiar with this. But talking about Lagos, when the military, after that, we had what you called a minister for Lagos. I think there was Ribadu, and I think there was one other person, but I think it was Yaradua, not the same Yaradua, but his father. And then later after that, when the military struck, they created the state of Lagos. So the issue of giving Lagos special status has more or less been taken over by events. Lagos is a state, and as a state, it's still home to different people with different backgrounds, from different tribes, and it's thriving. I think it's fair to say that Lagos is probably the most prosperous state in the country. And it's just a question of its having continued with good governance and improving the strides they have made. Once again, let's go back to the past. We had what we used to call the House of Chiefs, wasn't it? And in this House of Chiefs, many of the members of the House of Chiefs were people, were traditional rulers, chiefs from different backgrounds, and they had a say in the running of the affairs of state. It's like it was more or less akin to the House of Lords. So it wasn't necessarily the chamber whereby which the activities of day-to-day governance took place, but they could always refer issues to them. And I think that if we change our structure of governance, and if, that's a big if, then yes, we can have something like that. We can have a second chamber, which is more or less advisory in nature, similar to the House of Lords, whereby which we will have obas, chiefs, people of influence who will be able to advise government from day to day from of the experiences and the way forward, but not necessarily binding. I think that's important. That decisions won't necessarily be binding on us, but at least they'll be able to share their views and experiences with the people. That's a big issue. I was commissioner for youth in Oshun about 10 years ago under Rauf Aregbesola, and it was an issue we took quite seriously. In Oshun State, we had quite a number of youths who are unemployed, and the governor thought, what can I possibly do to give them something to do, to keep them employed? So he created what we call the Osun State Youth Empowerment Scheme. Now, under the State Youth Empowerment Scheme, unemployed youths were given particular tasks in the state. Help us sweep the roads. Some were part-time lecturers. Some were doing all sorts of things. They were given a stipend. It wasn't a full-blown salary. Well, the salary, although the stipend was enough to keep them to be able to buy things, to be able to buy themselves drinks and food, and kept them occupied until they could find themselves a job. And I think the federal government could follow that kind of scheme, set up a youth empowerment scheme whereby which unemployed youths are given things to do. There's so many things that need to be done in Nigeria. There's so many gaps whereby which the youths can help do that. In the interim, while they find themselves something more gainful or something more permanent. So it's a question, it's for government to do. It's for government to think of a way of helping out the youths. And of course, there should be partnerships, a partnership between the government and private enterprise to try and encourage them to take on more of our youths, and not necessarily those who have schooled abroad, who they think are probably the best in terms of employment. No, we have many here who can do a good job as well. Sustaining democracy is about discipline. It's about the people being disciplined. It's about those who rule us being disciplined. I started out by telling you that this is the longest government we've had. It's the longest republic we've had. We've had democracy now since 1999, 26 years. If you go back to the days of independence, there's been no republic that has been this long. So it shows that the people have embraced democracy. They've come to it's part of us now. They've come to enjoy it. Yes, there are hiccups in terms of the fact that we could do a lot better in terms of how we implement things. But in terms of the people yearning for democracy and imbibing it, I think we've done very well. And what we just need to do is just to try and perfect it. One of the ways, like I said much earlier, is to perhaps take a second look at the Constitution, see where areas where we can improve, and try and make people happy, and at the same time reduce the cost of governance. But I don't think democracy is going anywhere. I think it's here to stay.
Nigeria, rich in traditional and cultural heritage, is intentional about promoting history and retaining cultural values. The country has succeeded in preserving its identities and that of the forefathers for ages through folklores, folk tales, traditional ceremonies, community-based initiatives, cuisine, and most notably, museums and cultural centers. These institutions serve as invaluable repositories of history, ensuring that future generations remain connected to their roots and appreciate the diverse cultural tapestry of the nation. In Nigeria, there are over 38 museums comprising national, state, and privately owned institutions scattered across the country. Each of these museums plays a crucial role in safeguarding Nigeria's vast historical wealth, with collections that reflect the uniqueness of different ethnic groups, traditional practices, and historical transitions over time. In Lagos, the National Museum, located at the center of the city in Onikon, claims a notable collection of Nigerian art, including pieces of statuary, carvings, archaeological and ethnographical exhibits, among others. Of particular significance is the terracotta human head, known as Jema head, dated between 900 and 200 BC, which is part of the renowned Nok culture. The piece is named after Jema, the village where it was discovered. The museum is administered by the National Commission for Museums and Monuments and remain a key educational and historical attractions for visitors. Another prominent artifact housed within the museum is the famous Benin bronze head, an evidence to the artistic excellence of the Benin Kingdom.
The museum has a lot of functions, some of which are to educate, to entertain, research, interpretation, conservation and preservation of our cultural heritage. And then the museum was established, Lagos Museum particularly, was established in 1957. It was formerly referred to as Department of Antiquities. So, well, the journey so far has been interesting because, we are here to showcase our cultural heritage, not just to the country but to the world. And we have series of events that we do, that involves the community. And because of that, we create that awareness that this is where you can come and, see and feel your cultural heritage, your traditions, your history. Because it is said that a people without a history is a people without identity. So the museum portrays this to the people. And over the years, that is what we've been doing. Through education, community participation, we have galleries, that we display some of our objects, our antiquities, that showcase our patrimony and all there is to know about our cultural inheritance. And so the museum, has been doing that over the years, and we still keep doing more.
The Lagos National Museum was founded in July 1957 by English archaeologist Kenneth Murray, following the submission of textual sketch in 1948 at a conference on museum policy in Nigeria. Kenneth Murray collected several traditional masks from Cross River State to display in the museum's early years, according to historical records. The primary purpose of structuring the museum was to preserve Nigeria's historical artifacts and cultural heritage. Fortunately, that vision has remained alive to this day. The museum serves as a significant tourist attraction for Lagos residents and international visitors alike, offering an immersive glimpse into the nation's past. Some of the remarkable artifacts currently on display at the museum include the bullet-ridden car in which former Nigerian head of state, General Murtala Muhammad, was assassinated, pictures of previous rulers and presidents of Nigeria from different eras, a diverse collection of cultural drums, tools, and ceremonial staffs from various ethnic groups, historical crowns and caps of revered traditional rulers symbolizing their power and authority, photographs of Queen Elizabeth II and her entourage during her visit to Nigeria, reflecting moments of colonial history.
It's so immense. Museum is a reminder of what the society is all about, because a number of us are missing the link. We don't even know the role, the significance of the society we find ourselves because of foreign influence. But when you come to museum, it will bring your mind back to the original habitats, the way of life of people, how things.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to the World News. We are reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. I'm Oyin Priye Krumale. Now let's begin with today's top stories. The Central Bank of Nigeria warns citizens against spraying, hawking and mutilation of the Nigerian naira, stressing that such acts undermine the currency and financial stability. Nigerian Customs Service intercepts drug whose duty paid value was 3.778 billion naira, marking one of the largest seizures in recent times. And in South Africa, the Reserve Bank pins its benchmark interest rate steady at 7%, opting to consolidate recent gains in inflation control while boosting confidence. Canada and Mexico has vowed to deepen their bilateral trade relationship with the U.S. ahead of a scheduled review of the tripartite economic trade agreement. And in the world of sport, Nigeria Super Eagles slumps to 45th position in FIFA ranking following mixed results and a poor performance in recent competition. Welcome back. Many thanks for joining us on the World News. Now, the Central Bank of Nigeria has warned against the spraying, hawking, and mutilation of the Nigerian naira, stressing that such acts undermine the nation's sovereignty and financial stability. Governor Olayemi Cardoso, represented by the Acting Director of Corporate Communications, Hakama Sidi Ali, delivered the warning during the CBN fair in Kaduna State. The event themed driving alternative payment channels as tools for financial inclusion, growth, and accelerated economic development underscored the importance of digital transactions in reduction reliance on cash. Officials emphasized that preserving the integrity of the naira goes hand in hand with expanding modern payment systems to strengthen economic resilience by promoting financial inclusion and responsible use of the currency. The CBN aims to deepen public trust in monetary policies while encouraging citizens to support national development. The bank reaffirmed its commitment to protecting the value of the naira and driving economic growth through innovation in payment systems. Now, in a strategic move to boost financial inclusion and strengthen the consumer credit systems of Nigeria, the federal government has unveiled a pension-backed loan scheme targeted at retirees. Announced on Thursday, September 18, 2025, the initiative aims to provide affordable and secure credit access to senior citizens across the country. The scheme is a joint effort by the Nigerian Consumer Credit Corporation, Leadway Trustees, and Optimus Bank, allowing retirees to borrow starting from 50,000 naira with the maximum loan amount to be determined by the size of their pension income. The loans are structured to ensure both affordability and sustainability, offering retirees a financial safety net and an opportunity to improve their quality of life. Speaking during the Memorandum of Understanding signing in Abuja, Credit Corp's Managing Director and CEO Uzoma Nwagba described the initiative as a way to give retirees a new lease of life. He emphasized that the program reflects the government's commitment to inclusive economic empowerment and improving the well-being of pensioners nationwide. Now, the Murtala Mohammed International Airport Command of the Nigerian Customs Service has announced a major breakthrough, intercepting illicit drugs worth 5.1 billion naira from India and Canada. According to the Customs Command Area Controller, the Comptroller Michael Aware, the duty paid value of the seized drugs stood at 3.778 billion naira, marking one of the largest seizures in recent times. He explained that the interception was the result of coordinated intelligence and sustained surveillance carried out by officers of the command in partnership with the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, and the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency. We investigate further in the matter. He confirmed that the seized substances include 121 packs of Canadian cannabis with a duty paid value estimated at 1.188 billion naira, which were smuggled under the guise of household items. Also intercepted were 294,000 tablets of tramadol hydrochloride, 225 milligram worth 1.389 million naira, a drug often abused for its dangerous stimulant and addictive properties. Others include the pregabalin tablets of 300 milligram valued at 1.188 billion naira were also seized. Officials described the drug as a controlled medication often used to treat nerve pain and epilepsy. Custom officers further uncovered Noflex tablets, 50 milligrams worth 800 million naira, as well as Sadalord tablets valued at 495 million naira. Now, Nigeria has formally signed a charter establishing the African Petroleum Regulators Forum, a continental initiative aimed at enhancing petroleum sector governance. The signing of the ceremony was chaired by Gbenga Komolafe, Commission Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian Upstream Regulatory Commission, and held on sidelines of the 31st Africa Oil Week in Accra, Ghana. Regulators from 16 African nations attended the event, including Ghana, Somalia, Gambia, Madagascar, Sudan, Guinea, Togo, Kenya, Mauritania, Benin, Mozambique, Angola, Namibia, South Africa, and Morocco. 8 countries, including Nigeria, Ghana, Somalia, Gambia, Madagascar, Sudan, Guinea, and Togo formally endorsed the Forum Charter. The remaining 7 expressed support and pledged to join after domestic consultations. Also present was Senator Ethan Williams, chairman of the Nigerian Senate Committee on Upstreams, as an observer. The signing marks the culmination of Komolafe's proposal, first introduced in 2024, aimed at fostering regional collaboration and strengthening regulators' framework across Africa's petroleum industry. Now, the Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dr. Dele Alake, has issued a firm deadline of December 31st, 2025 for mining and quarrying companies to finalize community development agreements with their host communities or risk license revocation. The warning follows a review by the Mining Cadastral Office and the Mines Environmental Compliance Department, which evaluated company performance on the CDAs in the first half of the year. According to a statement released by the Minister's Special Assistant on Media, Shegun Tomori, the Mines Environmental Compliance Report revealed that only 24 community development agreements were signed out of the 74 newly issued mineral titles during the review period. The ministry emphasized that community development agreements are mandatory under Nigerian mining regulations as they ensure social responsibility and sustainable development in host communities. Dr. Dele Alake reiterated the government's commitment to enforcing regulatory compliance and warned that the companies failing to meet the deadline would face appropriate sanctions, including potential license revocation, according to reports. Now, moving ahead, the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, Senator George Akume, has called on the Pension Industry Leadership Council to intensify efforts in expanding the micro-pension plan to cover informal sector workers such as artisans, traders, and small business owners. Speaking at the inaugural Pension Industry Leadership Council meeting in the Federal Capital Territory, he emphasized the importance of adopting digital platforms, integrating mobile payment systems, and offering tax incentives to make pensions contributions more accessible and attractive to Nigerians outside the formal wage system. Senator Akume noted that broadening the reach of the pension scheme would promote social equity, inclusion, and economic stability by ensuring that millions of informal workers are not left out of retirement security. He stressed that when contributors trust that their savings are safe and well managed, they are more likely to participate consistently in the pension system. He further urged the PILC to mobilize pension assets for national development by creating a stronger investment framework that channels funds into infrastructure, housing, renewable energy, and small and medium-sized enterprises, according to reports. Now, the African Development Bank Group has approved a $25 million equity investment in the Currency Exchange Fund, a specialized global institution that provides long-term local currency hedging solutions in emerging and frontier markets. The move represents strategic efforts to strengthen African capital markets, reduce debt vulnerabilities, and expand access to financing in fragile and underserved economies. The exchange operates as a development-focused fund, offering tailor-made hedging instruments that enable local currency lending in countries where conventional hedging markets are underdeveloped or absent. By helping borrowers protect themselves from foreign exchange volatility, the exchange reduced the financial risks associated with hard currency borrowing, and particularly in the economy. Still watching the world news on Souk News TV. You're going to break. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Lesotho, a country like no other on the African continent, and in fact, like no other in the world. Nestled entirely within the borders of South Africa, Lesotho holds a unique geographical distinction. It is the only independent nation on earth located entirely above 1,000 meters in elevation. Its lowest point, at 1,400 meters above sea level, is higher than the highest points in countries like Netherlands, Denmark, or even the United Kingdom. This extraordinary altitude earns Lesotho its nickname, the Kingdom in the Sky. Lesotho is one of just 3 countries in the world that are completely surrounded by one other country, the others being San Marino and Vatican City in Italy. But unlike them, Lesotho is not a microstate. It boasts a proud population, a strong cultural identity, and a landscape marked by rugged mountains, deep valleys, and fast-flowing rivers. What also makes Lesotho stand out in Africa is its climate. While much of the continent is known for its warmth, Lesotho regularly experiences snowfall, especially in its highland regions. In fact, it is home to Afriski, Africa's only ski resort south of the equator, drawing tourists who seek winter sports in an unlikely location. But Lesotho's uniqueness goes beyond geography and weather. The Basotho people are known for their iconic wool blankets, worn with pride across the country. These are not just for warmth, they are deeply symbolic, representing milestones, rites of passage, royalty, and social status. No traditional ceremony is complete without the presence of these beautifully patterned and color-coded blankets. The traditional Basotho hat, or mokotlo, is another national symbol, so important that it appears on the country's license plates and currency. Lesotho also harnesses the power of its water. Its Lesotho Highlands Water Project exports fresh mountain water to South Africa while generating electricity for domestic use. Water, often called white gold, is one of the country's most valuable resources. In many ways, Lesotho defies expectations. It is a country of heights, both literal and cultural. In a continent known for deserts and plains, Lesotho offers snow and slopes. In a region often shaped by lowland agriculture, Lesotho rises up proud, elevated, and unshaken. Lesotho is not just unique to Africa, it is unique to the world. This is the uniqueness of Africa, and today we spotlight Lesotho, the kingdom in the sky. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Souk News TV. When we talk about South Sudan, Africa's youngest nation, having gained independence in 2011, we often focus on its political journey or natural resources. But there's something else that holds deep generational value in South Sudanese lives, which is cows. In South Sudan, cows aren't just animals, they are everything. They are currency, they are status, they are identity. Among groups like the Dinka and Nuer, a man's wealth isn't measured in cash, it's counted in cows. Cows pay dowries, settle disputes, mark the birth of a child, and even the death of an elder. Boys grow up in cattle camps, learning not just to herd, but to lead. Songs are written about prize bulls. People name themselves after their cows. It's love, not ownership. And no, they don't eat them. Not casually. Cows are sacred. They are milked, admired, and even mourned. Only in rare ceremonies, funerals, farming, or great misfortune is a cow killed for food. To eat one is to part with a piece of your soul. I'm Moyosore Adebi for Just Africa, only on Souk News TV.
Welcome back. If you just joined us, this is the World News, and we are reaching you live from our studios at Souk News TV. Now, South Africa Reserve Bank has kept its benchmark interest rate steady at 7% option to consolidate recent gains in inflation control while boosting confidence in the nation's growth prospects. Governor Leseja Kyango said that the decision follows inflation easing closer to the benchmark's 3% target, giving policymakers more space to support economic stability. The decision marks the lowest borrowing cost since November 2022 and reflects a stronger than expected growth forecast for the year. Economists had widely predicted the hold, noting that the recent resilience in domestic demand and improving investor sentiment reduced the urgency for further monetary tightening policy. By maintaining rates, the central bank aims to balance inflation management with development and priorities, including stimulating private investment and job creation. The approach highlights South Africa's strategy of sustaining growth momentum while safeguarding long-term policy stability, according to reports. Now, Kenya is racing to finalize a trade deal with the United States before the end of 2025 as uncertainty looms over the expiry date of the Africa Growth and Opportunity Act, AGOA. Now, Trade Minister Lee Kiangjui revealed that discussions are underway to safeguard access for Kenyan exports, particularly textiles and apparel, which generate about 300,000 jobs and supply major retailers like Walmart and Target. The urgency stems from Washington's imposition of the 10% tariff on Kenyan goods earlier this year and the possibility of losing duty-free access when AGOA expires this month. Nairobi is pushing to replicate the agreement's benefit through a new bilateral trade deal, which, if signed, would mark the first such accord between Washington and a sub-Saharan African country. While United States officials have yet to confirm a timeline, Kenya is optimistic that talks could deliver results within months. Analysts said a successful deal would stabilize Kenya's trade position, attract fresh investment into the export processing zones, and reinforce its role as one of America's closest allies in the region, despite its growing ties with China. Now, the government of Angola has suspended further fuel price increases after subsidy cuts earlier this year triggered violent protests and loss of lives. Finance Minister Vera Davis de Souza stated that the administration will first assess the economic impact of the reforms before making any new decisions. The authorities will evaluate whether sectors that benefited from the subsidies, such as agriculture and transportation, have improved efficiency under the new cost structure. Plans for additional measures are also being considered to reduce the financial pressure on the household items and industries. The policy shift highlights Angola's developmental challenges of balancing fiscal reforms with social stability. By delaying further fuel hikes, the government seeks to ease tension, maintain economic resilience, and gradually reform subsidy spending without derailing public confidence, according to reports. The United Arab Emirates property market is expected to experience fresh growth as the United States Federal Reserve signals 2 more interest rate cuts this year. With the dirham pegged to the dollar, lower rate will ease mortgage costs across the Emirates, widening access for buyers previously constrained by high borrowing expenses. This policy shift comes at a crucial time for the sector, where elevated borrowing costs had slowed mortgage transactions despite strong overall sales in Dubai and Abu Dhabi. Now, cheaper financing is projected to boost demand beyond cash investors, enabling more residents and expatriates to transition from renting to ownership developers, and the brokers anticipate high sales volumes, especially in mid-market and affordable segments. The broader effect of the lower lending rates will extend to households and businesses, reducing financing strain while stimulating loan growth. Although banks may face reduced interest income rates, rising credit demand and mortgage activity are likely to offset the impact. Analysts expect the change to sustain the UAE's economic momentum, strengthen real estate participation, and support diversification goals. Now, Cambodia expects a foreign investment in labor-intensified industries to remain steady despite new U.S. tariffs, citing the region's strong cost competitiveness. Commerce Ministry spokesman Pen Sovichit said that the Southeast Asia's workforce advantages will continue to attract investors even as the global supply chains adjust. Officials noted that while tariffs affect trade flows, Cambodia's low production costs and integration with reciprocal regional markets provide resilience. They emphasized ongoing efforts to diversify efforts and strengthen manufacturing capacity to sustain growth. Experts believe that Cambodia's strategic position is to capture more opportunities in textiles, agriculture, and light manufacturing, reinforcing the country's role as a competitive hub in Southeast Asia. Now, China's leading technology companies are intensifying their drive to artificial intelligence with a massive fundraising push. Alibaba, Tencent, and Baidu have collectively secured more than $5 billion in September through bond issuance aimed at advancing AI development and strengthening digital infrastructure, according to reports. The fundraising spree highlights the urgent competition among China's largest firms to scale up their AI capabilities, expand computing power, and accelerate innovation in areas such as generative AI, cloud services, and intelligence application. By tapping global and domestic capital markets, these firms are positioning themselves to maintain leadership in a sector increasingly critical to economic growth. Analysts said the wave of fundraising underscores how AI investment is shaping China's long-term technology strategy, with private companies playing a pivotal role in the country's ambition to challenge global rivals. This surge in capital flows is expected to drive research, strengthen ecosystems, and open new opportunities in the digital economy. Now, Singapore has announced plans to amend its foreign interference law to confront rising threats from external actors amid increasing global instability. Home Affairs Minister Shang Guam stated that the global security environment has become more volatile, with conflicts in regions such as the Middle East heightening the risk of foreign meddling in domestic affairs. The government explained that the amendment will address evolving tactics used by external forces to influence political processes, spread disinformation, and weaken public institutions. By updating the law, Singapore seeks to safeguard its sovereignty while ensuring that the citizens remain protected from manipulative activities orchestrated by abroad. This development reflects Singapore's proactive approach to national security, reinforcing its resilience against global powers, rivals, and external pressure. The initiative is expected to strengthen governance and maintain public confidence at a time when foreign interference poses growing challenges for smaller states worldwide. You're still watching the World News. We're going to break. We'll be back in a moment. Do stay with us.
Madagascar, the world's fourth largest island, stands as a geographical and ecological marvel of the southeastern coast of Africa. Isolated from the African mainland for over 80 million years, this island nation has evolved into a biological treasure trove found nowhere else on Earth. Over 90% of its wildlife is endemic, meaning it exists only in Madagascar, including the world-famous lemurs, baobab trees that look sculpted by myth, and an astonishing array of reptiles, insects, and plants. This extraordinary biodiversity has made Madagascar not only a focus of global scientific research, but also a symbol of nature's ability to evolve independently and richly. Beyond its natural wonders, Madagascar is home to a deeply diverse and culturally layered society. The Malagasy people trace their ancestry to both Southeast Asia and East Africa, making their culture a rare and fascinating fusion of traditions. This dual heritage is reflected in their language, rituals, architecture, and belief systems. The Malagasy language, derived from the Austronesian language family, is one of the few of its kind spoken on the African continent. This cultural hybridity also extends to cuisine, dance, and storytelling, blending African strength with Asian intricacy in daily life. Madagascar's history is equally distinctive. It developed powerful pre-colonial kingdoms, including the Merina Kingdom, which unified much of the island before French colonization in the late 19th century. Unlike many African countries, Madagascar experienced a relatively centralized monarchy before colonial rule. Since gaining independence from France in 1960, the country has navigated political instability, economic hardship, and natural disasters. Yet, it continues to strive toward democratic governance and sustainable development. Strategically located in the Indian Ocean, Madagascar is positioned as a crucial maritime node for trade, conservation, and regional diplomacy. Its economy, while heavily reliant on agriculture, fishing, and mining, is beginning to explore tourism as a sustainable development path. The island's unique biodiversity, combined with its warm hospitality and rich cultural heritage, makes it a compelling destination for ecotourists, adventurers, and scholars alike. In the face of deforestation, climate change, and poverty, Madagascar's story is one of resilience and irreplaceable natural wealth. It serves as both a warning and a wonder, reminding the world of what can be lost through neglect and what can be preserved through global cooperation and local stewardship. Madagascar is not merely another African country. It is an ecological arc, a cultural crossroads, and a national identity unlike any other on the continent. I'm Moyosore Adebiyi for Souk News TV.
Welcome back to the World News. Many thanks for joining us. Now, Canada, Mexico has vowed to deepen their bilateral relationships and strengthen the free trade agreement share with United States ahead of a scheduled review of the US-Mexico-Canada agreement next year. Now, Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Claudia Sheinbaum emphasized expanding economic and security ties, with reaffirming their commitment to regional cooperation. Carney's two-day visit to Mexico marked the first by a Canadian Prime Minister in 8 years and comes amid efforts to rebuild solidarity after past tariff tensions and speculations about Canada seeking a solo trade with the United States, that is Washington. According to officials, they stressed that a high-level engagement would ensure closer collaboration and stronger trust. Both leaders highlighted plans to boost trade, share security expertise, and position their countries as united partners alongside the U.S. in shaping the future of North American commerce. Carney noted that Canada and Mexico's aligned values and ambitions could drive significantly greater trade and investment growth in decades ahead. Now, Spain's economy minister, Carlos Cuerpo, said that the country's engagement with China is aligned with the European Union's economic strategy, ensuring the balanced diplomacy can support both regional and global partnerships, according to reports. He emphasized that Spain's approach strengthens EU unity while protecting relations with the United States. Speaking in Copenhagen, Cuerpo highlighted that the importance of the EU having a strong voice in global negotiations, engaging with all major partners to shape fairer trade outcomes. He added that Spain's efforts aims to boost cooperation and create opportunities for long-term economic growth. According to analysts, they said the approach positions Spain to narrow its trade gap with China while contributing to Europe's collective competitiveness, reinforcing the country's role as a constructive player in global trade, according to reports. Now, still in Europe, Italy's Deputy Prime Minister Matteo Salvini has highlighted fresh opportunities for collaborations with China in the auto and transport industries, pointing to advancement in high-speed rail, autonomous driving, and smart roads. He said that Italy can leverage China's rapid innovation to strengthen its own competitiveness and boost industrial capacity. While the EU continues to debate tariffs on Chinese electric vehicles, Italy has maintained a cooperative stance, encouraging investments and building partnerships that support technology and transfer of technology. Now, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni's recent engagement with Beijing reaffirms Italy's commitment to balancing trade policy with practical growth opportunities. Salvini stressed that expanding infrastructure and industrial ties with China could unlock jobs, modernize Italy's transport sector, and support sustainable development. Analysts believe that these partnerships can help position Italy as a stronger player in Europe's evolving automotive and mobility landscape. And the United States stock index futures traded steadily on Friday after a record high in the previous session, with investors weighing corporate earnings and recent monetary policy easing. The FedEx shares gained more than 5% before market open after reporting quarterly reports above estimates, fueled by cost-cutting measures and stronger domestic deliveries. The rally followed a Federal Reserve rate cut early in the week, which boosted optimism for growth across equities, particularly in artificial intelligence-linked stocks. Intel also benefited from renewed investor interest after NVIDIA revealed a multi-billion-dollar stake in the company, reinforcing confidence in technology sectors. On the outlook, the market watchers highlighted that stability in futures signaled continued investor confidence despite global uncertainties. Analysts noted that the further policy easing and corporate performance would be critical to sustaining momentum, while a scheduled call between President Donald Trump and Chinese counterpart Xi Jinping on trade and technology was expected to influence the sentiment. And now in the world of sports, Nigeria Super Eagles have fallen to 45th position in the latest FIFA Men's World Ranking, equaling their lowest placement in 6 years. The decline reflects a difficult stretch of performance, leaving the national team outside the global top 40 and only 6th in Africa behind Morocco, Senegal, Egypt, Algeria, and Cote d'Ivoire. The ranking drop follows mixed results in recent competitions. Nigeria home-based squad suffered an early group stage exit at the African Nations Championship with heavy defeats to Senegal and Sudan, damaging their standing, while the senior team recorded a narrow World Cup qualifying victory over Rwanda and a draw against South Africa. The results were insufficient to boost the ranking points, deepening fears about their qualification prospects for the 2026 tournament globally. Now, Spain reclaimed the top spot in FIFA's table, while Morocco strengthened its position as Africa's highest-ranked side at 11th in the world, with 2 qualifying matches left against Lesotho and Benin. Nigeria must secure maximum points to avoid missing a second consecutive World Cup and to halt their downward trajectory in the global rankings. Now, Galatasaray coach Okan Buruk has admitted uncertainty over the return date of Nigerian striker Victor Osimhen, who remains sidelined after sustaining an injury during Nigeria's World Cup qualifier against Rwanda earlier this month. The 75 million euro signing will miss the club's UEFA Champions League opener against Frankfurt, has yet to receive medical clearance despite limited attempts to train. Buruk explains that while Osimhen had participated in light practice sessions, feedback from both the player and medical staff confirmed he was not ready for competitive action. The coach stressed that the importance of prioritizing the long-term health of his squad, noting that Galatasaray's European campaign hinges on maintaining key players like Osimhen in peak condition. The 26-year-old forward, who scored 37 goals in 41 matches last season, is seen as a central figure in Galatasaray's domestic and continental ambition. With 2 goals already in 3 league appearances this season, his recovery is vital ahead of upcoming fixtures, including their Turkish Super League clash against Konyaspor on Monday. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, yes, a recap of today's top stories. The Central Bank of Nigeria warns citizens against spraying, hawking, and mutilation of the naira, stressing that such acts undermine the currency's and financial stability. A Nigerian Customs Service intercepts drug whose duty paid value worth 3.778 billion naira, marking one of the largest seizures in recent times. And South Africa Reserve Bank pins its benchmark interest rate steady at 7%, opting to consolidate recent gains in inflation control while boosting confidence. And Canada and Mexico has vowed to deepen their bilateral trade relationship with the United States ahead of a scheduled review of the tripartite economic trade agreement. And in the world of sports, we did told you that Nigeria Super Eagles slumps to 45th position in FIFA ranking following mixed results and a poor performance recent competition. Now, many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at Soap News TV. I am Oyin Priye Krumale. Good afternoon to you.
To start with, let me give some introduction to myself. As you said, I was a former commissioner of finance. I was a commissioner of finance during the Ganduja's administration from June 2015 to October 2018. I was there for 28 months, okay, as a commissioner of finance. And I had been with Bayero University, Kano, before I was appointed commissioner of finance. Still, I'm a professor of accounting in the university, but I double as a commissioner of taxation because at the Prince Abubakar Audu University, Ayumba, Kogi State, there was a chair that had been vested there by the Federal Revenue Service in 2011. And they invited applicant for that chair, and I was the successful person, successful applicant. So I still occupy that chair, even though the chair is not functioning. But I got the privilege of serving as the elected or selected professor of taxation in that university. So I am in the area of taxation. I have done a lot of researches in that. And then I serve as the Federal Commissioner of the Tax Appeal Tribunal. So it was on 15th November that our tenure came to an end. From 2018 to 2024 November. So you can see that I have been involved at various levels on the issue of fiscal policy, tax revenue generation, tax revenue utilization. So this reform that we are talking about was brought about by the president with a view to maybe perfecting the tax system in the country. So he formed a committee to advise him as to how to go about coming up with very good national fiscal policy, not just tax policy, and then how to reform the taxes in the country to make them better so that Nigeria can compete with other economies that are advanced in the area of utilization of taxation as a means of growing up the economy and achieving sustainable development. So this I know, the process and all that have gone into this project of reform. So bills were developed out of the report of that committee appointed by the president under the chairmanship of Mr. Tayo Oyedele. And for the first time in the history of forming a committee in Nigeria, we had a committee that the president has given the power of implementation. So it's not just about recommending something to him. It is about coming up with a report which will be convincing to him, and if he's convinced, he will ask them to be involved in the implementation of the recommendation of the report. So I think that is why the committee just presented the proposed bill to him without taking this bill to the public domain. Because of the trust that he has on the committee, he just sent the bill to the National Assembly for consideration, for passage into law. And in the bill, they even gave deadline as to when the bill to be passed into law. They expected that the National Assembly would deliberate on this committee, on this bill, to the extent that the bill will be passed into law before 1st January 2025. So that by 1st January 2025, the content or the provision in these bills will begin to be implemented by the government. 4 bills were developed and proposed. And then unlike the expectation, the comment you made that people are more concerned about the administrative, tax administrative bill. What the bill that is generating the highest controversy is the Nigerian tax bill. That is the bill that has made provision for repealing about 11 taxes that are currently existing, including the VAT itself, including petroleum profit tax, including personal income tax, including companies income tax, and other taxes like capital gain tax, casino tax, etc., etc. And then about 14 laws that are related to taxation, including laws that are designed to exercise control over consumption, over production. They made substantial amendment on them, and then take the amended aspect, amended part of those laws into the Nigerian tax bill, which means that the laws have suffered from, or they have enjoyed consequential amendment. So this bill, which is expected to become an act by 1st January, is now becoming an amalgamation of most of the taxes that Nigeria is using now. Most of the taxes, those that have been repealed, part of them, part of the provision in them have been injected into the Nigerian tax bill. Those that have been considered for consequential amendment, they are also captured in the Nigerian tax bill. And then they made a lot of paragraphing creating part, creating section, etc., etc., to the extent that the content of that bill is about 220 pages. So you have to develop the stamina, you have to be used to reading before you read everything from the beginning to the end. And if you don't do that, you may miss a lot of things. And you may be talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. And unfortunately, that is what is happening in the public domain. You hear people talking ignorantly about the content of the bill. They just listen to news, radio, television. When they hear the comment of somebody, then they will amplify that comment ignorantly without reading the bill and understanding the content of the bill. So that is the one that is enjoying the greatest controversy. Of course, others too are enjoying some controversy. The Nigerian tax administration bill, because it is in that bill that the new sharing formula for VAT was stated. VAT have been extensively explained or described in the Nigerian tax bill. But how to share the proceeds of VAT have not been captured there. That provision could only be seen when you go to Nigerian Tax Administration Bill, which is the bill that has been designed to show how the tax authorities in the country at the federal level, state level, and local government should be relating with one another so as to avoid conflict, so as to avoid a situation whereby all of them may go to a taxpayer with different dimension of claims. The bill was designed to achieve this main objective, to resolve the conflict that has been happening between tax authorities or even revenue generating agencies. Because when you talk about the revenue, we shouldn't be talking just about the tax revenue. You have revenue that custom is collecting. That bill, second bill, is saying that customs should no longer be involved in collecting revenue. It is the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collected. Customs let them take care of their responsibility of checking item coming in, item going out, which is another area of clash. These custom people, they are used to collecting money. Okay, and they are used to, many of them, a lot of allegations are there as to how they are collecting this money, how they are not remitting the correct amount. So now, collection of custom duty will no longer be the responsibility of custom official, custom service. It's the Nigerian Revenue Service that should be collecting. The same thing with all other agencies of government that are considered as revenue centers. So that bill has made possibilities of stabilizing the economy, ensuring control over consumption, over production, over whatever. But then collection of revenue is not their own. And then between the state internal revenue service and the Nigerian Revenue Service, there should be harmony. If there are revenues sources that are difficult for the state revenue service to utilize in generating revenue, they can bring in, they can collaborate, or they can reach agreement with the Nigerian Revenue Service to do the collection and then share the amount collected as per the agreement, or take cost of collection as per the agreement and then give the state internal revenue service or even local government revenue committee what they deserve. So the expectation of the Nigerian Revenue Nigerian Tax Administration Bill is to bring about harmony and understanding. So how that could be brought about is a question to be answered. Because of the nature of Nigerian, the nature of official, and the way the people put their eyes on money. They want to be the one collecting money or keeping money or doing something with money. And now you are saying that all those that are used to that, they have to, they will be suspended from doing that, or they will be banned from doing that. It is only that agency, the Nigerian Revenue Service, that will be doing it. So there are some issues there that are calling for a question, okay, understanding among the agencies involved or the tier of government involved And then, of course, patriotism, to ensure that whatever we do as revenue collectors, as treasury managers, as revenue utilizers for the execution of various projects, we demonstrate ethics, we demonstrate honesty and integrity. The revenue agency itself, before now, the revenue agency is behaving as if it is for the federal government. And this bill that has been sent to the National Assembly is encouraging the Nigerian Revenue Service, which will now replace the Federal Revenue Service and the law that established it. It's encouraging it to consider itself as a federation agency, not federal government agency. It is to be serving the interests of the federation. And so, the concern of the state should be addressed by that agency. The concern of local government should also be addressed. It should be an agency that should be mentoring local government revenue agencies or tax authorities and state government revenue authorities or tax authority, so that they carry themselves together as a team, then ensuring that we have very good tax system in the country, that we have adequate revenue generation on taxation, which should be put to use for executing various projects that will bring about sustainable development in the country. So when you look at all the provision made in the Nigeria Revenue Service Bill, they are talking about the need for harmonious working relationship. They're talking about the federal Nigeria Revenue Service to serve as the model to state revenue service and local government revenue committee, so that they have very good understanding in implementing the provision in the Nigerian tax bill and the Nigerian tax administration bill. So all the provisions are like that. And then provision have been made adequately as to the position of the executive chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service, the need for governing board, which will have that chairman as the chairman, the need to have the technical committee at the state level, and who are to be members of that committee, the whole and representation to be drawn from various MDAs and other agencies of government and federal government into the committee, and many other issues. And even at the local government level, there is a need for revenue, local government revenue committee, which should be chaired by the councillor in charge of revenue or finance at the local government level, and who the members are and their function. So when you look at all the provision there shouldn't be any controversy. Even if there will be controversy, it should be less. And it should be something that could be resolved. For example, personally, I will not support a situation whereby the chairman of the State Internal Revenue Service should also be the chairman of the board. This is against corporate governance system. And then the same person will be the chairman of the technical committee. The same person will be the chairman of the revenue joint committee, where all the representatives for local government will be members and other agencies. So it will be as if the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will become the alpha and omega on all revenue issues in the state. And that person may even be seeing himself to be more powerful than Commissioner of Finance. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I was serving as the supervisory person on all the activity in the Internal Revenue Service. The chairman of the Internal Revenue Service should be reporting to me, should be taking orders to me. He shouldn't be going directly to the governor. But the provision is showing that the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service is equal to the commissioner. And in fact, they are even saying that governor is just to nominate him and has to go to the House of Assembly for clearance. Just as commissioner will go to House of Assembly for clearance. And there is no provision to show that this person should be answerable to the Commissioner of Finance. So something like this, I think many people may not see it. But with my own experience as a Commissioner of Finance, who have been intimately related to the Minister of Finance that time, I know the problem many states were facing as they empower the chairman of the Internal Revenue Service, they empower too much the accountant general against the commissioner of finance, who should be the supervisor to all these agencies of government. So issues like these are there, and appropriate action need to be taken by the National Assembly in correcting the lapses in the bill. Then the last one, which is about institutionalizing revenue board. Okay, a revenue board. Before we have joint revenue board. Before we have joint tax board. So now that joint tax board is an appendix of the personal income tax. It's just under personal income tax. So now the drafters of the bill, they will want joint revenue board to be on its own, have a law supporting it, so that at the federal level where we have the chairman of the Federal Revenue Service, he will now serve as the chairman of the Joint Revenue Board. Then all the chairmen of the Internal Revenue Service at the state level will be members. Ministry of Finance will have a representative. Ministry of Budget and Planning will have a representative. And you have some other agencies of federal government that may send representative into that board. So that board will be taking decision on monthly basis on where improvement should be made, how to solve problem between one tier of government and another, and many other things, which will be very, very beneficial to the president or the Federal Executive Council, and then beneficial to governors and the various state executive council on fiscal policy and on utilization of taxation to generate revenue and on utilization of the revenue being generated by these agencies. Because many people are having the feeling that the agency, they collect this money and they spend the money. But in real sense, they only collect. But they remit to the government, into the treasury of government. So while they collect, they have the responsibility of collection, they don't have the power to spend a kobo from the amount generated. It is the government that takes care of that. So the Joint Revenue Board has been given a lot of responsibilities in that bill. So when it becomes act, becomes a law of itself, so the Joint Revenue Board will now be more powerful than what we know before as a joint tax board. So this is just the summary of the bill that have been sent to the National Assembly for passage into law. Yeah, my point is that we need reform in our tax system. As a student of taxation, I have the belief that no economy can make any progress if it doesn't have a good tax system. Most of the economies of the world, or I can say all of them, all the developed economies of the world, they are tax-based economies. And most of the natural resource-based economies, they are among the backward economies in the world. Look at it. All the members of OPEC, none of them is part of the G20. They have the revenue, they have the oil, they are producing it in great quantity, but they are still being considered as developing economies. Well, when you look at UK, Germany, France, US, other countries like that, they don't claim to be having enough revenue, enough oil to refine for their use and then to export the excess for sale. They don't claim for that, and that's why they don't belong to the OPEC, Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries. They base their economy on taxation, but then they have very good tax system, which is just attracting minimal complaint. And the moment they hear some complaint from either the taxpayers or the tax administrators, they take appropriate action immediately, so that at the end, nobody will complain. And because of the reliance on taxation, the citizen of that countries, both natural and artificial person, companies and individual, with the citizen of the country, as they pay tax, they have the right to demand accountability. They have the right to demand prudence. They have the right to demand transparency. And for that, those imposition of austerity, they are always in fear that whatever, if they steal a kobo, people will shout, this is our money. We contributed this money for execution of progress that will amount to a project that will amount to sustainable development, not for the money to be stolen. So this person that is stealing money, appropriate legal action should be taken against him. Sometimes you hear some leaders being hung. Sometimes you hear some leaders being shot at the firing squad because of misuse of public money. So members of the public that are contributing this money in the form of taxation, they complain, and then they insist on appropriate action to be taken. So before you come out and claim that you want people to vote for you to go to the parliament or to be the governor or the president or whatever, you will have it in your mind that when you go there, you touch public money, that may be the end of your life. Because the contributors of that money will be, their eyes and attention will be on the money. And the moment you misuse it, they will take appropriate action against you. Your image will be tarnished, you may even lose your life. So those economies that are considered as developed, they rely substantially or totally on taxation for their development. And then those economies that are reliant on natural resources, oil, cocoa, solid mineral, whatever, as they use the money from this to execute project, the members of the citizens of that country, both natural and artificial, they don't care if they see them stealing the money and abusing the money, because it's not their money. It's not their own contribution to the economy. Number one, the prohibition on VAT, which you said earlier has attracted a lot of attention from leaders in the northern part of the country. VAT could be addressed in two ways. Okay, the first way affect everybody, and then the second way is what the leaders in the north are complaining about. The first way is on the increase in the VAT rate. Increase in the VAT rate. We have never had a situation whereby progressive increase will be brought to VAT rate in any country in the world. From my reading, I have never experienced it. But this is being brought about in Nigeria through these laws. They said VAT rate now, which is 7.5%, as per the Content of Finance Act 2020, will be increased to 10% from January 2025. Just about a month away. If the bills are passing to law, VAT will be increased to 10% of all VATable goods and services. And then just 1 year after, 2026, it will be increased to 12.5%. Then you have a small raise for 3 years. By 2030, the rate will be increased to 15%. So you can see the progression in the increase of VAT. And the moment you increase VAT rate, inflation will come up very powerfully, especially as you are increasing from 20 to 2025, 2026, you are increasing 2.5%. So the goods and services throughout the country, you see their prices going up. And there is no separate market for VATable goods and services and non-VATable goods and services. No separate market. Don't just feel that when you increase VAT rate, the increase in price will be on VATable goods only. All other goods and services, their prices will go up. And how do you survive that? Nigerians now are complaining about fuel subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal, and many people have become unemployed. Many people have become disabled. Nobody, no any earner of salary can claim to be saving anything for investment. People are borrowing money to top up to the income that they have for survival. And those that have no work, they are complaining. We just finished induction for ICANN. About 3 inductees met me that if I have any chance for them to get employment, you are qualified as a chartered accountant and you are looking for jobs. So what about the secondary school leavers, diploma holders, and other people that have not even attended school? So unemployment is on the high side, and increase in inflation is a killer to businesses, because when you don't have people buying, you have to stop production. You have to stop providing services, and when you stop production, you sack your employees, and then you have more people go into the employment market and labor market. So increase in the VAT rate is a very big killer to an economy. And this is a problem that affects all the state in Nigeria. And our president himself in 2020, I could remember, when they are trying to increase VAT rate from 5% to 7.5%, he came up and warned the government that this increase in VAT rate will be harmful to the economy because of the inflation that it will ignite. That was during his, I think, 68 or 69 birthday lecture. When he was to comment, he talked harshly against the increase in VAT rate. And now the same government is accepting the bill to go to the National Assembly for increase in VAT rate on a continuous basis. So I see this as a very big mistake. The timing is very wrong. And then the policy, the idea of progressively increasing VAT rate, especially as Nigerians are complaining about the subsidy for subsidy removal, electricity subsidy removal. So this is one thing that needs to be looked into. And as we are interested in generating more revenue through taxes, particularly consumption tax, we have to be very careful about the consequences of the increase. And this is for the whole country. So that is one part. The second part is about the sharing of the amount that will be generated. Yes, right now, when VAT is generated internally, and of course the one for custom, they put it together and share it using vertical formula and horizontal formula. Vertical formula between federal government, state government, and local government. So federal government takes 15%, state government 50%, local government 35%. That's how they share it vertically. And then for local government and state, since they are not at the same level in terms of population, in terms of level of economic development, in terms of weight for industrial development, so they have to use the separate formula. And they agreed that 50% of whatever belongs to state government should be shared equally. 30% should be shared on the basis of population. And then 20% should be shared on the basis of derivation. And that derivation, the simple language, is about the contribution of every state to the VAT that has been generated. And at the local government level, they are to consider the contribution of each local government to the VAT that has been generated. Okay? So at the state level, when you say contribution of every state on the VAT that has been generated, consumption is much more in some states than in some other states. But then the formula, the derivation, the term derivation, this date, that is being applied now, is giving priority to states where the head offices of companies providing services and goods are located. You do consumption in Adamawa on services, maybe the chat card, and other communication or telecommunication services, or bank services, or insurance services, whatever. So since you are just dealing with the branches there, the head office of the bank producing these services is in Lagos or in Rivers or whatever. So it will be deemed as if you do the consumption there. And so the credit will go to Lagos or Rivers or Ogun or wherever, where the headquarters of it is located. Not where you do the consumption. So at the end of the day, you see that states like Lagos, its own contribution may be 50% or 60% or more every month. At the state like Rivers, its contribution may be about 15% or 20%. Abuja may be about 10% or 50%. And then the heavy consumers, the northern state, like Kano, which is a commercial center, its own contribution may be 1% or 2%, because it doesn't have the head offices of the companies providing these goods and services that are being consumed there. So at the end of the day, you see that 20%, if it is 6 billion, for example, if it is 6 billion, for example, so 60% of that 6 billion will be about 3.6 billion. That may go to Lagos. And then 10% of that 60% may be about 600 million. It may go to this. And then you, the consumers, you may get 1% of that. So you can see that particular 20% is the crux of the matter. That is the basis of the controversy. So now that this bill has been submitted to the National Assembly, then these people have saw that this derivation has been increased to 60%. 60% instead of 20%.
Previous.
Now, not previously, right now, 20%.
Not right now, 20%.
And it has been jack up.
It has been jack up.
The price has been jack up. And then in the law, derivation has not been defined. But then people have to go by what is happening now. As they go against it. Since now the derivation is about contribution of state that are producing these goods and services being consumed. So they have the right to just say that, so now instead of 20%, it will now be 60%. And then you hear the government functionaries, including members of the committee, saying that no, that's not what they mean. They mean area of consumption. This 60% derivation is about consumption area, not location of the headquarters of company that produce the good or services. You should have defined that in the law. When you say the issue of derivation has been increased to 60%, but what we mean by derivation is this and that. So that controversy would have been avoided. Or you go under the interpretation section. And so as you are interpreting this and then you say derivation. By derivation, we mean this and that. That has not been done in both the Nigerian Tax Act and the Nigerian Tax Administration Act. So you can sympathize with the people complaining. And then if it goes like that, if they don't correct it at the National Assembly before passing into law, the moment it is passed into law, they'll go back to this issue. The solution is that they'll just go back to a pleasing state where the headquarters of the companies are located, because there is no definition that says that it is about consumption. So everything needs to be documented. Yeah, in a society that is well informed, you should always talk on the basis of evidence. And evidence in accounting, we said you prioritize when you are to prioritize between two evidence, verbal and written. Written is more important than verbal evidence. Okay, and that is why in court, even if you say you give verbal evidence, they want to write it down and read it for you. Then you sign or you put your thumbprint that yes, this is your comment. Because written evidence will continue to remain. Verbal evidence could be denied in a later date. So these are two issues, all based on that. And then you can appreciate why people are talking too much on this matter, to the extent that they don't even care to notice other lapses that in the act. But they, as student of taxation, I have to read and try to pinpoint lapses that need to be corrected so that we have a perfect reform on taxation or on revenue generation in our dear country. So you see, I saw provision on development levy. That there will be development levy, and that development levy will be 4% of accessible profit of companies whose turnover is more than 50 million per annum. So their accessible profit 4% will be charged as development levy from 2025 to 2026. From 2027 to 2029, development levy will be reduced to 3%. From 2030 and thereafter, development levy will go down to 2%. So that development levy will be the reason for wiping out other development levies that is used by some government agencies that are providing vital services for this country. You have TED Fund, Tertiary Education Trust Fund. Now they are relying on 3% of accessible profit of companies for all the projects that they are executing across the country. TED Fund, as I hope you know it very well. So it's the one that is most of the infrastructure development in federal university, federal polytechnic, federal college education have been executed by TED Fund. They sponsor lecturers of various institutions to go for further study, to attend conferences, and they have what they call National Research Fund. They take care of all the researches that are being conducted by all these tertiary education institutions using that money. So TED Fund will now get some share from this new development levy. And then you have NIDA, Nigerian Information Technology Development Agency, which is given the mandate of making Nigeria to become an ICT economy. And that agency is relying on 1%. 1% of the profit before tax of GSM companies, banks, insurance companies, etc. These are companies that are pushing for ICT technology development. So the agency is the one to be monitoring the activities, and they want to be funding ICT development in various institutions and taking many other measures which should take Nigeria to ICT economic level. You have NASENI, Nigerian Agency for Science and Engineering Infrastructure. So that is an agency that has been given the mandate to make Nigeria become science and technology economy, to promote local manufacture of cars, local manufacture of motorcycle, and many other things that we show that we have grown up as an economy that can compete with all the developed economies. So that agency is also relying on a particular share, I cannot remember, from what internal, I think, Federal Revenue Service is collecting. And now the government has introduced NEL Fund. So NEL Fund is collecting 1% of the total taxes, levies, etc. that are passing through the Federal Revenue Service. So these are 4 agencies of government that are relying on levies, charges, etc. for them to take care of the mandate given to them. So this development levy is designed to ensure that 3 of them are phased out systematically. Only NEL Fund, which is for giving loan to students, will survive. By 2030, that 2% that we are talking about, from 4% to 3% to 2%, the whole of that 2% will be for the NEL Fund. While all these have been put aside, it's up to the government to decide whether to disband them or to put them into the mainstream budgeting system. So in 2025 to 2026, TED Fund will get 50% of that 4%. and NELPON will get 25%. NIDA will get 20%, NASEMI will get 2%. So by the end of 2026, NASENI, NIDA will no longer get anything from that development levy. So they will be on their own. It's up to the government to decide whether to cut them out or to continue to fund them through the budgeting system. And then by the end of 2029, TED fund will not be getting anything. But from that 27 to 29, they said TED fund will be getting 66 and 2/3%. And NELDA will get 33 and 1/3%. That is what will happen for 2028 and 2029. By the end of 2029, forget about TED fund. It is only NELPON that will be getting that 2% development levy that will be charged. So you can see that by 2029, all the three agencies that have clear mandate for moving the Nigerian economy forward, they may either be passed out or they may be taken back into the mainstream federal government budget. And agencies that are used to being independent, are going to working on target. How can they survive under the mainstream government budget? So the other implication is that as you have only NELPON, even before transferring everything to NELPON is there to give loan to students. All this money that will be coming to you just for giving loan to students. So this shows that a Nigerian student will mainly become debtors. And when they become debtors, will they have the mouth to complain about the government being a debtor nation? Nigeria as a whole becoming a debtor nation. Every day loan is increasing. So students too will now become debtors. Secondly, the federal institution, all these federal universities, they are not charging tuition fee up to now. They only charge registration fee. University of Lagos, University of Ibadan, Bayero University, Kano, ABU, all these federal universities, and many of the state universities, they don't charge tuition fee, just to encourage children of the poor to attend university or polytechnic or colleges of education. So as third fund is put in place, nobody can claim that he or she cannot pay tuition fee. And then no university or polytechnic should be going to government asking for money. In fact, government may even give them target of the amount that they should be remitting to the government. Because you are charging tuition fee, you are charging registration fee, you are having enough money to take care of yourself. And then we want you to remit something to us because we own the federal university college education polytechnic. So at the end of the day, you see that students will become debtors, students and their parents who insist on making sure that their children attend universities or polytechnic or college of education. And then the universities will no longer be complaining about insufficiency of funds because private universities are not complaining of it. They have their founders who are funding them and they are charging fees. Some are even charging 2.something million per semester in Nigeria here. Some are charging 2 million, some are charging 1.5 million per semester, and some per session. And so they have a lot of money to execute various projects, to pay high salary to their staff. And then the private universities, they are complaining that no money. When you go to go, they say no money. Even for execution of project, they either tell one to do it for you, or you go cap in hand as for support from individual and organization to execute project for you. But now that you are allowed to charge fees, and the student, if they don't have money to pay, or their parents don't have money to pay, they go to NELPON to collect loan for the payment of the tuition fee and the registration fee, and even for living costs. And they made it very clear that when you borrow such kind of money, you will start making repayment 2 years after graduation, and even 2 years after graduation until you get a job to do. And then from the job that you are doing, you'll be paying 10% annually up to when you finish paying the loan. How will that be feasible in Nigeria? How will that be feasible? So this provision too is a matter of concern. Yes, for people that will look about what will happen in the future. Look at the implication of the policies contained in that bill. Okay? So I'm of the opinion that to correct these lapses, they should just stop at the first formula. When you collect 4%, you increase the rate to 3%, as again to 4%, as again 3% for third point, in order to accommodate other agencies, and you stop charging the other rate. And then, so the first year they said 50% will go to third point, which is like reducing what third point is getting from 3% to 2%. I hope you understand. I want to say 50% of 4, that is 2. Before third point is getting 3% of the accessible profit. So we can manage with the decrease from 3% to 2%. And then null fund, which is the baby of the government, will give you 20%. Okay? Then NISDA, which is having very clear mandate of making the Nigerian economy an ICT economy, 20%. Then NASENI, 5%, saying we don't care much about the technological development that may come to manufacturing cars, motorcycle, etc. We give them 5%, and then allow them to look for means of further funding themselves. So you stop at that, but not to scrap any of these agencies. So that's my own advice. Okay, so that is another important area that need to be addressed in this bill before they are passed into law. In taxation, as I said, we encourage payment of what you can afford. A situation whereby, this is my own personal opinion, yes, and people may feel that I am in support of taxing the poor. No, I'm not talking about the poor. Anybody that doesn't have income, that doesn't have profit, that doesn't have gain, it should not be considered for taxation. But if you are making some gain, you are making some income, no matter how small, and you are paying something, no matter how small, out of what you are gaining, that will make you to have greater moral right to challenge government. But if you are put outside the tax net, you are not contributing anything, you don't have much moral right to come and challenge the government for inefficiency, for poor accountability, for poor transparency. When I was Commissioner of Finance, I had called to be organizing some town hall meetings with small, medium, micro, small, and medium enterprises across the market that we had in Kano. I will invite their leaders and inform and address them. You see, we are introducing presumptive tax. We are doing that with a view to ensuring that you own the government. You own the government. This government belongs to every one of us. But then those that are contributing money into running the affairs of the government, into executing various projects for the state, they have greater stake than those that are not contributing anything. And no matter how small their contribution is, you have the right to claim ownership of government. So many of them are encouraged. So I say, okay, you are in this business, you are at this level. How much can you afford to pay as your presumptive tax? So we say they themselves, yeah, they will accept, yeah. So there was a time that we had meeting with some of them. I was saying that you are too small, or maybe every month you should be contributing 100 naira. Some say no, if that group of people can contribute 150, we can contribute 200 naira every month. Through engagement, interaction with the micro, small, and medium enterprise, you can arrive at something that they will be contributing in the form of presumptive tax. And that payment will make them to have the pride of becoming taxpayers. And they will be having their eyes on how government is spending the money. But the situation whereby you come openly and say that you are pushing away about 90% of the people out of the tax net. So you are only relying on 10% of people for the payment of tax. So you are saying that you are now taking the whole of the government to 10% of people, or probably 1% of people. My worry is about that threshold. The fact that you have threshold does not mean that somebody that is not at that threshold, who is making money, cannot contribute with a view to owning the government. I hope you understand. My concern is about ownership. Taxation is a way of owning the government. So if I pay tax, like now I pay tax, I know every month they deduct something out of my salary as a lecturer in the university. I will look at my pay slip and see the contribution that I have made. So if I need tax clearance certificate, I can go there and collect it, whatever reason. But you that are not paying anything, what tax clearance will you ask for? Okay? And then if something bad is happening in government, you see them stealing money, do you have any right to complain? Is it their money? What have you contributed there? So a situation whereby we want people to be economically empowered, to own government. And then we are now having a reform that is saying that that is even proud to say that about 90% are made not taxable, even presumptive tax. So in other words, I am of the view that as we claim for transactional tax to be paid by the rich and luxury asset to be taxed as that are at the lower level, they should also be paying some presumptive tax, even if it is 10 naira per month or 20 naira per month, so that as those rich people claim that the government belongs to them, this one too will say, yes, the government belongs to us. So provision like this is not there in the act. All they are just claiming is that they have pushed people away from the tax net. And pushing them away from the tax net, just pushing them away from ownership. So you are just surrendering the whole of the government to very few people who will now be teleguiding those in the position of authority. And you will just be asking for help all the time. Where you can also claim ownership with pride, or no matter the amount that you are contributing to government. The other aspect of it is this absence of adequate provision in the Act on property tax. Property tax, yes, property tax. Like I was talking about luxury asset. Those with luxury asset, they need to be taxed on the value of this luxury asset so that we generate more revenue. Those that are doing the transaction of high volume of money, they need to be taxed for this transaction. That's what we call transactional tax. So you can see that as we are talking of relieving the poor or income earners from tax, from this tax rate, we are not talking much about taxing the rich in the bill. It is not clear as to how properties of the rich people in this country who are very small. Someone was even telling me that in Nigeria, where you see 99% of the wealth of the country is in the hand of 1% of the people in the country. That 99% of the people of this country, they own only about 10% of the wealth of the country. What a gap! If this is true, we have not done any study empirically to ascertain this figure. But you can see some sign of it. And you need taxation to bridge the gap. And then as you are arguing for the bridging of the gap, you now have a reform that is throwing away 90% of the people from the tax net. And then the people drafting the bill are even proud to say it. So I have reservation on this. If I found my way, I will agitate for appropriate correction to be done. And that does not mean that I'm agitating for the taxing of the poor. I'm talking about those that can afford. They are not for the personal income tax rate, but then they pay presumptive tax with a view to owning the government, with a view to ensuring that the government is not allocated to only the very few rich. And then these few rich, in the other way around, there are no adequate provision, there are no clear provision to see how their wealth will be taxed. No. If you look at all the statements that I've been making, there's nowhere that I mentioned that the North is having this agitation. I'm just talking to you about areas of concern in the law. Areas of concern. I think I only made reference to the North when it comes to this issue sharing of VAT, that the governors and traditional rulers in the North, they are forced to raise alarm. And they raise alarm on this matter only. For all the other matters that I mentioned, they have not said anything. Maybe they have not seen them. They don't have this perspective that I have. Okay, so I am a Nigerian first before becoming a Northerner. So I talk as a Nigerian. My concern is about the Nigerian people. And the Northern people are also part of Nigeria. Yeah, you see their position, or the worry they express is just about the injustice they suspect from the issue of VAT collection and sharing. Had it been that provision has been made perfectly, I doubt very much if they will complain. And then secondly, they may be having the suspicion that the drafters of the bill were just reading the mind of the president. A president who was a governor in Lagos State, who developed, people are just having the feeling that he was the one that developed the Lagos agenda, which is about making the Lagos State to have a special status in Nigeria. And special status is just about maybe putting it into a position higher than other governors, but not up to the level of the federal government. And then when you are targeting that special status position, then a lot of things could be designed that will be favoring Lagos. So those that are attaching the bill, one, they are doing that in view of the formula they discovered, which may not be, will not augur well for them on the VAT allocation. And then secondly, they may be having the feeling that this law was just designed to favor Lagos State in the course of its own effort to become a state that has special status. Okay? It says so that will make it to be seen as if it is a country of its own, even though it's not up to the level of country, but it is higher than all other states in the country. Probably this may be the reason why they are agitating. The one that you can see clearly is on this issue of VAT. And then they have other suspicion. So that is another worry that I have. The issue of trust. Trust, what some experts call trust deficit. Yes, will be promoted greatly by these bills if corrective measures are not taken. All these issues that I mentioned, I did that honestly as a Nigerian. By all standards, I should be accepted as a Nigerian. Even by virtue of my past, people should accept me as a Nigerian. I don't have any reason to be sentimental against any part of this country. I don't have any reason to be favorable to one region against another. I don't have any reason for that. But even by virtue of my birth and my own level of experience, okay? And of course by my age, somebody that is around 60. So that person should only be thinking about what you meet when you die, when you reach your goal. Okay, so I think to be fair to them, we can say that their worry is mainly about that issue, and then all other issues are suspicion.
At the core of what makes us human is our ability to pay attention, be present in our experiences, and channel our thoughts and actions towards meaningful goals. However, for individuals with ADHD, which is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, a medical condition that affects the brain, this fundamental aspect of human nature is often disrupted, leading to difficulties in maintaining focus, controlling impulses, and regulating behaviors.
Hyperactivity disorder is a neurodevelopmental disorder that occurs in children and adolescents. It's a problem that has to do with brain development and the brain function. And the ADHD symptoms range from inattention, impulsivity, and hyperactivity. They may be very restless, fidgeting, and they're always on the move. And sometimes they may be climbing, jumping from here and there. They may injure themselves in the process.
Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is one of the most common mental disorders diagnosed in children, though it can persist into adolescent and adulthood. The history dates back to 1798, when a Scottish doctor, Sir Alexander Crichton, observed that some individuals were easily distracted and unable to focus on their activities as others could. He noted that these symptoms often began early in life, which is consistent with what we now recognize as ADHD. The disorder typically manifests between the ages of 3 and 6, with symptoms such as difficulty in focusing, excessive movement inappropriate to the setting, and impulsive actions occurring without forethoughts. This ailment affects people of all ages, though most commonly diagnosed in children. The average age of onset is around 7 years, with symptoms significantly impacting various aspects of life. Approximately 5 to 10 of children worldwide are affected, with the highest prevalence rates observed in Africa at 8.5% and South America at 11.5%. Variations exist across different countries, with lower rates in Japan and Finland and higher rates in Jamaica and Thailand. In the United States, about 7% of children are diagnosed with this disorder, reflecting an average of prevalence globally.
Differentiate between ADHD and other neurodevelopmental disorders. It starts with comprehensive assessment. And when I talk about assessment, I mean assessment by child psychiatrists, assessment by child psychologists, and other professionals in the mental health team. And of course, there are some basic symptoms that are very clear and obvious. The clinical presentation, when you see a child that is hyperactive, that is impulsive, that is inattentive, that itself can give you a clue that that child may be having ADHD symptoms. And again, you also take further history. You may need to take, if there's a family history of ADHD in the setting, because if there's a family history of ADHD, the child may come up with ADHD in the nearest future.
Individuals affected faces challenges that extend into academic performance, work or personal relationships, and social domains. Some of the signs include constant fidgeting, impulsiveness, and difficulty completing tasks, alongside emotional struggles such as mood swings, low self-esteem, and frustration.
The diagnosis is made following a comprehensive assessment, and you also do some basic psychological investigations, and of course, by combining the report from the child psychiatrist and the child psychologist, you'll be very comfortable to make a diagnosis. And of course, I must say that there are some childhood disorders that may mimic ADHD, like learning disability, like autism spectrum disorders. But the symptoms of ADHD are so very, very obvious that when you see a child that is hyperactive and oftentimes restless, oftentimes impulsive and unable to follow instructions, that should give you a high index of suspicion that that child may be struggling with attention deficit hyperactivity disorder.
While it's not a physical ailment like a broken bone, it is a real condition that is frequently accompanied by other conditions such as major depressive disorder, anxiety, substance abuse, learning disabilities, conduct disorder, and oppositional defense disorder, which complicates the management and treatment of the disorder. Treatments for ADHD typically involves a combination of medical therapy and behavioral interventions. Stimulants are also the most commonly used, with 70 to 80% of children experiencing symptoms relief. Cognitive behavioral therapy, anger management, and family therapy are key in managing symptoms, along with educational interventions that enhance coping strategies and organizational skills. While these treatments help manage ADHD, they do not cure it, highlighting the need for ongoing support and personalized care. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, ADHD, is a complex condition with far-reaching effects on behavior, cognition, and emotional well-being. Continued research and effective treatments are vital in helping those affected lead fulfilling lives and contribute meaningfully to their society. Grace Komolafe, Sook News TV.
Dr. Zach A. Adedeji, whose leadership has significantly transformed Nigeria's tax administration, is a distinguished first-class graduate in accounting